bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Ebu ló sọ̀nà sọ̀dí kan wò ó.
Okay now.
Tupẹ̀sẹ̀ bí fi máa ń pẹ́. Àsìpadà wa tàbí wọ́n ní ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ yẹn ló fi fíìmù. Ìdílé anya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganihu na-ebute ile nwanne m. Ọ na-agba nke ya dịka akpa ya chọkwa.
Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣà Tàdádẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fúnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. Oloma pada lẹ́yìn, may God never depart from you. So I'm here, Paul. So so amen to that on behalf of myself. You know, I'm always so perched that water always. So yes, Oloma pada lẹ́yìn, may God never depart from you. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you guys, of course. So may God never depart from you and all that. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So another day. Another day, another session. So here we go again. We do that funky thing. You know that play that more funky music, white boy. Then, if we could co-opt it and realign it, we could say, play that session again. One man. So play that funky music, white boy, and all that. So. Yes, good day to you. Good to be. My brain is already scrambled up. I'm trying to realign and steady myself up. But so good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we go again. Another session. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And when I'm saying click on the like button, it would be nice as I'm saying it. Then I should be seeing somewhat the like button going up. So. If I'm saying it, then the like button should be going up. Then that works in tandem because I'm inviting you to take an action. And once you are invited, then you subsequently take that action and then everything completes. So we should all be saying, when I say click on the like button, we should all be seeing the like button going up because, of course, we can see the number of people watching and we can see the number of likes. So, so do your bit. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that pops you into a studio space. Soon as I finished delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. Does that sound complicated? Not at all. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard right there, it will pop you into a studio space. And as soon as I've finished spewing all the nonsense that I usually spew, then I'll put you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. Nothing complicated, nothing complex. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is an open microphone. So that is inviting you to stand up to the rostrum, stand on the spotlight and share thoughts. So come show off your talent, all that. So yes, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And the example exemplified by Ayo right there. You can see it on the screen. The example exemplified by Ayo right there. He clicked on the $ at the bottom of the YouTube stream, and he donated towards the platform. So that's the example right there. So we anticipate 5 different individuals doing that in the course of any and every session. So Ayo has done his bit. So we have the anticipation of 4 more people doing that. And if you are watching on our watch back, there's a button that says super thanks. You can use that to tip towards the platform as well. So if you are inclined, then the opportunity presents itself for you to tip towards the platform. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. If you want to come and meet one man personally, then that's how to do it. And then, of course, click on the $ and all that. So let's just get into it. Let's get into it. There's going to be a series of video clips. You know, I put out the notice that who is the greatest ever Nigerian, Wike or Dave Umahi, and it's only because they're such high achievers. That's really what we already knew their precedent. We already knew their antecedents as governors of individual states, but they've carried through those into ministers of state at the federal level, just at a dizzying pace. They are transforming the landscape of the Nigerian space. We've never seen something so phenomenal as what we're seeing with Yemson Wike and Dave Umahi. So that begs the question: who is the greatest? Are they in the bracket of that conversation of the greatest Nigerian ever? Because they have the achievements to make the argument, but are they in the bracket of the greatest ever Nigerian? So so we reflect on that, and hopefully I can hold on to my voice. I was really hoping that we would not do anything Peter Obi today, but then of course, we can never really seem to escape this guy in the news cycle. So Wole Soyinka came out today to recommend that Peter Obi should not run in the next election, and he gives his reasons. And I've got the video clip to speak to that. So we'll be looking at that as well. In fact, we'll be kicking the session off with that. So why don't we just start immediately and right now? So we watch this. We watch a couple of question-answer sessions with the presenter and Professor Wole Soyinka, and we give our thoughts, and then we go on to a different video clip that sequences the narrative of Lamido Sanusi as he makes his way back to the throne in the Kano Emirates. But let's kick it off with this.
Prof, because one thing that I saw when I came to this country was the lack of critical thinking in Nigeria. And like you said, in Nigeria, we are trained to cram and pour what you've been taught in class. And like you just said, that's a bad way to learn. And for me, one of the things that revealed that lack of critical thinking for me was the last elections. And that's going to be my next topic with you, Prof, is when you saw how obedience treated you, the way they weren't receptive to critical thinking, to your critique of P2OB or the movements. For me, I'm like, there's nothing wrong in criticizing P2OB. We all have a right to do that as Nigerian citizens. Not just any human being at all should be criticized. That's the only way we're going to get better, if we allow ourselves to be criticized. But the obedient movement, for whatever reason, didn't want to hear your critique of P2OB. And rather than offering constructive debates and saying, the points that Professor Wole Soyinka raised at these points, and I don't agree with him on these points, they went into being personal, into being, in my own opinion, very abusive towards you. And so for me, that revealed for me the fact that our education standards are so poor that rather than attacking the points that you raised, they attacked your person. And so for me, my question would be, how did you feel looking at that, and how would you explain the obedient movement, or how can we come back from that?
Well, again, it has to do with education. I must tell you, by the way, that I didn't read all this, but of course, send links were sent to me, especially when factual errors would be the wrong, when facts were being manufactured, quote unquote, being manufactured. I read these things, I was disgusted. There's no other word for it. I really was disgusted. And I know that it was, I realized, of course, it was orchestrated. Internet has become so promiscuous and even venal. I know that there's a relay, I use the word relay mechanism, which is triggered into action by those who control what we call the trolls of the internet. And so my disgust and contempt, I just went about my business, because anybody on this earth who thinks he can stop me telling the truth as I see it needs to go and have his or her head examined. It's as elementary as that. But it was depressing to see those who wanted to be political leaders encouraging that kind of action, that kind of attitude in the youth. And my mind went to the expression, they don't know what they're doing. Those who sow the wind will reap the whirlwind. These very trolls, these foot soldiers whom they think, these myrmidons of hate, whom they've trained in that aspect, one of these days, they'll be astonished, they will turn on them and teach them a lesson. And so my attitude was very blasé, to remain blasé about the whole thing. But it is, for me, a sad phenomenon, especially for those who want to lead a multi-textured society, different religions, different ethnic groups, different worldviews, who actually want to preside over such group, as one. It means that they've already declared themselves incompetent to lead such an entity. That's all.
What do you think of the person, Mr. Peter Obi? What do you think? How do you think he can make it right? Do you think, what mistakes do you think he made, and do you think he has a chance in the next election?
Well, I hope for the sake of the nation that he doesn't express interest in the next election. Because for me as a leader, if there was any proof that he was unfit to lead that country, it's in the conduct which he encouraged among his followers. I know for a fact, and I can give you an instance which proves that he was in control of those forces.
Can you please, what's the instance, Prof?
Well, simply because when he first came to visit me, he did come at one time.
That's correct.
Somebody brought him. And I watched him. I watched his action, his body language. It seemed to be very conciliatory. But I remember the moment when he took out his computers, something, and after he made a statement like, "Oh, don't worry, everything, will be taken care of. You don't have anything to worry about these people." He was talking about the quote-unquote obedience. I remember he took out his computer, his phone, and he tapped, a message, there, and it shot me. I was watching him. It was any sort of thing. And after that, everything seemed to be, to be nice and cozy.
So he really did, yes.
And I saw and I read his statement about that meeting afterwards. The statement was a contrast to what actually happened, what we discussed. And I mentioned it in my response when somebody said, I can't remember what he wrote, but anyway, it was a misrepresentation of what happened. And I made sure that I put a statement out saying, no, I'm sorry, this is not what was said. This language never came into it. On the contrary, this is what happened. And so when I meet somebody who is incapable, even at a meeting which is supposed to be conciliatory, of being completely honest, I look at that person, and so I smiled myself. And of course, when I got to Stellenbosch and I was asked a question about this, I repeated exactly what had given, quote unquote, given offense. Only this time I made it even stronger. I said, Peter Obi did not win this thing. So I led them again to go on the rampage that's there. And I went about my own business. So and there were witnesses at the meeting. You don't take my word. Don't take my word for it. There were witnesses at the meeting.
Yes.
He came with 2 people, and one person was asked them. The statement he put out was not a reflection of what went on at our meeting, at that meeting, which I very reluctantly considered. It was pressure for me not even to allow him into my house. I said, why not? Let him come and say what he wants to say. I want to see him face to face, study him, leave him an opening, and then act on them. So that's it. I wasn't going to go into this, but since I see that you're curious, I have to tell you.
No, I'm sorry. I just find it, thank you for doing that, Prof. I just find it a bit sad because for someone of your
I beg your pardon. So I was saying that we're not going to do OB today again because what is left to be said about that guy. But this particular interview here is viral all over the media space. And Professor Wole Soyinka, of course, he's always good copy. Everybody wants to hear what he has to say. And the professor, hopefully you're hearing me now. Let me know in the comment section if you are hearing me. And the professor is inviting Peter Obi not to run in 2027. But of course, not only with disregard, but with disdain. That's how Wole Soyinka's recommendation will be treated. But the real thing that comes out of that is that Wole Soyinka is opposed to him. So that's clear. That came out clearly. So for Peter Obi to become president 2027, that's another hurdle he has to surmount. Wole Soyinka, and a lot of people have tried to surmount that hurdle, much to their chagrin. But that's the prof right there. I don't think the professor can stand, especially can stand that guy. So the guy forces a meeting with the professor. They have a closed door meeting, and the guy goes out back into the media space and tells a complete lie about, this is what the professor said now, you heard him, and told a complete lie about what transpired in that meeting, to the point that the professor had to put a rebuttal out in the media space. So I think that was the birthing of now that grand announcement in Germany when he called him graduate. So that's Professor Wole Soyinka right there. But there it is right there. What can you do about this guy? Anybody that still doesn't see him for what he is, then they never will. So let's just immediately leave that space and go on to an equally big storyline. So this one also, it's a video build-up. So we'll build this up. This might be about 7-8 minutes of this video.
A lot of people have not heard your mind on the former emir, Muhammadu Sanusi.
Yeah.
What is the real story behind the situation at the time?
Well, the real story is that the emir of Kano, the deposed emir of Kano, did not understand the responsibilities of a traditional ruler, especially for a strong institution with that of Kano. You see, the emir of Kano was a social critic, a celebrated social critic. And there was nothing wrong with that because he's an educated person. There's freedom of speech. Let me give you one example. When I was a deputy governor, and my former governor, Konkoso, was the governor of Kano State, Sanusi was an executive director in a bank. And he made a statement that instead of providing water in Kano State, we are building a house in Abuja. That is the house belonging to Kano State government, like any other, the lodge, the government's lodge. And also he said, when we were paving the roads with tiles in order those who are walking along the street can also walk smoothly, he said, instead of us renovating schools, we are putting, such pavements. So you can see that it was a social critic. Of course, in governance, you have to do so many things at the same time. You do not say you will do this, you will stop all other things. That was a social critic. I could remember my governor said either the bank should sack him or we should withdraw our account from that bank. And the government, the bank did not sack him. So we withdrew 969 million naira from that bank. I could remember the figures precisely. You see, that was the work of a social critic. But when we became the emir of Kano, he refused to change from that stature to the stature of a traditional ruler. He's an economist, but he failed to understand. In economics, you have to inherit assets and liability. But in economy, he only inherited the assets of the traditional institution by giving orders, staying in a mansion, dressing gorgeously.
All right. So that's a throwback to about 3 years ago, thereabout, when Abdullahi Ganduje was the governor of Kano State, and he relieved Lamido Sanusi of his emirship. So he relieved him, and they actually banished him to Taraba State, you know, and then was it El Rufai then that went to, via a court order, rescue him from Taraba State and moved him to Lagos. It was actually Wigwe, the guy that died in that helicopter crash in the United States, that was facilitating the aeroplane that was ferrying them up and down. So it was quite a high tension space then, but eventually he landed in Lagos State. So when Abdullahi Ganduje when Abdullahi Ganduje dethroned Lamido's, I can't even speak. When Abdullahi Ganduje dethroned Sanusi, he then split up the Kano Emirate into 5 subset emirates, and then they had 5 emirs. So now the Kano space now, actually, let me just read you an article. I think that probably explains it better. So let's go on from there to this. Sanusi hurriedly leaves public function in Rivers amidst reinstatement report. So let's pick it up from here. Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, reportedly rushed out of the ongoing River State Economic and Investment Summit in Port Harcourt on Thursday, May the 23rd, amidst reports that he has been reinstated as the Emir of Kano. Sanusi hurriedly left after delivering his keynote speech as increased security operatives accompanied him out of the venue. According to correspondents, newsmen could not have a brief chat with Sanusi as he exited the Obiwali International Conference Center. It was gathered that Sanusi was in the middle of delivering his speech when the news about his reported reinstatement as Emir of Kano broke. Meanwhile, Governor Simi Fubara of Rivers State has congratulated Sanusi II on his reported reinstatement as the 14th Emir of Kano. So as the 14th Emir of Kano, so does that then mean he was the 12th and then subsequently the 14th? You know, or was it the 13th and subsequently the 14th? Or was it the 14th when he was originally appointed and that was held in abeyance? We don't really know yet. I have to check the sequence of hierarchy in that space. Meanwhile, Governor Simi Fubara of Rivers State has congratulated Sanusi II on his reported reinstatement as the 14th Emir of Kano. Fubara wished Sanusi a successful and fruitful reign that will bring progress and prosperity to the people of Kano State. A correspondent recalled that the Kano State Assembly was urged to review the law establishing 4 additional emirates in Gaya, Rano, Karaye, and Bichi, and reinstate Sanusi. A group, Yan Dangwale, something or the other Kano, made the appeal in a letter addressed to the Speaker of the House, Jibril Ismail, whatever. So there it is. Sanusi's son reacts as Kano Assembly dethrones Emir. Our correspondent earlier reported that Ashraf Sanusi, the son of the dethroned Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, said the abolishment of the 5 emirates and the dethronement of the emirs was a correction to the injustice against his father. Ashraf prayed that Allah would deliver his father from deceivers and allow him to see through their shallow smiles. The Kano prince prayed for his father, Sanusi Lamido. So there it is. So essentially, Lamido Sanusi reinstated now as the are we even going to call him the new emir of Kano? You don't quite know what to call him. So Kano dethrones 5 emirs. So yes, Kano Assembly on Thursday dissolved all the 5 emirate councils in the state, declaring Governor Abba Yusuf as the sole constitutional power to appoint new emirs. The assembly took the decision at the floor of the House during plenary on Thursday. During the sitting, the Kano State Emirate Council Amendment Bill was considered after scaling second and third reading on Thursday. Deputy Speaker Alhaji Mohammed Bello Butu explained that repealing the law would revive the lost glory of Kano as the division of Kano Emirate to 5 reduced the capacity and dignity of the state, etc. So there it is. So there it is. I've got a clip of the triumphant return of Lamido Sanusi. So let's watch that. Let's watch the triumphant return of Lamido Sanusi. All right. So that was the triumphant return of Lamido Sanusi. So let's check this one out. Emir of Kano visits top Yoruba monarch as Governor Yusuf gives him 48 hours to hand over to Sanusi. So this is the outgoing, I suspect. The Emir of Kano, Alhaji, is it now the former now? There's a bit of a confusion as to what's going on there. The Emir of Kano, Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, reportedly paid a royal visit to Oba Sikiru Kayode, the Awujale and paramount ruler of Ijebuland in Ogun State. As reported by correspondents, the Emir on Wednesday, May the 22nd, alongside his retinue of aides and chiefs, visited the Awujale in Ijebu-Ode to felicitate with the first-class traditional ruler on his 90th birthday celebration and 64th year on the throne of his forefathers. So he described the Awujale as his father, being an associate of his biological father and late Emir of Kano, Alhaji Ado Bayero. Recall that Aminu Ado Bayero, the Chancellor of the University of Calabar, ascended the throne on March the 9th, 2020, following Mohammedu Sanusi II's deposition by ex-governor Abdullahi Ganduje, may have lost his seat at the so there it is. Funky goings on in Kano State. So Funky, plenty of room in the studio, by the way. Anybody that wants to jump on. If you want us to have a conversation, then you need. It is a participatory sport, as I often say. You know, it's not a. Otherwise, I'll just do a clip and put it out. If I'm doing a live streaming, then I'm inviting a conversation. So if you feel that if you feel that it's something that you will want to encourage, then you have to hop on to participate. So it is a participatory sport, as I said. So now the question I'm asking, the build up to it somewhat, is Jensen Wike, who is the greatest Nigerian that has ever lived, Wike or Dave Umahi? So a case for both sides. Abuja Metro Rail to operate free for 2 months. This is Yemsen Wike. I was watching a clip earlier about how this guy has completely changed the landscape of Abuja in barely 1 year. The minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemson Wike, has disclosed that the Abuja Light Rail will operate for free for 2 months after commissioning on Monday, the 27th of May 2024. Wike stated this during the ongoing ministerial sector update to mark the first year in office of the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, held at the Radio House in Abuja on Thursday. The minister had earlier stated that the president, Bola Tinubu, will commission the Metro Rail project for commercial activities on Monday. He, however, urged residents to begin using the Metro Rail from Tuesday, the 28th of May, adding that the goal was to aid the use of commuting for residents and that the president may extend the free ride up to 6 months. So there it is. A gift that just keeps on giving. I don't think we want to be running the trains for free. So that's a case for that's a case for Yemson Wike right there. And we all already know the achievements of Dave Umahi. Senate revisits Jonathan's report, investigates 11,886 abandoned projects. So it's just, that's the narrative of Nigeria, isn't it, really? In the first leg, let's see, am I starting from? In the first leg of the assignment, a 7-member ad hoc committee was given the mandate to still and classify the project sector by sector and submit a report to the Senate within a month. The report of the panel, according to the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, is to give a breakdown of all the project classifications to enable the respective standing committees of the Red Chamber to commence full investigation. Amongst the key projects mentioned by the Senate were the National Library, Lagos Badagry Express Road, Calabar Power Plant, Zungeru Dam, Mambila Site, Otoko Dam, Nigeria Satellite, Nitel, Calabar Seaport, and Abuja Mass Housing Project. So these are some of those traditional projects that they budget for every year, but they've not even put a breakdown on anything. So countless billions sunk into this. So, but Akpabio now asking where the money is. So these are the questions that we should be asking. What exactly is the progress report on these projects? The resolution followed a motion moved by the senator representing Ondo South, Senator Jimoh Ibrahim, who informed the Senate that the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan had earlier produced a report on the abandoned projects in 2021. In his lead debate, Ibrahim recalled that a presidential committee, which Jonathan set up, had visited the 36 states before it produced the report. He also noted that about 63% of the entire projects since independence were abandoned. Even when a project is successfully delivered, it usually comes with an overrun of about 40%, whilst most delivered projects record 10% underperformance. The Senate added the 63% of abandoned projects in Nigeria, is worse than any country under comparison. The abandonment of the project is of significant concern because of project costs, which constitutes a significant part of the GDP. While spending on public projects so let me just abandon that. But I think we get the gist of it. We get the gist of it. Is there anything else that I want to bring you? So I brought you that. That's our Jonathan's abandoned projects. So let me remove this one. That's Lamido Sanusi's triumphant return to Kano State. So we've done that one. So is there anything else that we need to? Yes. Yes, I think that's sufficient to be going with. Let me send the link to the studio again if anybody wants to join us. If anybody doesn't want to join us, we go with who we have and then we see where it lands. That seems to be how we've been starting over the last few sessions. We go with who we have and then we see where we land. But first, let's play the Kegites, if I can find them. But first, let's play the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Koko Niru Agbete with us, Man of Prestige and Ajanle Koko. So good to have you both, gentlemen. Who wants to kick it off? Who wants to kick it off?
If Man of Prestige is there, you can go first.
He's there. Let's see if it's fully there. Prestige, are you there? Or, you know... All right, if it's not there, then I have to let. If it's not there, I have to let him go. I don't think I have the time for this. All right, it's you and I, Ajanle Koko. We just do a bit and then we move on. Yeah.
He might be away from his phone. Maybe he's gonna come back. Yeah, he might come back. You know, Man of Prestige.
You know, he's going to drink all those bodybuilding mixes now.
Okay, so where we start?
Do you want to kick it off with Lamido Sanusi? So he takes the Emirate throne. They are describing him as the 14th Emir of Kano. So does that tell us? What does that tell us? Was it the 12th and now the 14th, or was it the 14th when he was originally enthroned and he still carries that through? But however and whatever it is, Lamido Sanusi is back. So, and how does it play out to the politics of the day?
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I don't know. What was he as at the time he was removed? Was it 14 or 16? What was his...
I'll have to go and check, but let me check as you speak. Are you there? Have we lost you as well?
No, I'm here. I'm waiting for you. You said you want to...
No. I said I'm going to check. Let me check as you continue to speak. I'm not... yeah, you carry on. But the news of his... it happened so quickly that the speed of it was quite... it's quite dizzying. Because a couple of days ago was when I first noticed that they were sort of going through their parliament. And I thought like maybe 6 years, a month, they just collapsed all of the things that Ganduje put in place, and they reinstate this guy. It's quite a marvel.
One man, I told you. It's stunning.
You told me what?
I told you yesterday that Sanusi is nothing. It's not a joke. He's a well-learned man. You kept playing him down. I was saying to you that he's not what you think, but I will elaborate when it's my turn. Hello to everybody.
No, hello to you, Pansad. But he's actually a pawn in a game bigger than him. He's a pawn in a game bigger than him. Sanusi.
No, he is part of the Northern Intelligentsia. When the last governor, Mr. Ganduje, who is actually the one you're describing, who's in a game bigger than his head.
What's going on today, man? Are we going to have one of those days?
You can hear.
Okay.
Okay, I'm heading home. When I get in, I'll dial through a regular phone. I'm in a regular dial-up.
All right. Thank you. Yes. To answer your question, Ajande Koko, Mohammed Sanusi was the 14th emir, and then Aminu Adobayoro was the 15th. So him coming back doesn't make him the 16th. It still makes him the 14th. So they reverse everything back to where he was.
No,
Wow.
You can't erase history. You cannot. He has to be the 16th. You can't erase number 15 as if it never existed. He ruled after all as emir.
So then he will be the 16th emir.
He will be the 16th. He was the 14th, and he will be the 16th. It's just like Donald Trump now. If he wins the next election, that doesn't still make him the 44th. Is it 44 or 45th president? He has to take the number again. So that's it. Yeah, John Lekiko, go ahead, please.
Okay, so that one is clear. So it's 16th. It was 14th and now back at 16th. That is wonderful. Nigeria political drama.
Well, I'm glad it's back, actually. If there was going to be an emir of Kano, Kano is better served with somebody with the presence and gravitas and sophistry and elegance of our Sanusi, rather than some traditionalist who just sits in the palace, marries all the girls.
Well, let me tell you, one man. You see, what really happened is a correction of injustice. His dethronement and banishment was illegal. Unjust, and unpolitical. So when Ganduje, when he did it that time, he had, Sanusi did not do anything wrong against the system. He was only criticizing bad governance. So politicians, as we know them in Nigeria, they don't like people with a very strong voice or in a very powerful position in the society to criticize them. The moment you do that, they will go after you. They will destroy you if possible. They will destroy your livelihood. They will destroy everything about you. If possible, they will eliminate you. And that was what Ganduje did. He didn't want criticism. He believed that as long as, Sanusi remain as a Maya and, unleashing that criticism against his bad governance, it might hurt him in election. So that's why he took him away. So the political angle to it then was that the president back then, I believe, was on board with Ganduje, because Kano, as we know, politically represents a very strong position in the national politics of our country. So the presidency, I believe, I might be wrong, I believe they were on board. They allowed it to happen. If they wanted to stop it, they would have done it, but they didn't stop it. They let it happen. And he got away with it. But today, on the political angle as well, what has happened now shows that Ganduje is the loser. He lost completely. And I want to believe that the president is aware of this. I'm talking about President Tinubu. I believe he is aware that Sanusi is on his way back to the throne. He didn't stop it. He didn't do anything. He let it happen. And Ganduje, to me, I think he had lost out
The chairmanship.
politically. Politically in the game of politics of Kano. And why did I say that?
Would you say he has lost out also? Because, like you said, I don't think this would have gone through without Tinubu giving it the nod. And this now, of course, it reverses everything, because that's one of the biggest things that Ganduje did as governor of that state, getting rid of Sanusi and creating these 5 emirates. So that is, are we saying the end of Ganduje essentially? Because it comes with so much baggage. Are they trying to get rid of him?
I think so.
Oh, Baba is trying to say something?
No, one man asked a question, if we are seeing the end of Ganduje politically, and I said, I think so.
Okay. So, one man, his end is drawing, it's like it's around the corner. Ganduje's political end is around the corner. Because if president did not stop this, and he allowed this to happen, he allowed the reinstatement of Sanusi, that to send a message to him that, look, something is around the corner that is about to blow him away politically in Kano's politics. Number one, I believe Mr. President is a friend of, what's the name of that Maya? Sanusi. I believe they are friends.
Sanusi has been making a lot of, friendly commentaries about, so give him time. The rot that these people left behind is not something that so it's been somewhat making an unbothered sort of commentaries about Tinubu's administration.
One man, you are not observant. He was in France once or twice to meet Tinubu, you remember? And after May 29, he's been in Aso Rock twice. Once, I think 3 times. Even one, he was part of the delegates that went to Niger when that coup happened. So you're not following the whole thing. Anyway, carry on, Aja. I will come in.
All right. Do you want to take the floor? I'm not sure how much of Agenda Coco we have. It sounds like it's
okay.
driving.
Okay. That's fair enough. Okay, Aja. Sorry, Mukio. Like we were saying, that's all protocols observed. It's been in the offing right from the onset. You understand? Because even what was announced today had already been concluded about 5 days ago. Adubayero knew he was toast. And as a last resort frantic effort, he went to the Awujale. We all know Awujale is the father of the president. He went to Awujale under the pretext that he was going to felicitate with him on his 64th year on the throne and 90th birthday. But in reality, he went actually about this. But there was nothing anybody can do because he became a political tool in the political chess game of Nigeria. If you watch, before May 29th, when Tinubu was in France, Tinubu went to France for a very long time, I think came back just 5 days to swearing in or so. Sanusi was in France with him. He went there. Kwankwaso was in France too. Kwankwaso was in France. And since they Tinubu sworn in May 29, Lamido has been in Aso Rock, I think 2 or 3 times, if my memory serves me correctly. And one was actually as a pointsman, the Nigerian government pointsman, to talk to the military junta in Niger Republic. So it's a foregone conclusion because, and if you observe, he has not said anything untoward about governance in the negative in the last 1 year. Neither Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso had been also in Aso Rock for some time, and we didn't hear anything again. We even thought, okay, maybe Ganduje has won, and Kwankwaso had been left in the cold. But now I'm realizing that his quiet actually got to do with a plan that is yet to unravel fully. And this is one of them. And with the trouble Ganduje is having, the court case, even involving the wife, his first son against him, speaking out and stuff like that. So Ganduje, as far as I'm concerned, is gone. Within the next few weeks, APC will have another interim chairman, definitely from the north. But the quiet from Kwankwaso so far, he's not been talking about the merger. I don't think he's interested. And maybe it's going to be
Do
a
you think
minister
they
also.
could? Sorry, Baba. Do you think they could give that post to El Rufai to assuage him?
Possible. Nothing is impossible in the political
But one thing that
calculation.
does seem, it seems not certain, no, but the probabilities are that Ganduje is gone. He has no political value. One, he lost Kano State. Kwakwanso holds Kano State, so and the governor there is Kwakwanso's boy. So his boy bringing Sanusi back, who is also an acolyte of Tinubu. So everything is aligning that in Kano politics. They are going, of course, with the person in situation, and that puts the death nail on Ganduje's coffin.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, in a matter of weeks, it's gone. And that's a political calculation. It's all about the next election. And I think with this, the 1 million or about 1 million votes of Kano State is guaranteed the president as it stands so far today. So, but in reality, actually, when we have to talk about, like Ajanle Koko said, the removal of Sanusi was unjust. Actually, it was not fair, and breaking the Emirates into 5 That's no. It's an ancient emirate. It's not something carved out today. Or
Do you think this goings on? Do you think it debases that emirate somewhat? They chop it up into 5. They stick it back together with plasticine again. I mean, it's meant to be an ancient stool now, one of the paramount stools in Nigeria,
yeah,
and they are playing it like a political football.
yeah, but I think with this restoration, I think they will relay the foundation, and maybe it will come out strongly, because I remember Sokoto, the Sokoto Caliphate. So if you remember what the maneuvering of Babangida, which was restored between, I think, Dasuki and who was the other one? I can't recollect now. You know, Babangida removed somebody, or when the old man, the other very, very old emir died, Babangida put in, I think it was Dasuki or so, instead of Makido, or it wasn't Makido that was put there, who was not in line for the Sokoto Caliphate throne. And when Abacha came, he removed Makido and put in Dasuki also. I can't remember correctly what happened then. So it's not something new. Even this Sanusi Lamido, his father too was deposed. So it's like he's living the fate of his father, or repeating history. But I think the Kano Emirate will come out strongly, because they will now put the blocks in place, actually, that will not make this kind of odious situation repeat itself forever again. They will seal it, because what Ganduje did was very, very bad. You don't deplete a throne or pee on a throne. I mean, we know we don't have House of Lords or House of Chiefs like we had in the First Republic, but then we have to respect traditional institutions. We to try as much as possible not to politicize it. In all states or regions, political zones we have, it's the same story with this royal thrones and stuff like that. We have to, if we want to maintain our culture and retain our traditional institution, which actually is all we have at the end of the day, we should not desecrate them on the altar of politics. This is my take in that one, man.
It's the biggest news to break today, actually. I thought the Choinka interview would be the biggest news, but the return of Lamido Sanusi, I cannot think of anything that surpasses that in the news cycle.
Yeah, he knew. Now, let me know. It's been like 5 days. Even this,
yes, I knew they were going through readings at the Kano State House of Assembly. But I thought it was going to be something long and extended. I didn't know it was going to be snap, 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 and then
you can see the relish with which Governor Yusuf signed the decree and everything, and even display the stamp on it and everything. But you know, a wrong has been righted. That's what I'm happy about. You understand? And because in reality, it shouldn't have happened. Whether Ado Bayero died and then they put his son, his rightful, you know, no, that throne is not a one-line thing. There is a line of Sanusi, there is a line of Bayero. They will all be interchanging. So does Sanusi of today, does he have the right to the throne? Yes, he is royalty, he is royal blood, he is qualified. So I'm glad he's reinstated. A wrong has been righted. So, and that's how it should be. What they should now do now is to put a lot of things in place that will not make this kind of thing happen again. It diminishes the authority of the throne, and it doesn't look good in the eyes of generality of the people, particularly in Africa.
All right, brilliant. You know, I was hopeful that we would not land on Peter Obi again today, but there's an inevitability to it, especially when Wole Soyinka comes out to speak. So the Wole Soyinka interview, what's your take on it? He inviting so many things he said. One of them is inviting Peter Obi not to bother with 2027, but of course, he can tell that to the Marines.
Well, I think the great prof it should have maybe, I don't know. You can't teach an old man, a right-handed old man, to use his left hand in his old age. This is professor. He is outspoken. He doesn't hold back. He gives as much as he receives. You understand? And he brooks no nonsense, and he doesn't suffer fools gladly. And his response actually, as far as I'm concerned, is apt. It is his view, though, and there will be those like me that share his views, and there will be other people that do not share those views. Like I always say, look, the situation we have now, I sympathize with the obedience. Why do I sympathize with them? I've been in their position before. I've said it on this panel before. In 1979, when Awolowo lost, you understand, it was like, I can't repeat what we felt then. You understand? Those of us who are Awolowo supporters. Maybe if the social media was the in thing then, maybe it would have been ravenous as it is today, as it is now. Then I do not know. I cannot say, but with benefit of hindsight, and I know hindsight actually is no wisdom. It's only just temper or check your put your emotions in check. I realize that actually Awolowo did not win that election. No, Awo did not win. Shagari won. Even though that period, you dare not tell us to our face that Shagari won. So this is where my sympathy with them comes, but I know maybe with months rolling in, they will come to realize it. But for Prof saying he should just forget about the next election, I think experience is the best teacher. Let him come on in the next election. The permutation actually really doesn't favor him. The best is being the VP of Atiku Abubakar, because Atiku said yesterday in that Hausa interview explicitly, without equivocation, he will run again, which confirmed what Ohaneze had been warning Obi about. And I don't know why Atiku thinks the trick he used few years, 1 or 2 years ago, will still work now. I mean, I don't know. Politicians are very funny people. You understand? And if Obi has to go it alone this time again, maybe with the LP or the so-called merger, the best Atiku will run. Atiku still, it depends, because what will happen is this. APC will sponsor either of them, because I don't trust Atiku. It's about money. Will sponsor either of them, either Obi or Atiku himself, to act as spoiler. To act as spoiler. Take it from me. To act as spoiler. And if Obi wants to be VP to Atiku and they happen to be defeated in the next election, that is the end of Obi politically. But if they win, if peradventure they won the election, maybe Atiku said he will spend only one term, which I think he will not, no matter what. Because if we're talking about calculation, in this political cycle, the Fourth Republic, we've had 24 years. Out of the 24, the North has only had it for, I think, 10. By Tinubu's own time in 2027 will be...
Sorry, Baba. What you're saying there just put me in mind of something Renaud Mokri put out, I think a couple of days ago. He was saying, if you're looking at the senior positions in the Nigerian governance, that the Yorubas have actually ruled that if you're combining VP plus president, etc., that the Yorubas have actually had more time in power than anyone else. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's arithmetic. It's simple arithmetic. If by 2027, that's 27 years of, let's say, of this Fourth Republic, Obasanjo spent 8 years, Tinubu 4, plus Tinubu's 4, that is, 12 out of 27. Buhari 8, Yar'Adua, I think 2.5 or so, or 2 years. That is just 10. And Goodluck Jonathan 6 years. So the Yorubas have had it more.
No, I think it was saying from independence till date.
Yeah, from independence, let's see, Tafawa Balewa 6 years. Yakubu Gowon, I cannot calculate. He was middle belt.
He argued that Awolowo deputized Yakubu Gowon, so he was at the top table. Azikiwe deputized Tafawa Balewa, so that's 6 years but then after who succeeded Gowon?
Murtala Mohammed died after this.
Who deputized him? Do you know?
Obasanjo did.
Yes, so that's
and
another
he took
round.
over, and Obasanjo spent 4 years and came back again to spend 8 years. So Obasanjo alone, out of the whole this thing, had 12 years totally. Obasanjo ruled us.
So that's why he thinks the country belongs to him, Abi.
Well, I think aggrandizement is part of our Baba's DNA. So let Baba be, please, I beg. You understand? So
yeah, go on.
Yeah, the calculation actually, because it's like when things are like this, nobody wants to believe. It's like, I will win, I may win. It has happened in this climb before, so I will try. Like Atiku said, he said Lincoln failed that many times, 6 times or so. On the 7th time, he won the presidency in America. So he's equating himself, or he's trying to ride on the how do I say, spiritual luck of a Lincoln. I don't know. Whatever will happen in 2027.
The thing with Atiku is I wonder sometimes if his ego is not bigger than his capacity. When he's equating himself to people like Lincoln, he was just a vice president of Obasanjo, and that's the sum total of everything.
Yeah, I think he's an idle man, and he has he's overrating himself. You understand? He was Yar'Adua's boy, and in all the calculations, in political calculations of Nigeria, who is Atiku actually? Apart from having money, you take money out of Atiku. Atiku is nothing. It's not from the right side of the country. It's from the northeast. It's not from central. It's not from west, northwest, and stuff like that. So take the money out of Atiku. Atiku is nothing, but he has an overblown estimation about his personnel himself. So let him bring it on in 2027. He said he's going to run. So this merger thing they are going to talk about, I mean, before we even enter into the merger, you've already taken an entrenched position that I'm going to lead that merger. So who wants to come on board? Nobody's going to go on board. That's why I said the best Obi can do is to be VP to him. He will promise he's going to do one term. That would be foolishness for anybody to believe unless he dies as a president. If not, the North will not agree. They'll say, look, you can't change us. You're going to spend your 8 years. And if today will be 64, by 2027, he will be 67, plus 8 years of him and Atiku running, he will be 75 by the time they finish, when that power will come back to the South. I don't know how that will pan out, what will happen at that. But it's all in the realm of speculation and calculation, which we are all entitled to do. Anyway, we're just playing with numbers and figures and trying to play God. But only God knows what will happen.
All right, staying in that realms of speculation, I somewhat cheekily put out the headline, who is the greatest Nigerian, Wike or Dave Umahi? So I know that's a bit of a stretch, and I know a lot of pushback against that. But are they at least in the conversation if we're talking about the greatest Nigerians, just in terms of their achievements, both as governors and now even just a year into being ministers? Have you ever seen people move at the speed that we are seeing from these two gentlemen?
I think Tinubu is lucky to have somebody like Wike and Umahi, particularly Wike, because two things driving Wike's passion at the moment. One is to prove everybody wrong. You understand that I'm competent. I've done it before in Rivers State, even though they are rubbishing his achievement now, that I can do it again, replicate everything in Abuja, forget politics. And he's doing it. Even though I'm hearing someone say, oh, he's only resurfacing the road. Let it be. He's doing something. Wike is highly competent. He is a driven man. He is a driven man. And Nigeria is lucky for that. If Abuja, as far as Abuja remains our federal capital, we are lucky at this material time in our history to have Wike as the administrator of FCT, because he's doing so wonderfully well. Look at that metro ride, 2 months free. And the negotiation that went into it, I listened to the interview. Even people they sent to China to train, he found that estimate, I think about 132, according to him. 132 million to go train staff that will man that metro. And he said he negotiated it to, I think, $70 million, which is very good. And you can see the difference between 70 and 132. We're talking about 60 million that will have gone down the drain or into people's pockets. Wike is highly competent, whether you like it or not. If just remove politics, remove your hatred, take away his idiosyncrasies, you understand. Look at him as a man who is driven to performance, and you will give him his flowers, no doubt about that. Coming to Umahi, the same thing. Tinubu is lucky to have him, and Nigeria is the ultimate beneficiary because he's a round peg in a round hole. An engineer, not just a degree-wielding engineer, but a fellow of the Society of Engineers, eminently qualified to be the works minister, and is displaying it. Is talking in, is speaking the engineering language. So it's not somebody you can cow. If it's the mathematics of it, it will take you on. If it's the financial part of it, it will take you on. And is putting his money, his mouth where his money is. Before they announced the Lagos Calabar road, we saw the road already being done, being cleared. And I was surprised. I'm not a kid. I'm not in my middle age. But this is the first time I'm seeing a project being announced and taken off at the same time. The first time. I was not born yesterday. It's the first time. And the space and speed with which they are going makes me believe that they could finish this thing in 7 years. And it has even become a political tool. Maybe that's what is intended in the first place, I don't know. But the 9 states that road we're going to traverse, I can't see any politician standing on the podium campaigning for 2027 opposing that road, except he wants to lose those 9 states that road will traverse. So this is the magic of Umahi, who is a gift. And if Tinubu were to do 8 years, I can see Wike and Umahi running the whole gamut of the 8 years with Tinubu without changing portfolio. So we are lucky to have them.
There's absolutely no reason for him to change their portfolio now. I think people actually say,
if you look, nothing in Nigeria. Look at Okonjo-Iweala was removed from his area of competence and made foreign minister, and she left. That's Nigerian politics for you. One of the mistakes Obasanjo made, because people were complaining. Though the complaints, was it justified? Well, the jury is still out there. So we are lucky.
They're actually saying already Wike is on course to be the best FCT minister yet. That of course that crown still being held by El Rufai, but just the pace of development and the speed at which it's working, they're saying it's on course to be the best FCT minister yet.
One man.
I think so. You understand? Because I use the word driven. And, you know, when you are driven, I know what a man can do when he is driven. You understand? And I think...
Yeah, Baba, I don't have a good audio. I'm heading home. When I get home, I want to have a
Okay,
talk.
come when you get home. So let me be at the moment, okay? Please.
A little bit on what you said so far, so you could then respond to it.
No, why not get home first and then come back? I'll be here waiting for you. Drive safe. Thank you. Yes,
right.
woman. Like I said.
I don't know why you guys are afraid of interjecting.
One man, like I said.
Baba, if you don't object, you can let him interject.
No, that's okay.
Hold on. I did actually have something to say. I'm glad you and Ajande Koko are here, Pansat. I'm hoping, I'm considering setting up a debate around the Biafran war on Friday between the two of you. So I'm putting it out there for both of you to consider. And maybe before the end of the session, you can let me know if something that
on Wednesday, right?
No, on Friday.
I accept with my full chest.
No, between him and Abijale Koko, or you and Baba, or either one.
Both of them against me.
No, you can't have both of them against you now because that would be an unfair,
We will batter you and bloody your nose.
All right. Okay, you accept. So we wait for Ajale Koko to be ready. But I want us to start having some sort of like debate around historical
we can look for another day. Friday is a very busy day for me. I can let you know 1 month when sometimes next week. My free
it will be between him and Ja. I think I should moderate that actually and put everything in true perspective. That would be better.
All right, brilliant. But that moderation we have to be unbiased. It has to be.
No, that's what I mean. I said I will moderate it without bias.
All right. So that's on then.
So we so much a debate. We want to hash out the truth and learn from each other. If Ajay has something that elucidates, and I'll do the same thing. So.
And if you are not saying the truth, I will correct it.
No, you can't correct it. You can't correct it now. We can't be biased. What about if Ajay is not saying the truth? Will you correct that?
I will correct it. Sure. 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 Because I'm passionate about our history. Honestly, I'm very passionate about it.
All right, spirit. I will see you guys when I get home.
Okay.
I'll be listening.
Drive safe.
All right. We'll experiment with that, and if it goes well, then we start to do debates. Just to test the history and that's see how accurate they are or establish the facts of them. But no, certainly just back to Soyinka, so we can conclude that he would not be casting his ballot for the former Anambra governor.
No. Wait, look you can hear what he said. Look, one man. Let's look at Nnamdi Kanu. When he started and all the things he said, people like me, people older than me, and people who are into their middle age, who are not Southeasterners, they were highly offended. And I will never forget everything he said about non-Igbos. And every day I see him, I look at him, I always remember. So everything that happened, the Obedience are saying right now, you understand? Like in truth, whether they want to believe it or not. People remember the attitude. I've seen people here on this panel come to justify what they did to Soyinka just because he was against Obi. They unleash on him. I saw even people as high as professors, young professors, I would say, or professors of today, denigrating Wole Soyinka, put him on the floor and wipe him with the death on the floor. I wept. Who is going to forget that? Did they attract friends? No. They repelled even people obedient amongst them that are not Southeasterners or not in the diaspora. They withdrew into their shell. They recoiled. And that's what Professor is talking about, even though he did not put it explicitly. You don't do that. Please, we are Africans. First and foremost, we are Africans. Whether you are cosmopolitan or you think you've imbibe the tenets of other cultures. No. Even UK, United Kingdom, Europe generally, they don't have First Amendment. First Amendment is an American thing. That's why so you can stand in the court and abuse a judge and get away with it. That is their First Amendment. We don't have First Amendment. Don't talk about human rights to some extent. It's an African society. It's a society of culture and respect. And when you want to hide under Western civilization and denigrate our culture of respect, I just look at you. I shake my head, because at the end of the day, you will grow old. You will wear white hair, and it will happen to you. Just like Professor said, it will happen to you. I want to see how you will take it then. Because I hear a lot of things these days about age, about who are you, about things like that. We didn't grow up like that. It's a new thing to me. And they've made more enemies than friends. And we will remember, I tell you.
Oh, all right. All right. Is there anything else in the news cycle that caught your attention, Baba?
I think Bode's George, Chief Bode George.
Oh, yeah. Somebody sent that to me. Was he endorsing Tinubu? Was that what he was doing?
Yeah, well, short of endorsing him, I think he said what we've been saying on this platform before, that one, Tinubu did not create Nigeria's problem. He is trying to solve it. And a problem that has been with us right from independence. 60-something years cannot be solved in 12 months. That's what he's plainly saying. And he's also advising Tinubu to complain and talk to the nation exactly our situation. Socially, politically, economically. That's what he advised. And I agree with him. But he said, look, you cannot, and it's truth. Look, you cannot rebuild something that has been damaged for a very long time overnight. Yes, we can assess where we are in the last 12 months and see and rightfully say, look, are we being led properly? Are the right things being put in place? But you don't do an wholesale rubbishing of a government because you don't like him, you don't like his face, or you don't like what he stands for, or because your own person is not in Aso Villa. No, let's be very objective. It's who we have now sitting as our president. And we should be able to look at what is happening in governance objectively in the last 1 month. Don't trash it. Because no matter how you look at it, it cannot be wrong. On a scale of 1 or 0 to 10, it can be wrong 10 times. You can score him 2 over 10, 3 over 10, but be objective. State your reasons. Want to know why. For every rung of the ladder, which you think he has not put in place, you have to tell us exactly. And this is why I will advise, even starting from tomorrow, which makes it about 5 days to the anniversary. Let's start something about the assessing of the government, because Wednesday alone will not be sufficient for us to do this entirely, because it's like we've been through the dryer, tumbling dryer of a machine in the last 12 months. Are we getting clean, or are we getting still wet, or we're getting half dry, or we're getting dry? So we have to look at it. And that's what Chief Bode George is saying. And I applaud him for that. And lastly, the House of Rep, I know, but I think Senate too is debating it. They want to change our national anthem. I support it.
Yes, I saw that being discussed. How seriously are they, and how far?
Oh, they're taking it seriously, because what we have actually, it doesn't.
Sorry, how serious? Not how seriously, but
yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Arise, O come Petro, Nigeria. No. If you look at the old one,
Nigeria will hail the Abbey. That I used to play that as part of the intro.
Yeah, it is on the scale of poetry.
Nigeria,
we hail thee. Our fathers. I still mime it. I still sing it, with my bathroom voice and things like that. It's so meaningful. And I'm glad they get to it. Obasanjo gave us this new one, this Akbala synchro, which we bang, 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 and things like that. It should be solemn.
So you're not recommending that they commission that video to me or Whiskey?
The old
national anthem. The old national anthem is
carries some a huge message of patriotism.
Yeah, it brings emotions in you.
Yes, emotion and message of patriotism, commitment.
Exactly.
Yeah, but this one, the Arise of Compatriot, it sounds more like a military, like a compatriot. The word compatriot is more used in socialism, socialist governed country.
Yeah, like comrade.
Like a comrade, comradeship, dictatorship, Rise of Compatriot, Nigeria. Rise of compatriot. The only thing that I'm opposed in the last one, I like the old, the former national anthem, but the only thing I want to kick against it is because it's colonial master.
It really doesn't matter.
But it carry that sense of patriotism, messages of patriotism.
Look, Aja, one man, just let's spend a minute. Nigeria will hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all, I'm proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign, in peace or battle honored. And this we count as gain, to hand to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's about nationhood, patriotism, it carries a lot of messages.
A lot of things.
Yes. It's so, the messages in it is so strong, and the call to nationhood is so strong.
It elicits emotion. Imagine when they're playing it.
Let me give you a flavor.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all, and proud to serve
So our flag shall be a symbol. As beautiful as it is, there was not one Nigerian there. They were all South Africans, weren't they?
It really doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Look, these are the things we do.
I never even knew that the flag itself is a carryover from colonial times as well.
Oh, no, it was a Nigerian that designed the flag, Mr. Kingston. He died just about less than 10 years ago. He died. The man who designed the flag. He's a Nigerian. He was a Nigerian, or if I may put it that way. You see, we were too fast in discarding or trying to eradicate everything colonial. Even if we had hesitated and did not even declare a republic in 1963, I think it will have served us better. More so, changing we just try to wipe off everything. Look at Canada. Look at Australia today. You understand? Australia, I think, is not a republic. It's just independent. And Canada, is still a republic or not? I can't really say. I will find out about that. But still, if we are still using the pounds, the pounds will not depreciate or be allowed to go down the way they sabotage us. Because whatever happens to us, if we hinge our
but we still be, but our monetary policy will still be controlled by Britain.
Look,
a bit like the Francophone countries, but start to bring it on, Baba, then.
Yes, woman. So we were just too in a hurry. Maybe we'll have spent some time, but the Pan-Africanism really got to us, and we're in a hurry actually to eliminate or put behind us everything about, maybe because we got the independence on a platter. We didn't fight a war to get our independence. And I think that is one of the factors that really worked against us. Maybe if we had gone to war with Great Britain, maybe we would have appreciated our nationhood more. Thank you, woman. I yield.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's a majestic Baba. Let's see if Ajale Koko is ready. If it's not, then we go to. Are you ready, Ajale Koko?
Yeah, I'm here, woman.
All right, brilliant. I'm not sure where we started from. Did we start?
I was speaking on Sanusi.
Yes, Sanusi. Yes.
So as I was saying then, looking at the political angle of reinstatement of Sanusi Lamido, I think Ganduje is now the loser because the president, I believe, he got hint of the restatement of Sanusi. He got hint of it before they reinstated him, and he didn't resist. He did not resist it. He didn't stop it. So that's, I believe, is a warning to Ganduje that his political career is on the line. I think it's a strong message to him that his political career is on the line. Who is president aligning with now politically in Kano State? I think president is at the middle. It's between him and
you don't think it leans more towards Kwakwanso? Kwakwanso is of value now, and Ganduje is of no value. There's no consequence to getting rid of Ganduje, and there are consequences to not being friendly with Kwakwanso.
You see, because as far as politics of Kano is concerned, it is clear that Kwakwanso is stronger than Ganduje. So who can deliver to get elected next in 2027. Obviously, Kwankwaso is not Ganduje, because Kwankwaso is in farm control, and that farm control, is responsible for the reinstatement of this guy. Sanusi. So the president is playing a kind of politics. He's very cautious. He doesn't want to, he doesn't want to create an atmosphere in Kano that will destroy his political chances of getting Kano's vote in the next election. So, is he a friend to Kwankwaso? Oh, yes, he's a friend to Kwankwaso. He has been a political friend to Kwankwaso before what do you call
In
it?
fact, its relationship with Kwankwaso is deeper and longer than Ganduje. Ganduje is just a new politician now, but it's been Kwankwaso 20, 30 years.
That's right. It's been a political friend to Kwankwaso since the days of SDP, because both of them were in Yaradua camp. Wike Kwankwaso was deputy speaker, or maybe I think was deputy speaker, or one of the principal officers in the House of Assembly. Tinubu was a senator and the chairman of House Committee on Appropriation. So they've been in the same political camp, Yaradua camp, and they've been friends since then, before Ganduje. So, and as well, the president is a friend to, what do you call this guy? The Sanusi. So how would he stop Sanusi to get reinstatement? I mean, get reinstated as the Kano's mayor of Kano. He can't stop it. So Ganduje is a loser. Is the loser right now. And I think he has to be very cautious, and he has to apply wisdom the way on the way forward. The kind of politics is playing with the president. He have to maybe on one-on-one meet with him, try to understand where the president, what politics the president is playing in Kano State, and go along with the president. So if you want to continue to go after Kwankwaso, he cannot win. Kwankwaso is in farm control. And this is what this reinstatement of Sanusi has demonstrated. Kwankwaso is in farm control. Ganduje is not in control. President is aligning with Kwankwaso, behind the door, if not openly, but behind the door is aligning with Kwankwaso. So, and I don't see Kwankwaso ever spoke bad about president since he assumed office. Maybe he did, maybe I've not seen it. If you have heard anything of Kwankwaso, going against the president on any issue or policy, maybe one man you can let me know. I've not seen any. So it is good that injustice has been corrected, illegality has been eliminated, and peace has been restored, honor has been restored, and the illegal marriage created by Kwankwaso are now being scrapped.
By Ganduje.
By Ganduje, created by Ganduje, has now been scrapped. So peace has restored to Kano, and the real emirate, the way it has been, it used to be, the way it has been for centuries before Ganduje now broke it into 5 and set the people of that emirate against each other. I think that has been eliminated, and I think it is good for Kano. So the people of Kano should welcome their emir, because welcoming and accepting Lamido back on throne is, restoring the emirate in the real form of it, So I think Ganduje is the loser, and the president really played a very, very strategic politics there, and I think it's going to work out for him in the future for what he has done, because the emir will never forget that. Well, the president did not stop his reinstatement, and I think the president can use that, to seek for his support and from the people of Kano, to get him re-elected or give him vote in the next election, 2027.
All right. All right. Ajanda Koko, I was going to take you to the Wole Soyinka interview, but I don't want us to get locked in another Peter Obi space. So let me take you to a totally new space. So this picture, I'm not sure if you can see your screen or not, but this picture has been generating a lot of controversy on social media. So this is a meeting between Al-Hassan Dantata, the patriarch of the Dantata group, who I think is the godfather of Dangote, and Tinubu. So you can see how Tinubu is bent over so low in his bow to this man. And a lot of people are averse to this because, of course, Tinubu, the embodiment of the sovereignty of the Nigerian state. But the counter argument is the traditional respect of his culture. Do you approve that the president of the country should bow so low to just an ordinary citizen?
You see, if you see, pictures sometimes but not really show the true situation of things. If we watch the video, that will really tell us how below he went, bowing down to that man.
He did bow that low. He certainly did bow. So it's not even the picture itself that's in dispute. Because Abayo Onanuga is trying to justify it. He'd been the spokesperson. It says President Bola Ahmed Tinubu showed trademark respect to Alhaji Aminu Al-Hassan Dantata, chairman of the Dantata group of companies, when the latter visited him in Abuja on Tuesday. So this is how he tries to justify it. Dantata, 93, on May the 19th, is the patriarch of the Al-Hassan Dantata family in Kano. So he's trying to hide it under the age. That's what is. So the picture itself is a true reflection of what happened, but they are trying to justify it under some respect narrative.
I think that is unjustifiable. The president should not bow down in the public to anybody, because it carries that the most highest position than anybody in that country. No matter who that person is and the position that person occupies in the world, president is president. He must not bow his head down to anybody. But I've noticed this in Tinubu anyway. Several times he tried to show respect to elderly people.
He did it to Awujale.
Yes, so it does that. He has done that several times in the past. You remember when he went to, though he's not the president back then, when he went to, what do you call it? That
OBJ?
senator, no, senator in, what's the name of
Ojikalu, when he went to meet
Ojikalu.
Ojikalu's mother.
You see the way you normally, you see the
If
way
you
he
meet
bent down, Mama,
one man, no,
you know,
but even OBJ,
oh no, so it is
that
I think
woman, Alayo, after I be back to Mogaji, I don't know who else again will be Alaye than Oji's mother.
say Oji mother, I didn't know. So even when you look at his traveling recently, when he met with the head of UAE, or what did he call him? That Sultan of UAE, or what is it? As he was shaking hand, he was bowing his head. He was putting another hand behind him. I think that is the issue. They should caution him that look.
Is he intimidated? Is he intimidated by Muslims? Is that what it is? Especially the Wahhabist sort of Arab Fulani types.
Well, it might be one man.
No, one man. Dantata is a colossus. I mean, come on, one man. That's Dangote's grandfather. That's maternal grandfather. And the father of this one used to be the richest man in West Africa. At least let's put West Africa way back. This their father owns a bank as far as 1922 or so. They own a bank. So I mean, no, whether you are a president of Nigeria or not, you will still know. These are no mean people. I mean, you want to stand and greet a Dantata, the man whose daughter produced the richest African ever? Come on, I just sorry about that. Carry on, please.
Yes, you see, I think it's not good to do this in the public. I totally disagree with it. He
No,
could do
but
it
no,
behind the
Ajao.
shop.
I've seen an American president. I can't remember the one who bowed to the Pope. I can't remember.
I saw Donald Trump bow to the King of Saudi. But you remember that image when they went to touch the orb
They do
in
it
Saudi
unconsciously.
Arabia?
Trump is Obama. It's Obama. It's not Donald Trump.
No, it was Trump. I can look for the image. Look, it was in Saudi. Remember when they were touching that orb, that circle something that he bowed to the king, not the crown prince or the actual king himself. He bowed his head.
Yeah, Abdulaziz, not Salman.
I don't know where. I think I watched the video. He didn't bow, but Trump did not bow. Trump that two jab at Pope when Pope was telling him to be lenient with the immigrant. He told Pope, "Why don't you open up Vatican? Why did you have fence all around Vatican for security of Vatican? Why don't you open it up for them?" So I saw that of Obama bowing his head to the King of Saudi. So President Tinubu could be doing this behind the door to elderly people or people that he has always shown respect to while, before he became the president. But while in the public, he shouldn't allow a photograph of him bowing his head to anybody. It's not good. It shows a total surrender of the state to that person because he is the symbol. Tinubu, for the position he's occupying as the president, is the symbol of power of the state, and he must not bow his head to anybody, no matter what. So this is not good enough. So the spokesperson defending it I think he's just defending indefensible. He should have left it alone. He shouldn't have said anything. He should let people say whatever they want to say, and then they do correction. Next time they talk to the president, manage the president well, and make sure that anytime that when elderly people come in to meet him, they can behind the closed door, they can let the president do whatever he wants to do. And when they are taking pictures, it should be when the president is standing up, upright, and shaking hands with people. So that's
Is that Trump? Yeah, that's Trump.
Sir?
No, the picture one man has put on the screen, the photograph.
No, he wasn't going his head down. They were putting this a badge of honor on him. So he was
okay.
He was stretching his neck out to get that
the medal.
The medal, yes, thank you. Yeah, Medal of Honor. They're trying to put it so it wasn't, but never. Tọ́ba sọ fún yàn pé Trump bá orí ẹ̀ fún yàn lójú oorun, ó yẹ kí yàn sọ pé kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀ láéláé. Trump, the man with the huge, the biggest ego in the world, will bow his head to anybody? Never. So Trump never. He didn't bow his head. He was taking a badge of honor, trying to hang. The king was trying to hang it on his neck, and he was stretching his head out. That's why. That's it. So that's why I'm saying that if I get see the video, that's with tell us. But the spokesperson of Tinubu has confirmed that yes, the president did it. He bowed his head. He's showing respect to an elderly person. So
a lot of Nigerians are angry about it.
Oh yes, we should be angry. That is total surrender of the state, of the power of the state to that man. Who is he? He could be the richest man in the world. Nigeria is not richer than Nigeria. Nigeria carries more weight, more power than a single individual in that country. So the president should know that. They should let him know. This is totally wrong. This is totally wrong. So Bayo Danuga with defending is defensible. They should do better and manage the president well and talk to him. Never do this again. They should say it straight to his face. This is wrong. This is wrong. It's a total surrender of the state to this man, and Nigerian people are not happy with it. That is all they should let him know, so that he should stop it. And when he meeting president outside the country, he should not. I've seen it. I've observed him recently. In his traveling around, trying to show too much respect to other presidents, hanging his, stretching out one hand, hanging the other one to the back as if it's,
like a schoolboy.
Like a schoolboy begging daddy, I'm here, sir. It should stop that. They should tell him it. So, woman, you can pull up if you see that video to, his visit to UAE and some other places he had traveled to. Even to Macron, he was doing the same thing, almost the same thing that, showing total respect. You are the president of the greatest black country in the world. The greatest black country in the world. So stand upright to them, look their face, shake hand, and move on. That's how it should be. So that's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to give us just a little commentary on? I was sort of comparing if Wike and Dave Umahi, if they bracket in the conversation of the greatest Nigerian that has ever lived in terms of governance.
One man with this your Ajasa, greatest Nigerian. Who is the greatest? How many months on the in that position? On that position that we define them as greatest. One man with his Ajasa. Well, I think, look, both of them are doing great job. If you look at Wike, controlling that territory called Abuja, he has done well. If you look at this guy controlling all the federal road across the country, he has done well too. Particularly with the speed, they have taken off this coastal. Shows a total commitment to the work, to building that coastal road, energy, and compensation given to people that their land and properties were, destroyed, to pave way for the coastal road. So it's showing that, yes, it's really on top of it. Really want to build that coastal road. And he repair that third mainland bridge. I mean, it shows seriousness. Somebody that is ready to work, that really want to do the job and get it done on time, and get it function, for the people. So, and he has mentioned a lot of road within this short time that have been done across the country. You mentioned what is this? He mentions a lot of.
Adele Coco, you're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Okay. So for this short time that he has been in office, and with many places that he has repaired road, bridges. One of it is this one you are showing now. Is it not the third mainland bridge? So within the short time that
this is Abuja. This is the transformation that Wike is.
Wike.
The other guy is doing a lot, though.
You see, sometimes experience matters. So they have brought the experience. Umahi brought that experience of a builder into that ministry, and an engineer. He built Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State was like how do you define Lagos in the past? Is it fishing? How do you describe one man?
Fishing backwater.
You see, Ebonyi was a kind of a backward state. So he was able to build that state, to build infrastructure, make it a modern state, a state that is even ready. He has built so much infrastructure, for the future in that state. So investors just need to move in and start, contributing to the economy of the state. What is necessary to attract investors, he has done it in that state. He has built malls, he built roads, he built hospitals, he built universities, he built a lot of things, that can attract investors and businesses into that state. So experience from there is what he has brought into this ministry. The same thing Wike, did a lot of road work. I mean road work in River State. He built a fantastic hospital, cancer, and a lot of things in that state. So and this is one thing that I have said several times about Nigerian politicians. I have said it that it is not difficult to build. It is not difficult to govern well. It is not difficult to deliver to the people. If Wike and Umahi within short time can do what they have done, and we are seeing it. And our guy, I will not leave out what do you call it, Minister of Internal Affairs. I won't leave him out.
Bosun Tijani.
Bosun Tijani. This short time for what this guy has achieved, it tells me that look, if Nigerian politicians really want to work, if they really want to serve Nigerian people, they will do wonder.
Don't forget Kayamu.
Yes, sir. They will do wonder within a short period of time. It is not difficult to govern well, for God's sake. It is all about money. When the money is there, there's budget for it. Commit it into what is specifically meant for. But a situation where they don't commit that allocated fund for what is meant for, that is where that is what causes misgovernance. So it is not difficult. So between two of them, I don't know who I can pick first, but both of them are done well. But Wike is the face of the country, whether we like it or not. Wike today occupy a very strategic position than any minister in that country, because he occupied the Federal Capital Territory. Every ambassador that leave, every embassy or mission, foreign mission of other country in Abuja, every head of foreign mission, Wike is represent the president there. So, and I have seen several videos where many ambassadors have, visited him at his office, promising, to assist Nigeria, to partner Nigeria in so many areas of life, cultural, educational, agricultural, technical partnership, so many areas. So they are visited where. So Wike is occupying a very strategic position that, working well, developing Abuja will really position Nigeria as a country that is ready for investor, particularly Abuja. When Abuja look good, when Abuja have all the infrastructure, modern infrastructure, that meet international standard, I think, Nigeria will become a country that is an international country. Abuja will become an international city. So that is the great job that Wike is doing, and is doing it well. Is building it very fast, and in that respect, I think he will come on top because he stands at the gateway between other countries and Nigeria. When it comes to international, what do you call it? Every international foreign ministers ambassador in Nigeria. So Wike is the face of the country to them because they have met him several times. Many of them have met him, and he is as well seeking their support, to cooperate with Nigeria in so many areas of life that will contribute to the development of Nigeria. So Wike is occupying strategic position and is doing well, projecting Nigeria as a country that is ready, that is ready for international stuff. So that's my take there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajande Koko. Let me go from here, Ajande Koko, to Man of Prestige, who hopefully is now ready for us. Prestige, we came to you first, but you just disappeared.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Good to have you.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you.
Great, everybody. Yeah. Can you just give me a free hand to flow? To flow. Do you mind?
No, go for it. I was going to suggest exactly that.
Okay, let me start with where Jerry Coker, not the one he stopped, the one before, his last comment about the best performing. So let me go to the one of bowing. I myself, I don't believe in bowing to anybody. Okay, that's not in my image. That I don't bow to nobody. I mean, we are all created equal. But whatever fits you, if you want to bow, I don't have any issue with that. So I don't have any issue with with bowing to anybody. Maybe that's the form of the form of respect. I mean, he's serving us. If he decide to bow,
So if you are meeting United States President today, you will not bow your head while
who me?
shaking. You.
Bow my head to who?
To United States President. If you are meeting him and you are shaking hands, you will not bow your head. You will just stand
For
up like
what? Why would I bow my head to him?
for
He's
like
an ordinary person. I mean, he's serving me.
ordinary
What are you talking
United
about?
States
No,
President, ordinary
I
president.
don't.
United
I mean,
States President, ordinary
there's
person.
many other way to respect. I don't believe in bowing. That's just me, okay? I don't believe in bowing. I mean, I don't see any issue with Tinubu doing it, in my own opinion. Yeah, he's the number one citizen of the country. I mean, that's something unofficial. It's not official. He's not doing it like that's what he's supposed to do. I mean, if he chooses to do that, that does not diminish diminish him as the number one citizen because he bowed to somebody, a form of well respecting. I mean, I don't know why people are making a lot of big deal about that. So, in my own opinion, I don't perceive that. So, if he chooses to do that, power to him. That's the way he respect. But I'm not going to do it. So, I just wanted to chime in on that. I don't have any issue. I don't have any ball about what he's doing.
Do you removing it from the individual something? Do you think it diminishes the sovereignty of the country somewhat? Because he, of course, is the embodiment of that sovereignty. Is the number one, is the first citizen of the country. So
No,
is
no,
it not?
I
Is
don't because when Obama
Tinubu
did it,
bowing? Is that not Nigeria bowing?
no, I mean he's bowing as an individual, being the president. I mean, Tinubu is not Nigerian, but he's the number one citizen. He's just one out of out of 200 and something million. So it does not diminish Nigeria.
Yeah,
So it
but
depends on.
it's the most important Nigeria.
Yeah, he is the
Yeah.
number one citizen. There's no doubt about it, but that does not take away who he is. I mean, this is just the way I rationalize things. This is just me as an individual. I mean, I'm not taking whatever everybody's opinion is about that, but I'm coming up from the way I see things. It does not diminish him by no means. Obama did the same thing, when he went to Saudi Arabia. A lot of people are making a big deal about that. It wasn't this younger guy, but I think it was their father or whatever. So I don't have any issue with that. Not even a minute. Not even a second. So that's what he chooses to do. Power to him. It's a form of respect. That's the way you want to call it respect. I don't have a
So you
lick
are
of.
still seeing him as ordinary Nigerian. So are you still looking at him as just
No, no,
an
no. What I'm
ordinary
saying, he's
Nigerian?
one out of he's one out of 200 and something million, but he's the number one citizen. It does not diminish what he stands for as the number one citizen of this country. In my own opinion, okay, this is what I'm speaking. My own strict opinion. I don't perceive it any kind of diminution, in that regard. He's still gonna maintain. He's still gonna maintain who he is. So if you choose to bow, to anybody, I mean, I'm just talking about anybody. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I mean, that's the way I see that. I mean, you have, your opinion is, it's way taken. That's the way you see it. You're not alone. There's a lot of, people, that perceive that as inferior.
So
For
you
a
don't
head of.
see him as as a symbol of the state. You don't see Tinubu as symbol of the state of the
Yes,
country.
he's a symbol of the state, but he can respect somebody if he chooses. Yeah, he's the symbol of Nigeria
Okay,
as a
man of
state, but
Brazil,
that does not take away. That does
let
not
me
take.
ask Ajan Lekoko, when Kennedy bowed to the mother as president of America, what do you say about that? He bowed to the mother.
To his mother.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you just said it now. That's the mother. The mother of the
Okay.
president. The mother will always be the mother. But it is
Let me tell you, Ajali Koka, we don't have that culture where we are. But even at all, we have that culture. If I choose not to bow to my dad, I'm not going to. Let's assume it's our culture. I'm not going to.
Well, that is you. You don't. You are that's
Yeah. That's what I'm
your
saying. Me as an individual, that's the way I look at things, and it cannot be changed. Even my dad can't change
But
it.
what we are saying is that look, the symbol of the state must not be surrender to
It's not surrender. What is he
individual.
surrendering? Can you tell me what he's surrendering? Does he surrender Nigeria dignity and what we stand as a power? Whatever the way you classify us, third world nation, powerful nation, giant of Africa. Tell me, in reality, what does that do to Nigeria? Are you going to tell me, say, okay, let's consider, let's go back. I know we call ourselves giant of Africa, whatever that may mean. So you telling me because Tinubu, let's assume let's play in African, spirits. He went to any other country, maybe back to a king or whatever. Are you telling me other African countries, gonna start disrespecting Nigeria because of that? I don't see that.
That is not what I'm saying. But what we are saying, why do you think a lot of people all over the world are against what you did, what he did?
Well, that's them, but it's not me. I
Hey,
mean,
that's what we are telling you.
we
That is
have billions of
your
people all over the world. People reason differently. I can't reason like Ajali Koga, as much as I respect you,
and
no way. I mean, you and I are not the same DNA. So I don't think like that. I'm
I
speaking
agree.
particular me. I'm not even speaking for my wife or family.
I respect your opinion, but a lot of Nigerians, I tell you, if we have to
Yeah.
vote
I've
on
I've seen I've seen a little bit of that.
90%,
I just saw the
so
caption, but I didn't read it all.
yeah,
So
if we have to vote on this picture, 90% of Nigeria will disagree with the president, meaning that your opinion
no. You're probably
does,
right, but I'm not. I'm
is
not the
a
90% of
opinion
Nigerians.
that does
If I'm
not
gonna be the
matter.
1% or 10%,
But
that suit me.
Dan Coco, doesn't most of the silent people bow down to the no? They do that every time, so it's not normal.
What do you say?
Most of the silent people, when they go to the north, they bow down to the northern leader. They do that every time. You will do that, you will do that to the nonos, because they are daddy.
I can barely hear you. I couldn't hear what you said. Is that Charles?
Yeah, I'm saying that. Doesn't that happen in Nigerian politics? That every time the south must bow down to the north, they must bow down to them to show
We don't.
respect.
We don't hear you properly. If you don't mind, you need
You
to
say
speak
anytime that
up.
that met the north, you must bow down to them. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes, that's what you said.
Not really. I don't.
Is that because they are daddy?
I don't think so. I think Tinubu is just a personality that respect elders. And I think that is what
Thank you, Ajali Koka. You just said it. That's the way that's the personality of him. So are you going to
yeah,
take that away from
but
him
look,
because he's
no,
the
hold on.
president?
That personality, the office of the president overweight that personality. His
Where is
personality
that
is
written?
one
Is
thing.
that on
Hold on,
official stuff that's written
hold on
somewhere?
now. Hold on. The office that is occupying carries more weight than his personality. And that
Who
office,
made that narrative?
hold
Who
on
made
now,
that narrative?
hold on.
It's person
That
like
office,
you.
hold on now. And that office is the highest office of the land, which must not bow to anybody in that country, no matter how
So let me
highly
ask you,
that
Ajali
person.
Koka, what does
Yeah.
bowling mean? What does it signify? And I just want to hear from you. I know, what does bowling
Surrender,
signify?
surrender, surrender.
Respect
Surrender.
now. It is not respect. Eh,
Okay, surrender or
It
sign
is
of
not respect.
respect. But who cares? This is
Respect.
why the world is so construed these days.
No.
I
What
mean,
do you
little
mean
things
by who
you
cares?
took it to extreme.
What do you mean by who cares?
Yeah, I don't care.
That seat of the president is the highest in the ground, most respectable in the ground.
He
Every
did not do
other position.
anything
Hold on now.
wrong.
Every other
Ajali
position.
Koka.
hold on. Every other position in that country must bow to that office.
I'm not going to.
That office is the symbol of the state, the symbol of authority, the highest authority of the land. You don't
Let's
understand it.
assume this
You
is
don't know what that
hypothetical.
office
I probably
represents.
doesn't have the privilege. Then nobody is going to invite me because I'm nobody. But let's assume, hypothetical, that I'm invited to go to the White House or to the Aso Rock. I'm not going to bow. I'm going to greet the president, respect him as the number one citizen.
You will bow. You will bow. You'll be struck by the awe and the majesty of the space.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm going to. That would be very disingenuous to myself if I do what I don't believe. What is not part of my personality. I can't even fathom doing that because it's not going to come. I'm not that kind of person. So there's nothing that's going to persuade me from doing that. I'm just, that's not happening.
When you see people that matter than you in the society bowing their head, nobody will tell you before
bow.
bow
I'm
your
going
head.
to respect them. I'm going to shake them. Whatever is their title, I'm going to call them by their title name. But
okay, what are you going to lose? What are you going to lose by bowing your head to show respect to others? You're going
because
to
it's
lose
not in
anything?
me. I can't
No,
do
do you
what
remember this girl?
I can't
This
present
girl,
what I'm not. I'm not going
do
to
you
be a fake.
remember the girl
I'm not going to
Buhari
be a
gave
fake
a
of what I'm
national
not.
honor? The Akpata girl, the musician, who did not bow.
An ego?
Her career was ruined because she didn't bow.
Yeah. So your ego in you will not let you bow to it.
Misconstruing the whole stuff. What is
all right,
ego?
back to the break stage.
It has nothing to do with it. I thought it was a very interesting dialogue with Ajali Coca. But Ajali Coca, yeah, your opinion is very valid, okay? But I don't share that view, okay? Thank you very much. So my second point, I'm gonna before I go to your other topic, I'm gonna start with Wole Soyinka. This is somebody I respected with all his accolade and everything that he has accomplished. There's no disrespect to that. But the 2 points that he made in the last 2 days, I was kind of taken aback by by the word that he said, and I'm gonna read it verbatim. The first one, he said, I think the first one. Let me see the one that he said first. Okay, he said that Obi shouldn't run, right? Because they are incompetent. That's including Obi. So they're incompetent. And Wolenchuk, I don't know what's tickling him, he has not been spoken, but whenever he speaks, it's always about, about obedience. These obedience people are young. They are not, they are naivete when it comes to politics. I don't know why you should try to ride with them, strolling them and they strolling him or whatever. Yeah, they may have done, they may say, use the word, kind of word, to stroll him, but I'm not, it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be responding to them. This is a man of dignity, to the one of the highest, in Nigeria, in Nigerian place. So I'm not gonna come here, but I'm gonna use this word like this. I don't know, I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't really say that, but I'm gonna say he is speaking like somebody, with hallucination, right? Which is a false perception of
You think
event.
it's senile, Abi? You think it's going senile?
Yes, yeah, that's what I mean. A false perception of event. That's what he's doing. What am I saying? This for him to say categorically, that Obi himself that he has the fat. How can you make such a statement? You can say that maybe Obi encouraged, but he's telling us that he has the fat that Obi encouraged people to insult him. How can you make such a how can you make such a fallacious statement? So that's what I thought. That's part of hallucination.
It brought proof.
Where is the proof? Where is the proof? Where is the video? What is a proof? A proof is a video. Hold on. A proof is a video where Obi directed them to, or any kind of written something or email or whatever, where Obi directed them to insult him. This is where I have a problem with him. The one that he say he has the fat. Bring the fat. It doesn't even make sense. That's a hallucination. That's a false perception.
you know what he said? He said Obi has firm control over that obedience space. So if they are abusing him, then that would be to Obi's approval.
Okay, he may say that. Okay, that's way taken. I don't have no issue with that. But it's to the extent that he went further to say that he has the fact, he has the data to prove it. I mean, is that not a hallucination in that regard? I mean, how can you say something like that? You know, bring the video. I don't have any him having his opinion about the obedience of what is fracas going on between them. I mean, I respect him a lot, but in my own opinion, I think he shouldn't be indulging with them, because they are too young and all that kind of things. They are just involved in politics. They do that, it's all social media. This is the way it is. Maybe when he was growing up, the social media is not as as it is right now. So me having a problem with that. He's not the only one the obedience has abused. I mean, I don't know why he's taking it so personal. He hasn't speak. And let me give this is the same Wale Soyinka that said he's not going to judge this present government until after 1 year. It's 1 year already. The 29 is already here. And he didn't come out and judge them, and judge them about their misguided, wrong policy. And to make matter worse, I mean, this government has government has been terrible in all means. And let me give you this data.
But it's not 1 year yet.
It's already 1 year.
Now. What are
So
you saying?
29, it doesn't matter. He should have come out.
Yeah.
Why going to be narrative? Is that his problem? I'm making out some statement that he doesn't have any fact to back what he said. I'm not saying he doesn't have opinion to criticize obedience and other thing. But the one that says he has a fact.
Were you listening to him with bias? If you listen to him,
no, because in my own opinion, he's damaging his reputation. In my own opinion, as a single person, that's the way I see it.
Because man, he's showing his true
colors.
Yeah,
I mean, why are you saying you have a fact that will be directed them? I mean,
he said he watched it. Hold on. He said he watched his body language. He said he watched the way he picked his call. He said he watched maybe.
So is that a fact? Is that the data to prove that will be directed them? It don't make no sense. Body language doesn't tell me. He was in the same room. If he was in the same room with Obi, when Obi was directed them, yeah, body language is a part of communication. But tell me the video where the obedience surrounding Obi.
Are you saying that Obi does not have control over those people? Is that your point?
That don't make any sense. There's no correlation to that. There's no correlation about the one that he said he has the fact. That is, I have an issue with that statement. A fact. Where's the fact? I want to see the fact. So he's carrying this in his head. I don't know what's going on with him. It doesn't make no sense to be quarreling with all these people. You need to keep your dignity in touch. I mean, they don't want it for you to be fighting with them. I mean, these are people like your son and grandson and everybody. I mean, I don't see the way you see. This is strictly my opinion. I'm not, I mean, you have your own opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why we come to this one platform, and pour our own, different opinion. So I completely, I disagree with him. I should expect him to come, after 1 year of the president, like he promised to come and tell us. For example, if you look at the Guardian newspaper, I'm just going to give you a little bit of example where this government has failed us. I mean, inflation to the highest level. This is the living of human being. Okay, let me give you a little bit of this. Okay, a basket of pepper was 5,500 naira when Tinubu took over about a year ago. Now it's 22,000 naira. Spaghetti of cattle was 1,700. Now it's 2,800. Tomato was 3,600. Now it's 5,800. Beans per bag was 2,800. Now it's 7,500. A rice 5 kilo gig was 26. Now it's 26,000. Now it's 85,000. So I mean, do you want me to go on? Even a Gary, common Gary. I mean, the poor man, poor man food in Nigeria.
How much was the naira to the dollar? When
it was about 7 or less than 7. I think it was between 6 and 7.
And how much is it now?
Oh, as of today, it kind of fluctuates, between 1,400, 1,500, or
So does that
1499.
not
So you
does
can
that
call
not
it 1500.
does that not explain all of that list that you just ran through? If the currency has lost half its value, then that reflects in the market. So
Okay, who caused it?
But Nigeria, it was Nigeria that caused it.
No, it was the policy of this government. I mean, I'm not saying they started it. The country has been going, downwards, right? But when this government came over, everything just exponentially just went down the drain. It's not even close. I mean, we're talking about maybe something with, maybe something will go up, maybe say about 50%, 100%. But yes, it's like 300%, 400%. I mean, why can't you be, you can see it. It's the policy of the government. That's where we are right now. So in my own opinion, this administration has not accomplished nothing. I mean, we can give a credit somewhere where something is due. I mean, I rate them as 0.5, not even 1%. I'll be honest. One out of 10. I'm sorry. I give them 0.5 out of 10. So it's not even close. Hopefully something will get better. But as of right now, as of 1 year, I'm calling it 1 year. Next month is the 29. So might as well call it 1 year. I'm not the only one. A lot of people have been, evaluating their performance in Nigeria. So how come Wole Sheikh hasn't come and and do that? And he's very much focused on obedience. People who are your kids and all that. The social media people who want attention. I mean, he should get away from that nonsense. It doesn't fit him, a man of his own caliber. I mean, that's just the way I see that.
That is his own opinion on.
Yeah, there's
On
nothing wrong with your opinion, but when you come here and make some statement that he has the fact, I mean, and telling Obi not to contest. Okay, yeah, tell Obi not to contest, but you can't tell me they are incompetent. This present government is the worst incompetence, in office. So I don't have any problem telling Obi not to contest, but telling that
he told you that when Obi tweeted to tell them to slow down, he said they actually sensitively, meaning that he have the control of these people, but
he may
he didn't
say
want to.
that, but he's saying that
Yeah, that is,
he has the fact that
Obi
Obi is directing them to insult him, insult anybody that went against their view.
That man, if you are listening, him going after the professor. Listen with open mind. Listen to him with open mind.
Why? I mean, you and I are Jolly Coca. You and I talking or whatever. You see people.
What he's saying.
Hold on. You see people on the chat.
Hold on for him.
You see people on the chat talking to people anywhere. I don't pay attention to the chat.
He has a different view. Yeah.
I don't pay attention to the chat. I mean, I think I'm matured enough not to do that. It doesn't bother me. It don't bother me a minute. It doesn't take away from who I am or my accomplishment or who I am. So I hope he can, I mean, he's a different person, but I never know him to be like this, until recently, until this after election. I mean, it's something that, he's known to be doing before. Then I will say, okay, this is his personality. So what has changed? Is it what I just said? I mean, is having any kind of false perception of event? Is that where this is coming from? But having said that, on a more lighter note, one man, before I go to the other two topics, I want people to comment what transpired yesterday. I mean, it was an unbelievable event that that man pretty much had himself, written in the world history. It has never been accomplished almost about 2 decades by any and by by anybody in Europe Cup. It has never done what Ademola Lookman did. The hat trick that he accomplished.
Yeah.
That's an unbelievable feat, and it has never been done by any African player on that stage. So we should give kudos to that guy. That guy has really arrived, okay? And he's going to win the African Football of the Year. Before it was between him and Boniface. So right now it's not even a close game, and there's no other Africa, playing soccer, that even have close to his accomplishment. The only person you can say that the two defenders, one that play for Burkina Faso and one that play for Ivory Coast, they won African Cup of Ivory Coast won African Cup of Nations, but they won the German league or something like that. But most of the time, they don't crown defender. They only crown, most of the time. I can't recollect if any defender has ever been crowned the African Footballer of the Year. If I'm wrong, let somebody tell me a defender. It has always been, attacker, the forward, But anyway, I'm giving my credit in a very large form here to Ademola Lookman. He has accomplished what nobody has accomplished, in that particular Euro form. And it was played in your people background, backyard, Dublin. So that brings me to my second question about one man. Why you staying that in that country? If the country is good, I don't think you're going to stay in that country because that British, they are nonsense. I mean, this is a place that rain all the time. I mean, fog all the time. I mean, how you stay there? And they're here castigating Nigerian all the time. I'm not even going to talk about what went on during the Megan, So this is the way some of them reason. Particularly that right wing, right wing in media, I think it's Mirror or whatever I call him, which is controlled by Rupert Murdoch, which is part of Fox News. I'm not saying people are not racist in America, but what they are doing, they're bringing us, they're bringing it to our face. How racism and everything, how they tend to downplay, Nigerian. Why am I saying this? Because of what just transpired about what I said about Ademola Lookman accomplishment. Did you know what the British media said? A lot of them, they said, instead of everybody congratulated the Nigerian, for his accomplishment, and they said a flock Lookman deprived what's his name the Boniface, their team, deprived them the cup. They call him a flock. They say he was struggling, when he was with Everton. So how did a flock Lookman deliver? Imagine that kind of insult to Lookman and the whole Nigeria as a whole. Why are you calling a flock? Why not call what happened at that moment? Enjoy with him just because just because he decided not to play for England and play for his country of origin. And you are not calling him a flop.
He played for several clubs here, and
I know. I'm familiar with his history. Remember this guy?
Yeah, but
he won the for Nigeria.
It was a flop in the UK.
For one man, you live in London, but I can educate you about soccer. Okay, I will take credit for that. But anyway, 4 Nigerians participated in under 21 in the world. I think that's the first British under 21 or second British under 21 that ever win the World Cup. Ademola Lookman and some other 3 Nigerians, Nigerian descent, they won that World Cup for them. I'm talking about under 21. That's the first time they won, the second time, I don't remember. So that guy has accomplished a lot. I mean, he struggled a little bit before he went to Atlanta, Atlanta in Italy. So he has done a lot. I'm just coming here to narrate and give a kudos, to where kudos is due. He's deserved it. I'm bashing the British government for, or the British media for not respecting him. What's the name of the other guy? The tall guy that used to play for, is that Croft or whatever they call him? You remember the guy? He's about 7 feet or 6 feet something.
Crouch.
Yeah, and guess what nonsense he said? He said that he was impatient. He should have been patient, to play for England. So he shouldn't play for Nigeria. That's the statement.
He couldn't have played for England because he wasn't good enough.
Exactly, he wasn't good enough. But that's not what he said today. He said he was impatient. If he was patient, he would have, maybe by now with this accomplishment and his form, because he has been in form in the last 2 years. It's not just something that started. I mean, they don't play him regularly. I don't know what's wrong with that coach. I mean, he scored a lot of goals last year. Then this is his second year right now. So he has been awesome, unstoppable. But the British media don't want to see them, and they're taking a lot of our players, but most of them is going to regret it. I think one guy, Eze, has, he's been drafted in their squad right now. And they're going to use them, they're going to use them and throw them away. They're not going to put them because they know they have, they're not originally from British, even at all they are born there. But anyway, I'm just vesting my anger to the British people, okay? If you don't mind.
Well, if you're a follower of football, I think you shouldn't have mind those English pundits. They are all drunkards.
Yeah,
So
but I have to call them. I
they
have to
are
call them
those
out what they
Beer
are. I
Gosling,
mean,
Beer
they are
Gosling,
all of them speaking with a pure
drunkard.
minded, you know,
Be it Peter
more than
Crouch,
drunkard.
be it the Man U defender, Carragher. I mean, Carragher is not even ashamed. Somebody Thierry dribbled and he fell down and Dobale for Thierry Henry before Thierry Henry scored when he was with Liverpool. He talks today eloquently about football and things like that. And I start to wonder that we saw all of you play. The other guy, Manu, went to La Liga to coach a team, and it was a flop. Most of them are a flop. Look at the Chelsea greats. Even Lampard, was he not a failure as a coach? And a lot of things like that. But that's why I call them drunkards. So what they are doing to Lookman
But
is
anyway,
not new.
we said, you know, I took my point in one man, and
They are just they are
I'm just tired of the
bloody
British people, you
drunkards.
know, guys, you know, I mean, shaming us all the time. I'm not America, you
I
know.
want
I mean, they may not like you, but they're not gonna come to public and shame you. Only Trump did it, calling us, you know, only Trump that made that statement. But you know, America is racist too. But the British, they try to, you know, do it in your face. What are you gonna do? So this is why I don't like them. And the country is not even good.
But
I can't live in that
and the
country.
3 goals
I
were
don't know how you're
beautiful
living in that
goals.
country, one man.
Beautiful
There's
goals.
no sunshine. It's
I've,
rain all the time, muggy
I've
all the
watched those
time.
goals. I've watched those goals like 10 times. The three
Oh
goals
man,
Lukman scored. I mean,
Baba, that Baba,
damn.
particularly the last goal, it was unbelievable. I mean, it's a
Tabisu,
call.
Tabisco, that Malia. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's
Jeez.
good the Malian, right? It's good the because the guy was kind of playing hard on him,
One on
tried to
one.
tackle him
Take
hard.
over. And wow.
Exactly. I
I
think
watch it.
what people don't realize, I hate to be, you know, going on this, you know, maybe some people who are not soccer fanatic like you know, so I have this space. I'm not, you know, I'm gonna come to politics later, you know. So, you know, I take joy talking about Nigerians, you know, whenever they perform. I mean, we have the best players in the world right now, currently in Africa. I mean, they're
If
all
not,
young,
even
26,
when you are
23.
saying, look at Oshime goal, the one he scored against, is it
Yeah,
Milan?
the header, right? The
That
header,
header,
right?
that suicidal header, that should have been
Exactly.
the European goal of the year, as far as I'm
No,
concerned.
we're Nigerians, you know, when it comes to
That
football,
was
we
a
are playing. And
suicidal
today,
goal. How could
in
they
even
do
our
that?
under 17, you know, they walloped Togo 3-0 to qualify to play Africa. So, you know, we are doing good. Just like we need to be. I mean, if we set up our mind to do something, apart from the government that has not been good to us, Nigeria can accomplish a lot, you know, more than, you know, I mean, they should be a developed nation right now, but that's a story for another day. So, but you know, I have to glow about, you know, some of Nigerian accomplishments. So let me go. What's next? One man. Is that Ganduje, right?
Yes, the emir of the return of Lamido Sanusi.
Hmm. I've not really followed Nigerian media about, you know, the return and everything, but that's very interesting. So what is going on there? I mean, I had people talking here, but if I'm right, you know, maybe Baba can educate me on that. So being that APC is under, I mean, no, Kanu is under Kwankwaso. So does they have to take approval from the president? Is that not a local or state, you know, issue? Do they have to take an, you know, approval from the president in order to give him back that throne? Baba, that question is to you.
It is a security angle of it, because that kind of thing can touch a nation and there'll be conflagration. So they have to bounce it off the presidency, because if the
Mhm.
country burns, it's on the head of the president. So you don't do such a thing single-handedly without rubbing minds with the president that
Consulting,
you're
okay.
going to. It's for
So the
security
way I
reasons.
see it, neither the president decided to play neutral, or he can say go ahead and do it, maybe for political reason. So the point I'm trying to make is Ganduje becoming irrelevant right now. I mean, I don't see his political capital. Let's be honest, because he's, you know, he's nothing. I mean, he's not the governor anymore, so he doesn't have a political capital. So in that state, I don't see his value. I mean, Tinubu can put another person there, whatever he choose. because he doesn't have any kind of political capital, regardless how political genius he may be. But political capital, he does not have it. You know, and that state is being ruled by Kwankwaso, Kwankwaso governor, in that state right now, the party. So that's who ruling that state. I don't know why. I guess when it comes to Nigerian politics, it's always vengeance or whatever. But having said that, the way he was dethroned or he was removed or truncated from that position was not right. So he's been reinstated right now. So that's basically what it is. But it's part of Nigeria. It's part of Nigerian politics. I don't have any issue with that. Maybe he's getting back. What deserved. If it is in right protocol, I don't have an issue with that. So let him get back what belonged to him. You may call it 14 or 16, but he's definitely going to be 16. Like we stay. I think it was Baba that made that statement. Like if Trump come over, he's not going to maintain the same number. Even at all he won't. But he's got a very good chance of winning. Even at all I don't like him. So I don't have that much to say in that. I think I have one more. Okay. The one more is Umahi, which is the last question you posed. Who is the greatest in Nigeria? One man. Why would you put such a caption there? The question is still one man. What made them greatest?
No. I think they both I think they both come into the conversation as
one man. You are lucky. Electronics divide you and man of press. He will have given you a dirty slap.
But anyway, I guess one man, try to get our attention. I mean, that's part of savvy being a media person. But it just we are talking about it right now. I mean, they have only been there for 1 year, so you can't really, in a more realistic note, which that shouldn't be a debate. Who is the greatest man? You're gonna say who is the greatest in this administration? I think that's what should have been the realistic. No, I mean I don't have the way you put it. Just it's just an attraction something. That's part of your social media narrative, but it's who is the best between two of them or something like that. I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted. Of course, I don't like Wike. I don't like Wike just because of his personality or whatever. He may have done okay. That's my own opinion in River State. He may have done okay. I mean, River State has a lot of money. Just because he big bridges and everything, that doesn't make you. That's not an accomplishment to me. That is what is expected of you. Maybe building the hospital or whatever. Those one can be kind of accomplishment in my own dictionary. But building road and flyover, no, that is expected of you. We are paying tax for you to do that. Nobody care that you build bridge. You're supposed to build bridge and maintain it. So that's an accomplishment. But going back to where where he is right now, which is the federal capital, so that's where our narrative is focusing. I mean I can't really speak what he has done, but everybody's saying what he has done and what. But the jury, the jury is not out yet, so we can't really conclude. So this is what he has done. Maybe we are looking at the policy, the preliminary of what he has set up to do. If it is accomplished, then I can give kudos, to him. But for now, I don't have any kudos to give him. It's not because my biasness against him. I don't like him, and I don't like his part of politics. Okay, so that's where I have a disdain for him in that regard. And if I have a disdain, that's going to overshadow anything that he do. I'm sorry to be biased, but I don't like Wike. Not even a minute. He's my worst, one of the worst, one of the worst politicians in Nigeria, including my governor, Hope Uzodinma. Both of them, I don't know who I will rank higher. Maybe I'll rank my governor higher as the worst than Wike. But
man of prestige, is it
yeah.
safe to say that you are jealous of Wike?
What am I supposed to, for what? What am I supposed to be jealous? Tell me.
For them being great according to one man. For them being a great Nigerian.
No, they are not. He's not. He's just doing what he's supposed to be, what he elected to be doing. And I'm not going to give him a grade in River State right now. I mean, in the FCC right now. I mean, people are saying he's doing well or he has laid the foundation because nothing has been accomplished yet. Maybe he's laying some foundation until things actually accomplished. And that go to Umahi. Yeah, he has laid the
Didn't
foundation
you
and
see
everything, all
that
this
road
project and
one man
everything.
showed?
Huh?
The road one man showed. The video of the
No,
road.
those road has been there. You've been to Abuja now. Why are you deceiving us, Baba? He
No,
didn't
some
build
of the
those roads.
no. Some of the adjacent roads are new.
No, he may
And
have he may have
he
renovated them.
resurfaced.
I mean, he
He
may have
res-
painted them. He did not build them. He
oh
did.
God.
He has not built any road from scratch. If he did, let me have the information. He did some
I will
renovation.
find it for you tomorrow. I'll
Okay,
find
that'd be
find it
good.
for you.
I'm going to be here.
It is some road. And the metro thing, what about the metro thing? He has
Yeah, has it started functioning or is in the work?
He said from Tuesday they can use it
Okay,
when the
we see when they
president
come on Tuesday. We see because
launch it on Monday.
I'm
And it's
always
going to
very
be
skeptical
free.
when it comes to Nigerian politicians until things actually being accomplished, like this David Umahi you're talking about right now. I've not seen any old road and everything has been, it's just a project that's supposed to be complete. So we see how long this, most of this project that's laid out. Yeah, I give Umahi credit. I mean, he brought a Bonny State because Bonny State was to the last time I Googled before he took office and started doing whatever he's doing in Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State was second to the last in the country.
But do you guys even consider Ebonyi as a state? Do you guys even consider Ebonyi as part of South? You guys always put them aside.
Adewale, come on.
It's the fact now. You always see them as being
Adewale,
inferior
oh,
Igbo. That's the
Adewale,
statement of fact.
why are you doing that?
Because you guys were discriminating against them. Unlike the mainstream Anambra or
Yeah, we are
Abia, you guys see
discriminating
those
against
people.
them because they are very impoverished. They used to. Yeah, I mean, the only thing they know is how to grow rice.
You hear man of
That's
Prestige now,
something now.
Baba.
Isn't that
You hear Baba?
something?
You see the
I'm not
word he
talking about
used
right
there,
now. I'm
they are
talking about
impoverished.
before. That's all. I mean,
So wait. Man of Prestige, let me ask
yeah.
you one question.
Uh-huh.
Out of the 5 states that made up the
Southeast.
Southeast, which is the most Igbo of all?
Most Igbo.
Watch now. Watch now.
That's the
What you will
debate. I
say.
guess, yeah, people talk about it, believe me, okay? I mean, I'm not going to come here and sugarcoat.
Baba, man of
People
Prestige is
do
gonna
talk
be
about it. I'm going to give you my
biased.
opinion on what people said.
Wale,
Let
It's
let
me,
him
gonna
I'm
be
from
answer.
there.
biased.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
He's
No, not because
struggling
I'm
to
from there. I mean,
he's
it
struggling
really
between
doesn't make any
Anambra.
sense. But I'm going to
Okay.
answer you, but I'm going somewhere. I mean, people talk about it, not that it make any sense to me, okay? But when they want to talk about who is the most Igbo, they normally said the heartland of Igbo. And did I give you a clue?
That's Imo State, right?
Yes. I
I
mean,
know
does that
that's
make
where
any?
you are, which is true anyway.
I mean, just because they are the heartland. I mean, I don't believe in all that, but I'm just talking about the narrative, the thought,
But you
which is
just said
nonsense to
it.
me.
If you don't
Huh?
believe in it, why did you pronounce it?
I'm telling about what people say. Is
Look
that
at
not what
you.
you
Look
asked
at
me?
you. Look at you. Look at you.
What,
I
Baba?
deliberately asked you. I knew you would choose, which is true. I will not doubt it. The most Igbo state
But
is
what make them
Imo,
the most Igbo state? Even I call
because
them from there. I'm not going to come
because
here and
Anambra
defend
Anambra
nonsensical.
is because of their adjacent to Eka Igbo. They are like Eka Igbo, half
But
Igbo,
there's
not
many
real Igbo.
historians come with different narrative. So, but I mean, I'm not disputing what he said. You seem to be a learned, have some more
Because the
good
beer
information about
Ulisse
Nigerian
Maka
space.
and things like that. And Ulisse is okay, don't let's
No,
rubbish.
that's okay. I mean, it's not just something to talk about, just for fun. It's like a banter to me. I don't really put too much attention. But let me go back to David Umahi to conclude my narrative. So yeah, there's the foundation is he's laying the foundation. It seems to be the foundation seems to be great, well laid right now. Until actually the house is built, then or maybe close to being built. Because if you look at what's going on right now, the project we are here bragging about or whatever, it's a good development. This is how America was built, through infrastructure. Forget about all this technology. This is how America was developed according to what my understanding. Yeah. So if it's gonna be accomplished, that would be a good thing. I mean, of course, we know how things go in Nigeria. It's going to be a lot of money or something like that. But that's a story for another. But right now, the grass is being clear all these say they started off fast, and yeah, but what they are doing right now is clearing grass. They haven't laid any foundation. So I'm not going to come here and say give Umahi the. I'm only going to give Umahi credit to the state that he brought her from where they were, like second to the last poorest state and everything, to where they, I don't know where they rank right now, but he has done a lot, build airport, of course, I don't agree with all those camouflage, I think he call it Buhari airport or whatever, that's, that's his opinion. I mean, all those, the way he decorated the airport, all those camouflage and everything, to me, that's nonsense. But, he has built a lot of other things, schools, university, hospital, I mean,
Man of the
whatever you
state.
call them, flyover. Nigeria is so infatuated with when it comes to flyover. But
Man of the state.
he has put a bonnet, to a better standard. So let me just say that.
Man
Thank
of
you,
the
one
state.
man.
Before you even bow out, let me
All right, thank you,
add to
Prestige.
what you were
Hold on,
saying.
what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Thank you, Prestige. So Dewale, you have the floor now. So carry on.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to add something to what Man of Prestige was talking about. I don't think any Nigerians given that opportunity to serve in the capacity as a minister would not perform. But also bear that in mind that some of these people or these folks being appointed are representative of certain power blocks in the country. So they are doing the bidding of whoever seconds them to the administration. And two, whenever there's a political will, the minister is bound to succeed, except that individual is just a lazy bum. Now, the reason why it seems to my he is excelling as a minister is simply because he has the backing of the presidency. And it seems there's not much objection, or should I say, antagonist when it comes to Ministry of Works per se. The only thing I've seen, the only basketballs he has faced since being minister is only this destruction of, no, demolition of landmark. He hasn't really faced much opposition. But you remember when he first appointed, and he read the riot act to the contractor when he told them that they're going to start using concrete henceforth. And that was his own first baptism when it comes to the basketballs. So he was bound to succeed. Number one, because the presidency gave him strong backing. And the project itself is a baby project of Mr. President himself. So he's enjoying um, that kind of support. Now, the other ministers themselves, there's some other thing they might be battling behind the closed door that you and I probably would never be privileged to. For example, the Minister of Power, apart from the fact that that ministry itself is not just moribund, but even I don't know if God will be able to solve that problem for themselves. For them, he himself is lazy and he doesn't have inspiration. Because I believe there's always a way around every quagmire, or either politically or in any way, shape or form. So to add to that, Umar has no choice than to succeed because number one, that is actually his profession. Two, he the presidency gave him the backing. Three, the fund will be provided. So it's more or less like a freeway because there's no much opposition per se. So unlike some other, like Dede Alaki that is fighting his own life with the northerner in the what is this state that where they mine gold and other minerals that has been captured by the those terrorists in the north. So each ministry now have their own problem that they are dealing with. So the kind of method or the kind of political support that the likes of mine will get, like it may not actually get. It may have get it, but not probably shown to the public because it seems that the administration is actually, interested in exploring mineral resources at least as an alternative to the petroleum resources that we have. So if I may speak on the interview granted by Professor Wole Soyinka. Of course, I I responded to somebody on X today because look, people may not agree with what Soyinka said, but he has been consistent. This is a man that by July he will be 90 years old. 90. So he has seen it all, whether at the corridor of power, in academic, in life generally, he has seen it all. But some of these online champions may not actually see beyond what is trending. They have no grasp of what life is all about. Even this society that they belong, that they live at, they have no understanding how it's being governed. All they're thinking about, oh, this is not done right, that is not done right. But they don't know some of those people that are actually calling shots in the society that they belong. Now, I'm glad Tinubu was able to point out the incompetence of this man. Somebody said in the comment section earlier that Obi did not talk about Soyinka. How come Soyinka is the one talking about Obi? Soyinka is not the big masquerade here. Obi is the big masquerade because he chose to remain in the arena. So he's going to feel the heat. Now, what did Tinubu? He was being interviewed on Young Sharp podcast, and he was asked about what he says about his candidacy, and he pointed it out. He didn't attack this person. He didn't say he's a stupid man or whatever. He was able to point out his incompetency when it comes to organization, and also having this followership relationship. And he said, look, even if he had found himself in the corridor of power in Aston Villa, there's chances that he may not be able to, because this man has seen it all. I mean, the level of which the robust support that he got from his people, he could not control them, and that alone had that old man because he believed that what is the point of having a relationship with your followers that you cannot control? So they are like a remote control to you. And he sized him up when he visited him. He said, look, I've met the greatest man in life. People in academic, people in business, people in government. This is a man that is not faced with your earthly possession, or even if it comes to making money, he would have made money from government for a long time ago. But he chose to live a modest life. And he speaks to the power. Even when he served under Babangida administration, he spoke true to that administration. Today, hey baby, I'm talking. That is why the likes of Babangida respect this man. He was able to point it out. What is the point of seeking for power, but any means necessary? And you don't even have a clear-cut path to that power. So no other person that could say it than the way Troika put it. We may try to finesse and say things that will make us feel good. It takes somebody with not just politically savvy, but somebody who is ready to dine with the devil to be a president of this country. It goes beyond religion or ethnic or tribal sympathy or whatever you want to call it. We talk about somebody who has to take a hard call decision. I'm also trying to juxtapose that my assertion to what Okupe said during his interview. It's not just about somebody who's just trying to do trial and error. We're talking about people that are determined. What come may, they are ready, to get this power. And he spoke. And all along, someone like me, I've known from day one. When you listen to him talking, and look, I would say I don't even know how to give speech, but when you listen to people that actually have they're a thinker, you can tell. Nobody has to tell you. All right, it goes beyond power of oratory, or it goes beyond that. you have to have, be somebody who is able to at least foresee things, not necessarily in a spiritual way, but you're able to dream bigger, you're able to convey your message in a way that shows that you're a competent leader. And he hasn't shown that. And people don't get to, but I hope that by the time that Southeast region will be able to have somebody who will be representing, at least contesting, maybe in the nearest future, actually. I hope they'll be able to put somebody forward. I mean, that region can boast great minds in academic and business. We have people, they are bound. There was a time Atiku chose Ben Obi. I mean, I used to admire Dr. Okadibo. He's a very strong, intellectual man. Unfortunately, the country didn't value his intellectualism, so they just fizzled away to the point that he lost his life in the course of trying to make the country better. And but the strong mind aspect of there would not let go. I'm talking about OBJ. Anyway, I believe so. Yinka spoke the truth. People would not want to buy into that, especially those social media crusaders. They be going. I mean, I even saw this man, Charlie Boy. He too joined that chorus on X, where he was referring to Trinka as a stomach infrastructure. And I laughed. And I actually wanted to respond, but I felt, what is the point? If somebody in his 70s could not make a distinct difference between uh, being uh,
Showing
because
stomach
yeah,
infrastructure
that's
and
what he said.
the
Yeah,
son of Justice Oputa. I
yeah.
mean, come on. What is
And,
this?
and this is a son of a great sound mind. And not just in
Eminent
legal.
jurist.
Yeah, I mean, this is a man that loomed large. He was larger than life when he was alive. This man lived a simple life, the same way Soyinka, and he spoke truth to power when he was alive. I mean, these are the people that, the eras are gone, but they make a, indelible mark in Nigeria. But you see, people can't just not separate that emotional attachment to, you know, I mean, it's one thing to be convinced and have this conviction that this is what you wanted, but just like you said earlier, Baba, about the way you felt when Awolowo lost the election to Shagari, I think people have not grown to the point where they are intellectually, uh, emotionally stable. And it's that time they start saying, politics in the way it is. It's not just about you want to be you. This person doesn't get it. You have to. No, it's life continues. The country will continue to be in existence. The people that are managing the affair of this country, they are doing it in a way that is not. I listened to the Okupe's interview with rapt attention. That man dropped a lot of information. It's just for those people that have deep thought that he can actually knows what he's talking about. I mean, look at the man in his 70s. He's having cancer. I believe that he can be called anytime, and he doesn't mind speaking his mind and saying the truth. You know, so he said there was a time that few people were actually the one chosen who was going to be the president. He was there when the president was made and where the president was unmade. That speaks volume. And this is a man that was in charge of his campaign. To me, I would rather pay attention to what that man said than to be following the trending topic. And what he said and what Sonika said, they're not far apart. They are very, very close. Uh, you have to have somebody with a strong leadership skill, somebody who has, I mean, look at Tinubu. I think Woman showed the picture of Alhaji Hassan Dantata visiting Tinubu in Asoro. Remember when he visited him in Kano too? He bowed to him, even though he senior him in age, but because of the virtue of his office doesn't say that he has to disrespect. Because these are the maker behind the clothes that you and I would never heard of, apart from the fact that he was rich, right? But if you can now have such people in your corner, when Tinubu was campaigning, he didn't grant any sit down. Well, he did well with the Hardware Constitutive Forum, I believe. But apart from that, he was consulting with the uh, people of interest, some groups. He was talking to them. And Okupe also echoed that aspect also in his interview when he said, look, you have to have certain people on your side. You think election has never been rigged. He said, maybe only 1993 election is the only time you can say we're close to free and fair. But any election since the inception of this country has always been rigged. And it's not just peculiar to African country or Nigeria only. Even in the advanced world, isn't Trump fighting about his own, being cheated out? We know that those ones are not valid argument, but we had it in the history of America where around 1870 something that, election was rigged. And they to set up an inquiry commission to look into that comprises people in government, people outside the government, people in judiciary. But somebody like Horace speaks. I think this younger generation, unfortunately, they don't even read. They get the information from
Even
social media.
Adewale, like Okupe said, you can only rig where you have a
Popular.
chance, where you are
Correct.
strong. It's like
Absolutely.
telling me now that Tinubu won 80% of Anambra votes. Where did he get it?
That would be called for questioning. So these folks don't, thank God for social media in their life. That's why they believe they can. I'm not saying they don't have a voice, but they haven't put their best foot forward where they're supposed to have the strength. That's where their weakness lies. Making noise on social media, believing it's going to change them. Majority of the people online do not even vote. Some of them doesn't even live in that country. Those people that will vote are the one in the corner of somewhere in Kogi State, someone in one corner in Ondo State, someone in the northern that have no access to all this social media that people would die on because of. He was invited, he was asked a question, he didn't volunteer, he didn't go to the podium and say this is what but he was called. A young man came and knowing what is in his mind, and he spoke his mind. You can't kill a man for speaking his mind. And I tell you, what a man would say standing, an elderly will say while sitting down. And that is still true till today. But of course, the younger people do not have, emotional intelligence for them to decipher that. So they resort into name calling and abusive
No,
word.
Adewale, you just borrow me 15 seconds of your time, please. Let me tell them who is Wole Soyinka. That man you see is incorruptible. Do you know is the one that created Federal Road Safety Corps? He created it, and Babangida funded it. They wanted to even entrap him. The first tens of millions for Federal Road Safety Corporation to take off was the money was placed in his personal accounts. He was shocked when he went to the bank and they said, you have this balance. And he conferred with his co-radicals then, like Alaua Kabashorun and the rest of them. And they said, no, this is a trap. So what he did was immediately he opened an account in the name of Federal Road Safety Commission, and they pushed the whole amount into that account. And he receipted everything, the first vehicle, motorcycle, furnitures, everything he did. And when the whole thing was set up and in good standing, he brought in Agunloye, who is now in one of the courts. Agunloye hamstring this thing, was the second DG of Federal Road Safety Corporation. And he quit, he left. So that's the man they are trashing today. Carry on, Adewale.
Thank you, Baba, for that insertion. I think people needed to be reminded who this man. Actually, that part of his life was at the later part of his life. He took that opportunity to serve the country in a way that the government would not have any interference. And he gave the condition to Babangida and before he took that appointment. And
Yeah.
and it was for a purpose, and that purpose was well served. Now, having said that, I think people need to listen to him. For the younger ones that do not, I've seen him being compared to the like of Ashebe, and people don't understand when it comes to literary world that two of them are not actually in the same boat. They are different. They deal with different genres. Tinubu is about a playwright. It's about
Rather.
I'm
He's a
sorry,
playwright.
he's a playwright. It's about, theater. It's about showcasing about what is happening in the society through theater, through, even, yes, I think that the common ground is
And
the poem.
Ashebe is a prose writer, a
It's a
storyteller.
poem story. Exactly. So they have different, even Professor Clark, I believe, yeah. And, this guy,
Pepe Clark is a poet.
well, God bless you, sir. So these three people, they were giants in their different uh, platform, and they shone well. But the only thing is that because Soyinka was uh, given the award in the Nobel Award in the 80s, that is only. But these three were at a point. They were friends, and they dealt with the government. They were always continuously opposing government policy, and they speak their mind. Not that they speak in unison, they speak their mind to the government, and the government respect them. So the comparison is not even valid because they are not in the same um, area. You know, uh, they are professors, but notwithstanding,
Yeah, their
they're not.
specialization is different.
If you see some of the comments on online, on social media, especially on X, where they make a reference to some of the books that he read, he wrote, and I laughed. One thing is not you be able to understand, comprehend some of the things that he wrote story about, but one thing is to say that he's not in a category of certain people. Because Achebe has a book that cuts across in every part of the globe doesn't mean that sorry, going back to Tinubu, that Soyinka is not also a giant, on the field that he chose. He was at the point in him and Olaotime were the champion of theater in this country, and they were moving from place to place, University of Ife, everywhere, and they respect them in that industry. So,
He created that industry. You remember Mbari Bio Club in Ibadan?
I listened to what is this man's name? This man that acts movies, a little bit older now. He's a
Actor?
man yeah, he went back to school and became a doctor. He has a PhD, I believe. What's this man's name? So when they set up, they were with Olaotime at that time. At the believe University of
Ibadan.
Ibadan. No, it was in Ibadan. No, I think Soyinka was in Ibadan. Olaotime was in Ife, I believe.
Ife.
No, Olokun was the one in Ife. Olokun Theatre Group was the one in
Yeah,
Ife.
Olokun Theatre Group. That's right.
Olokun, yeah. So it was, they were the giants at that time. And the books that I wrote is still today, you can still find them in the academic, in library, everywhere. But people don't know. Some of these young people may not understand.
Literature has different these things, just like music, different genre of music and things like that. They didn't understand it, and people created that problem actually between professors Wole Soyinka and Shebe. And if I must, I know what happened. I lived it. I knew. If you remember Adewale and Ajanle Koko, when that Nobel Prize was
I'm not
given,
in your generation, Baba, so don't put me in
Wole
that.
Soyinka bought a white ram. He bought a white ram and put a letter around the collar on the neck of the white ram and sent it to Ashebe because he knew Professor was not very pleased
he questioned why wasn't him. And to the chagrin of people like me then, as young as we are, Professor Ashebe rejected it. He sent the white ram back. If Janley Kuku is listening, or anybody on the comment section, remember that incident well. But all these are in the past, you understand?
But only one person can be picked for that category. Not
people dredging it up now. I think it doesn't serve any purpose because I don't know why they do it. I'm not on any social media platform except this. If YouTube
Baba,
is considered to be YouTube,
you are lucky you are not been on social media.
but it's
you
not healthy for me. So I don't know. I've never been and I will never be. I don't even know where they are, whether gram this or gram that or sham that. Never have I been. Never been tempted. Never. Never.
Thank you, Baba. One man he has gone to read the feed again. One man. This man has gone to sleep. Which topic does he even? I think I forgot what some of the topic that he mentioned
I
earlier.
think maybe you speak to the national anthem or which
Oh
one?
yes, I don't know. I think when it comes to, I read that the House passed it, and it's likely that the Senate will pass it too. And I've watched Tinubu make a reference to certain verse of that anthem when it talks about we may differ in tongues, but in one unity, the brotherhood we stand.
Tongues and tribe may
Yeah,
differ in brotherhood.
different we stand. Which I want to believe that is where that the push to go back to the original national anthem that was
How
sung.
do you think OBJ will react?
The evidence that who does, but as always, yeah, I don't
Because
know.
OBJ was the one who gave us this Arise, O compatriot.
I know, but the thing is that they probably may not find it really big topic to talk about. But and the younger generation probably would not find it funny because I foresee there's some form of resistance because they're so used to this military form of national anthem. But I think it's not going to take a while before the public accept it. It's just that they're going to it won't take long. But I could see the message in the old national anthem compared to the one that we now have. The message in that one is resounding, and you can actually see it provoked some form of nationalism in a way that it's able to define what the role of we as a citizen must play in ensuring that our country does not go to disrepute, and also do whatever we can for the unity of the country. And as far as I'm concerned, I have no objection to that. But some of the comments that I've seen online is that going to change the price of Gary or affect the way economy of the country, which people do not understand. That
They
nationalism,
don't have understanding of what makes a
patriotism.
nation.
Yeah, patriotism is one thing that we Nigerians we do not. I don't blame them. There was a time when I was younger that we used to every October 1st we will go to the stadium, or go to the parade ground. We will wear white clothes with a flag in our hands and proud to wave that flag, proud to salute the governor, proud to sing the national anthem just to be in Nigeria. And whenever the governor going back, we wave the flag, and I feel so proud. Now, I want to say because of what we're going through, that I will reduce my level of patriotism. There was a time I was going to the Houston Dynamos match. I still watch them with one of their fans. I have no choice anyway. That's the only one we have here in H-Town. And national anthem was being, running in the stadium, and I was on my way to the stadium. I was just been um, going through the security checks. As soon as I walked in, I stopped where I was. Majority of people actually stopped. You could see the patriotism in them, and people kneel down, which is still form of patriotism because at least you respect the national anthem enough for you to even kneel in the first place. And I think the Nigeria need to be, apart from the fact that they are pushing this, they need to find, we used to have MAMSA or the orientation agency before. I think the federal minister,
Headed by Jerry Garner, Professor
yes,
Jerry Garner.
Jerry Garner. I think we need to, have something in the Ministry of Information that will be able to push that, the acceptance or let people understand the purpose of national anthem so that people will be able to see what they need to contribute. It's not just about saving money. It's not about economic only. It's about everybody understand their role. Even though you're contributing, you're playing your own role, and others seems to be lacking behind, or the weakling, but your own part is still being played, then it helps. If one finger refuses to support the rest of the finger, the rest will still carry that load. It may be painful, but that is the philosophy we want Nigerians to apply. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's just the acceptability might take a while, but as long as they make it understand to them that it's about knowing the purpose, not just, a rise of compatriots. It sounded more like a socialist country, like this form of no, not socialist, like a communist kind of like comrade. This, we don't need that. I mean, we're so used to it. Like anytime they sing that national, I still have the hair on back of my head standing up, in the foreign land because it shows the level of patriotism. Nigerian national anthem. That one can even make me have some,
It
cry.
doesn't elicit any emotion out of you.
Yeah,
But the old one, I know.
it still does, Baba, but it depends on where I find myself. If I'm in the stadium and my team is about to play, of course, I'll be proud to put my hand on my chest and sing the national anthem with them. But if I'm just hearing it on just a regular ground, I'm like, what is it that they're talking about? But the purpose should not be missed. In as much as they're pushing the agenda to adopt this old national anthem, they must also push the reason why we not just listen to the national anthem, but it's a wake up call. It's a call for every Nigerian to play their own role, play their part as a citizen. It's not just about saving money, paying taxes. It's about saying the wrong thing, speak up. It's about not doing the wrong thing, not doing the evil. Don't collect bribe. Making sure that the right of other citizens is not being infringed. It's about all of that. And to me, that should be the message. Government should also push that, maybe through their NTA and other media houses out there, so that the message would not be lost in just listening to the old national assembly. I mean, national anthem. But it's likely it's going to pass and it's going to be signed into law. It's likely. I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it's like a done deal already.
yeah,
So you've
absolutely.
spoken well. We need to be very patriotic. Oh, and that's one of the things I love about the American society generally. And once it comes to when they hear the national anthem or the Spangled Banner and things like that, look at I think it's just a Nigerian thing. Other countries even in West Africa, they fly their flags. But
Yes.
in homes in Nigeria, you can hardly find anybody hanging the flags outside. Rather, in those days, people
Oh,
fly party flags instead of even the Nigerian flags. In those days.
sometimes ago, Tinubu's daughter was recorded a video, I believe, posted it on YouTube, and she had a Nigerian flag with the coat of arms
Which is
inserted
the
into
wrong
that.
flag. That's not a
Yes,
flag.
yeah, but whoever was her handler must have done the terrible job. But I
Mm.
saw that similar flag and the coat of arms, and some other government functionaries background, and I was shocked.
Yeah, a lot
So
of them use it. It's in
yeah,
ignorance. I don't know why.
yeah,
They don't know.
yes, yes, and in fact, I wouldn't be surprised seeing on probably they bought it on the from the hawkers on the road and just place it up front. But to me,
Do you know, Adewale, as we are talking now, it just occurred to me that could could maybe another flag is even in the making after they successfully put this
oh,
new
that
this
is
thing in place.
that is
Because
that's
my
going to be hard
my
to.
take, I wanted something is a color in that flag that will symbolize that the whatever unity we're enjoying today, we fought for it in 1967. That is the Biafran War. Something in that flag to depict it, either red color or black color, so that somebody can ask, what is this color about? Oh,
No, no, I object to that, Baba. I object to that, Baba. I fully object to that. You know why?
Tell me.
With the Biafra, if you remember, American horn has Confederate flag, right? And today, Confederate flag symbolize racism, symbolize bigotry, symbolize slavery, hatred, whatever you can name it that is, rise in the societies, symbolizes that. And that is why it is today. Even the southern part of the country have it in front of the house. Nobody's gonna sue them or accuse them of anything. But nobody, especially from the people of color, will see that and say, look, but the Biafra own, it reminded Nigerian of the dark years of, where you have people that agree that are trying to separate. That does not connote
But we
strengthen
can't
unity.
wish away that 30
Yeah,
months.
but we can have it as a symbol of, representative as well.
It's kind of
Because
reminder so that we don't repeat the folly of that 30 months anymore.
we don't have to have that inserted in the flag. I think the flag should be simplistic enough in a way that would not show. We can have a memorial for those who actually were victim of that.
On both sides.
Yeah, on both sides, and doing that on annual basis, making reference to sacrifice those people make, but to now have
Okay,
it
you have a point there, I think. Yeah.
copiously placed on a flag that no, I don't think because
You have a point.
I mean it's not about misrepresenting the history, but in a way that we will still have to project that symbol in a way that the world will. I mean, look at Turkey. Turkey changed their names to Turkey.
Okay, yeah.
And people still refer to them Turkey today, but they felt that no, they've been disrespected enough that they have to go with their original name, and they change it to Turkey. So I mean, I don't. It's national, but the national flag is the one that I'm kind of like, I don't know how Nigerians are going to take that. I think it's going to take a lot of persuasion because even that green, white, green, is still has not captured the essence of our strength as a country. I
When
think
the
we
white
need to.
piece, then the green agrarian. I don't know what's
Yeah,
agrarian about us. That's
I mean,
what I
because
haven't.
that's what we're known to be, good at. But I don't like green. You know why I don't like green, Baba?
Yeah.
Because some of these Arab countries have mostly on their flag they have green,
Black,
and
green, red.
the green is not appealing. It's not an appealing color. I don't know why some people fall in love with it, but the white, at least, red is appealing enough. Blue is appealing enough. Gray is well, no country actually use gray, but something that is primary color in nature, but appealing and not have this horror of much strength or power. It's imposing. I want something that is mild but colorful, and look at the Republic of Congo. Their flag, oh my God, the yellow, blue,
Blue,
white,
light
something.
blue, and the
Yeah, and yellow.
black. I think there's black in it.
I think there's
The
black
wine.
there too. Oh, it's near to see, they will tie that around their waist, tie it around their, and whenever they're doing something about country, you just see them, So, I mean, why can't we have something other than just white, green, white, and who wear green, white, green in the first place? It's just,
Maybe that's why we don't fly the flag at home, because go to other African countries, they do fly. They are very proud of their flag. They fly it,
oh, oh yeah, oh yeah.
but not
But
Nigeria.
I think when the decision for the adoption of these symbols were made, I think the northern influence played a huge role in that decision. Even to the point of currency design, you have this majority of our currency depicted the northern heritage more than the southern part of the country. And I wonder why that happens, but it seems that because military were in power and they have, the finance on the what or what not to use. So
But I think that's okay if you mean the symbols, the Arewa symbols and the Arabic writing, because let's face it, if we write in English in the south and they write in Arabic in the north, it is still all about literacy because they can read exactly what's on the currency. But I can read it, but they cannot read English. So I don't have any problem with that. I know people are twisting it and things like that, but I don't know. I just wonder.
it's going to take a long persuasion and convince Nigerians on that national flag. Oh, that's going to be uh, even the national anthem is still going to. I foresee some people, already being hacked by the fact that they are going to the whole school. But we'll see. I mean, as far as
They
I'm
just want to be
concerned,
a disagreeable. That's just it.
correct,
It's nothing.
correct,
If you're a student of history and you enjoy language, you
yeah.
enjoy poetry, literature.
Oh,
I mean,
Baba,
put the two.
these younger ones are not interested in history. They do not. As a matter of
Could they
fact,
even read?
they
They
are
don't have the
willing
concentration to
to
read.
disturb that
Yeah.
history, that truth. They're not ready. It's the version that they wanted that they want to hear. They don't want
Everything
to
in
hear the version
presage,
that,
one or
yes,
two sentences, and that's
yeah,
it.
yes. They want the version that will sit well with them. Anyone that is not actually sit well with them, they object to it and they're trying to argue it out.
And
You
trash
know,
it.
and I've seen somebody who actually do that. They will fly saying it on social media, kept posting about Lagos State, about the fact that the colonials were trying to sandfill and extend the Lagos State land and all that. And he kept posting one version of not knowing, talked about the political aspect of it, just what was reported in the newspapers in those years, which to me, he kind of depict that kind of a mentality of the younger one we just
I
talked
think
about.
it does it for just a cloud to have 1 million, 2 million followers. You know what's up in that space
Mm.
at the, so I can understand him. He's making some money from it, and it serves him. Fine, let him enjoy it while it lasts. That's it. I know
Mm,
why
correct.
he's doing that.
Oh, they said be careful about what a person who believes he knows it all. Because I was actually shocked. There was an interview he conducted with one man. What is it, this particular person? NLC of one of the NLC
Ajero,
officials. No, not that Jero. It was one of the NLC officials.
Osifo.
Probably. No, no, it's a little bit
Okay,
older.
okay, okay.
You
The
remember that
Upa
interview?
Upa man,
Yeah,
the PR man, Upa. I
yeah.
remember.
I was surprised to see some of his fans, you know, uh, going against him, pointing out the fact that he kept interrupting the old man. I won't let the man talk and all that. I mean, his question was valid, it's reasonable, but he just will not let that man speak. And
Well, I was
so,
shocked that morning that because it was rational that morning, and I couldn't believe the kind of question he was asking the man. Uh, anyway, he was a little bit heckling. He should have allowed the man to express himself because it was boiling down to some arguments and quarrel and things like that. Uh, I think
and
he will learn with time.
well, it's just Abati used to be a firebrand like that until he got his baptism in politics, and he understood that what is being reported is different from what is actually happening.
Of course, you will learn.
I mean, you usually
You will
take a
learn.
back seat these days and just try to steer the direction of the interview in a way that would devoid of argument, shouting match, and all those things that Fire is known for. To me, it's
He
just the
moderates them
poetry of
well,
journalism.
though once in a while, once in a blue moon, he gets carried away too. But I like his moderating effect on the.
You mean Abati?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Abati.
I mean, he has to maintain the course so that his job will be will be sure. You can't just be, continuously, because I've seen him trying to educate some of this young one, and but okay, yeah, well, you can't know it all. You just have to concede where you think, but because you've read one or two books about something somebody read, I believe you know it or understand it. If you're that good, why haven't your life turned out to be like that? Or make be the best thing in your chosen career? It's because you don't know it all, and that is where human being limitation lies. But when somebody is trying to shove it down simply because they've read about something and they try to point out that you are wrong about something, in journalism, you don't take a stand. Ask the question, then let the viewers or the listeners, discover whatever they're able to get from it. You don't just shove it down their throat. And sometimes I can't even tell because it seems the station is helping.
You know what, Adewale? I look at him. I look at my own era in secondary school. Not to even talk about tertiary. That's how we were, you understand, because we read a lot. There was no internet, and we quote the philosophers, Nietzsche, and all the rest during of that period. We read the Greek classics and everything. So he's still one of those old one. You understand? Because when I see him spewing a lot of things, I just look back to that era when we are in our rooms in secondary school and we start arguing. But hey, in his own generation, they don't read. So if he's the only one that reads, the moment he start opening his mouth, they just open their own mouth in awe that this guy knows something. Oh, whereas
Mm-hmm.
to me, it's just ordinary.
Yeah. It's just trying to make you look like you're good at this, but you ain't good at nothing. And there's no point antagonizing people. You can get the truth and the fact from people, from your guest. It's just you have to come from an angle in a way that they would commend themselves and retrace their step. If you are good at what you do, because some people are just so skillful when it comes to asking questions. And if you want to find out, you must be. And that's why I give credit to the interrogator, people that works in the uh, law enforcement that knows how to conduct investigations, interview, ask you questions, but repeating it in a different format, and yet you keep saying things differently for them to be able to catch you in the act and say that you're actually lying. So for journalists, I believe you must have been trained enough to be able to ask questions in a way that, number one, that will not have rub your invitee in the wrong way. Number
No,
two,
that's
you
the
don't.
word you just used now. You understand? I think in modern times it has taken a different meaning because who exactly is a journalist now? Everyone is a journalist.
Including Tunde Notes. Do
Everybody
you
is
know
a
people? Do
journalist.
you know? But I don't know. I don't think you know this blogger called Today. No. Do you know that some folks actually get that information from his page on social media? I'm telling you,
On Twitter.
he's very present on Instagram, Facebook, and I think Snapchat or something like that. I haven't come across him on Twitter per se, but it's so
Mm, I
it's
don't know all those.
prevalent.
I don't know all those people. Yes, I'm not. Hmm,
Yes.
I will not
So
consume what is not healthy
some
for me.
well, I mean, I'm young too, but at the same time, sometimes I just go through that just to see what people are talking about. But most of the time, it's always to crack me up because I found it very amusing. Some of the things that you hear people talked about, and Nigeria has a way of resorting into vulgar language when they cannot hold a conversation.
You know, anywhere money is, Nigerians will bastardize it. So it is the pecuniary angle of it, I think, because even on YouTube, the only place I come for history, knowledge, and stuff like that, or to reminisce or juggle my brain, I come to YouTube and things like that. I see
some of the Yoruba women and things like that, things they do on YouTube, and I like open my mouth that at times under the cloud of anonymity, they just talk. And they were
Yeah.
now, wow.
Simply because they have a keyboard and a clicker called mouse, then they believe they can say. And I think the law is catching up on some of those that are spreading rumor now, because it seems those that are privileged, that are being dragged on those social media, are no longer taking it easy now. So at the slightest provocation, they just sue you to call and get your identity before you know it. There's a young man called E-Money. There's always about E-Money, T-Money these days. And there's another young chap that decided to, you know, go online and say things that are not true in a way. And the guy went, I mean, the e-money now went to online and decided, then it shows on his page that the young man that was spreading rumor about him was already apprehended in handcuff.
Good, just exactly what Fashola did to the other
Yeah,
man that was saying
yeah,
he wrote judgment
yeah,
for Supreme Court judges.
yeah.
Very good,
They're
very good.
testing the law, and it seems to be working, because you cannot just go around start peddling rumors about. The only reason why they're getting away with about the government stuff is because government
They
doesn't
will tell
have
you
time.
free speech.
Well, free speech is not free. There's always limitation to everything. Where your own rights stop, another person's rights continue. So anyway, any other topic, Baba? Since
Well, let's see. It's a make
one man has
around.
one man has gone to, I don't know where he has gone to.
It's a make around.
Chief Emeka.
It's not.
Any other
Me say
topic
I'm
that
tired. I want to go to bed too. I don't know. I think
uh,
one man has
you know,
abandoned us. So I will
yeah,
just say good night, Wale, and
you
have a
can't
restful one.
you
Sleep
can't just
well.
abandon us like that, Baba.
Ah,
This show must continue.
ara ti di nǹkan mi ò jọ, Wale, please. Jọ.
I'm
Good
trying to
night.
wonder. All right, sir. Good night, sir. One man, if you are there, Babajale Koko, who is there? Man of prestige. No way. Pansat, the crazy one. Where's Pansat?
What's happening?
You've been gone. So, what is your contribution? Because it seems not. You have the floor. So, go ahead and knock the Agbadorians out. What do you got to say?
Let's start it off by the usual protocol of saying hello to the panelists and those listening to us here. Baba was here talking a lot, obviously. I wanted to respond to him earlier when I was driving, but it's okay. Let me just say that there's no honor among thieves, obviously. Those who brought this administration into power now, starting from Dukobo in River State, Asari Dukobo was one of the first, quite closely with the former Kaduna governor. These are the strong men that were backing APC, especially Tinubu in this last election, and then Ganduje. So if you look at them together, you could see that it's ominous situation for Tinubu, because all those who supported him are the ones losing in a battle. For example, Wike is barely standing, Fubara. It's no joke, it's not playing. Wike is over there building roads, that's true, but politics is local. One of the things that Tinubu benefited from, what's his name? Former governor of River State. It's machinations back in River State. Right now, Ganduje is like Ajanliko said, is the loser here. If Tinubu is supporting the cabal that's removed them, even though that's what we want more progressive northern leaders. And
Hold on, Pastor. I don't know if woman is listening. We have Prince Daddy and some other folks in the background. Please let them in to join the show. Woman, if you are listening, please, Prince Daddy and others are in the background. Let them in. Go ahead, Pastor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Or if Thomas is listening, or the other guy, what's his name? They could come in there.
Mike.
Mike, there's no moderator, and some people want to join the panel. You could come and cover up for one man. He had to go, probably has something to do. But anyway, so like I was saying, Ganduje worked very hard for Tinubu. He worked very, very hard. Yes, he's a corrupt man, and he was caught stuffing dollar bills in his pocket on video. But it's the APC chairman. It seems, if Ajahn Lukaku is right, if he's the loser here, he's been abandoned by the president. A similar fight took place with the former governor of Kaduna. The Senate rejected his appointment, but the president abandoned him, and he's been making the rounds. Now, this Umahi of Sanusi, as I discussed,
but those are just power play. Those are just purely power play thing, not necessarily, issue from presidency. It was just a power play from the region they come from, and that's why it seems to be. And the presidency is trying to pick their own battles, not necessarily getting involved in something that will become problems with them.
No, I disagree, because some of it is that, but when you look at the whole set, they're not all power play in the north. For example, somebody like Rufai. There are a lot of posts you could give somebody that doesn't require Senate approval. If you know, a lot of ways you could cuddle them and bring him in pissing out instead of leaving him outside pissing in. So when you're accumulating all these strong men, because that's the way you came to power, see, if you live by the sword, you're gonna die by the sword. So all these people, when cumulatively, when they're disgruntled, then what does Tinubu have? See, what Buhari had was that he had a way to command such respect and prestige that if he's on your side, then you automatically win, right? That's not happening here, because obviously Tinubu doesn't have military training. He is not from the core military-industrial complex. He was not a general. He's like a Jonathan, for example. So now, though, these people, do you just think they're just going to go away? Somebody like Asare Dukubo, he's vocal in his condemnation of Tinubu. Now, he by himself cannot really do anything. But if you cannot win Port Harcourt now, you cannot win Kaduna or make substantial marks. You have enemies there. You go to Kano, it's divided. Obviously, people in third parties win that Kano, but at least you have to have the goodwill of northern leaders. Because, you know, it started quite early. If you remember the first time.
Have you watched lately the body language of Kwankwaso and the Tinubu administration? It seems they are cordial, and not just cordial, they are also seems to have some form of alliance. Remember, Kwankwaso visited Asoro shortly after Tinubu was inaugurated, and when he was having a spat with his deputy, Ganduje, remember when both of them addressed the press while in Asoro, right? White Kwankwaso was not even holding any public office as at that time. So you can't say that the APC not actually they try, but they were not so keen about getting the Kano State to vote, to go in the route of APC.
Yeah, but you have to understand that Kwankwaso has no body language. Okay, he's on his own, right? He's Kwankwasia, but he does have competition over there. I think that one of them moved to the PDP or something like that. But what I'm saying is the appearance. you have to look at it in totality. You can't you just can't go. You deal with Fubara. I mean, I started the Kubo issue, and you leave it right there. Then you go, you deal with the Rufai one, you leave it right there. It started quite early when he came into office with bravado. He had friends pitting him against Chad, for example, and he was gonna go do a military action, and the Northerners said no. We don't want you going to war in Chad, right? So he lost there, lost quite a lot there. He doesn't have the Northerners. That's what it means. He doesn't have the Northerners. That episode is a long time ago, but it counts in what the constituencies that he has to have to support him going forward. So who's left? He doesn't have the Southeast. He doesn't actually have the Southwest. But there's a lot of progressivity in the Southwest. He has his cabal. He has those that he brought into power now. But none of them is really a military man. But let's not overthink it. The point is that just by observation, you're not going to say that his relationship is intact with Ganduje after this then here. If you have Sanusi, now you have to know that Sanusi, he's the world's biggest hypocrite.
Parsa, I want you to stay on the topic. If you're going to be commenting on the Sanusi's issue, separate, but let's focus on one topic at a time. Okay?
No. Please hold your horses. Let me land. Okay? I heard you here talking.
No, don't start with me. Don't be using those fancy words.
Will you
speak
be quiet?
To the issue.
Let me land. Because I'm not here to actually address you. You talked. Nobody interrupted you.
But I won't let you.
You don't want to hear what I'm saying. Just get the hell out.
I won't let you propagate those.
How are you going to stop me? How are you going to stop me?
Because I'm going to object to every time you try to say things that are not true.
Because you thought it worked the last time. That's why you're so stupid, right? I let you do that. It doesn't mean that
you started crossing the boundary. So wait a minute. I hope you take your medication.
You think that
because
every time you interrupt me, then it's gonna work. No, it doesn't work that way.
Man, you don't call people stupid. Respect your age. Respect your age.
Come up with something else, you stupid son of a bitch. Shut up. Let me finish my presentation.
Take this guy out. Right? Take this guy out. It's constitutes nuisance on this show. Take him out. One man.
You talked until you were done. Nobody interrupted you. And
you don't come here and start using those profanity here. I'm not going to stand here and watch you doing that.
Let's go ahead and make a fool out of
it. For every cost word you use, I can use thousands of it. So you don't have a monopoly of it, okay?
No, you spoke. Let me land. Shut your mouth.
Stop lying. Stop going around.
Okay, guys.
What kind of idiot is this?
Please take this guy. You're not worthy of being on this platform, for real. You're not worthy of it.
That's fine, but don't try to stop.
No insult.
Yeah, but please, tell him to be quiet. Let me land. He was here speaking for 2 hours. Nobody interrupted
him. He hasn't taken his medicine. That's why it sounded like a
I'm not interrupting. Man of precision. We let two of them. I knew they were doing it because I'm here.
Because you weren't making any sense.
I said, okay, since they don't want to stop because I'm here, I'm just gonna let them talk themselves out, and they did. Right? So I want him to be quiet as I look at what's presented here, and I don't even think that. He's worth my response. So please tell him to be quiet.
Must be trained, right?
As I was saying, Tinubu is making a lot of enemies by just sitting on the fence, for example. But these people are not choir boys. They're not going to let him get away with it. Okay, now I don't fancy him. Somebody such as the mayor of Kano. It's a very brilliant man. A couple of days ago, we read an article that he wrote all the way back in 1999. And I was telling one man that he's a scholar. He has gravitas. The battle in Kano, it goes way back between the Barreros or whatever their name is over there, and the family of Sanusi cousins. So it predates Tinubu's emergence. That's true, but he's been plotting to get back. Now, this man single-handedly tackled Jonathan, wrestled Jonathan to the ground because Jonathan had removed him. He accused Jonathan of taking a lot of money, even though he was wrong because he had said Jonathan took about, I don't know, 20 billion naira.
Sorry to interject quickly, and I'm glad you said it was wrong about Jonathan Pensan, but
Yes,
you seem to have an inordinate affection for Sanusi Lamido because of the article you wrote many years ago about the Yorubas. I think that's what you hinged everything on. Okay.
No.
Yeah. I know. You remember you sent me this in an article, and I think you said you sent it to one man also.
Yeah,
so
I
you
read,
can be wrong about Jonathan, but it's right about the Yorubas, correct?
No,
Is that your logic?
No, it's not. And you know, I don't blame you for saying that. It sounds that way, but no, I am known to be a big critic of Sanusi Lamido. Sanusi. If you listen to me, maybe 10 minutes ago, before I was rudely interrupted here, I said that
Why would you criticize him because he's a Muslim?
I said he was the
From
world's
the north.
biggest. He was the world's biggest hypocrite.
He won't stop that bigotry is religion of
Number
yours.
one,
Always referring to every northern as a
he
terrorist.
says that he's a banker, which means a capitalist, right? In essence, a Democrat. But in the other hand, he's a monarchist. He's a monarch.
Get your facts right. He was born royal. He wasn't just being a monarchy. He was born royal.
Okay,
but
but
he was born into it.
Somebody could be born royal. If you are a Democrat, you're gonna say, "Look, I don't want it." You could. A lot of people have done that. If
who shut you up?
Idea of monarchies, right? It'd be abhorrent. So if you go ahead and ascend the throne, then you're a monarchist. You're not a Democrat. Now he talks about Islamic banking. Now, Prince Daddy, this response is to you. It's outside of what I want to talk about, but I just want to tell you why I think it's a.
Hold on, Parasite.
Yeah, hold on. Let me first.
Hold on.
No, you hold on. You hold on. I don't want to talk to you now. Let me.
Would you be quiet for a second?
Shut your mouth.
Have you taken your medicine this evening?
So,
it doesn't seem
like I said.
Let me correct you because you seem to be saying things that are not true.
Hold your horses. When I'm done, then you correct me. That's okay. You whenever you want to speak, fine. I don't mind yielding to you to speak.
But it hurts me when I see you perpetrating lies. You need to let people correct you. Or be open to it for once in your life. Just once.
Okay, go ahead. Correct me.
There's a distinct difference from being born royal and having a service, rendered a service to his people. As of now, traditional royalties are not in charge of governance. They are just in charge as a custodian of tradition. Okay, they have constituted authority in each state that governs. So you can't say this monarchy.
All right.
This is a man.
So
this,
hold on. Would you shut up then? I've heard what you're saying. I disagree with you.
No, you shut up. You shut up.
What I'm saying
you shut up once in your life.
Somebody is a monarchist, right? If he's born into a bloody monarchy, you can't say, I don't want it. If you're a true Democrat, you're going to see the unfairness in that system. You're going to say, you know what? All men are created equal. Our Constitution recognizes that, and everybody has a chance to compete at everything. You just don't inherit anything because of your blood. I mean, it's abhorrent. But anyway, Prince Daddy, what I'm trying to say to you is that the hypocrisy that I load on him are those things. He's against polygamy, but he's married to a lot of wives, at least 4. But he's preaching to his people, hey, look, go to school. Polygamy is no good.
Don't let this guy lie. Don't let this guy lie. Don't give him slack.
So anyway, you know what? Here's what I would do. I normally don't do it, but in this case, it's futile. Talking a bunch of propagandists, right? Trying to come here to make this platform really work, because it could work. But you can't have imbeciles such as this Adewale and many others here.
I think you have to lower it. You have to. I mean, you are.
But he's not letting me talk. What are you doing with that? How are you gonna? He's interrupting my flow. He doesn't want me to talk.
He's trying to interject you.
It's crazy.
If you don't want him to, just tell him, let me land. Don't distress. Don't call him names. Don't
No, no, I'm
tell
not
him,
doing anything like
tell,
that. Number one, he
you know,
can interject me. I'm not saying he should interject me. That's
tell him
one.
with respect. I mean, tell
No,
him with
no.
respect.
Look,
That, let me land. I
that
will
boy
let you come
has
in.
nothing respectful about him.
Call him
Every time
boy.
he opens
How
his
you gonna
mouth,
call? How you gonna call him a boy?
listen. I don't know how old he is, but just based on his thinking and his reasoning, he has to be a boy. No man is gonna come on TV first of all. Look at his avatar, right? He has absolutely no respect for the platform.
This guy has
So
not
he
taken
you're
his
trying to
evening medicine.
respect
That's
him.
why.
You are expecting him to respect you. You
No, but
you
listen
know
to what
what it
He
means.
said the
You know what
kind
it
of
means
word is
in
using
America to call somebody.
imbecile,
I know,
stupid.
but you're addressing me. He wouldn't let you and I have a dialogue. First of all, that is disrespectful. How are we gonna talk over each other?
You know what it means to call somebody a boy in America. How
Okay.
can you call him a
Now,
grown up man,
listen.
a
Yeah,
married
but
man,
listen
responsible
to
man?
this
How can you
though.
call him a boy?
None of that would even arise if we let him speak. You were here. I don't know if you're paying attention. You weren't speaking, but your avatar was there. He spoke with Baba for a very long time, and we all stood quietly until he was done. Two of them, and then he recognized me. It's actually him. He went to Emeka. He went to you. He went to Man of Prestige.
Because I thought you were going to be
And then
reasonable. I didn't know you were going to be this
he
stupid.
recognized me, insulted me, but I consider that a joke. It's no big deal. I didn't respond to that. I greeted him. I did the usual protocol, and I lodged into my contribution. But you know that he's been coming on this platform with the idea that if you keep uh, uh, talking over me, that normally I would just let you have it. So he has no imagination. So he want to try it again. So this time I want to stop him from doing it, right? To show him that I could get down to the mud with him. So now for you to leave all that aside, instead of telling him to remain quiet while I'm talking, if I want to let him interject me, that I will let him. We don't need a moderator to have courtesy here and respect. But in my case, I don't mind him interjecting me. As a matter of fact, I gave him a couple already of interjections. He corrected me, but he was wrong. So I moved on. So please admonish him to respect himself. He doesn't have to respect me. Let him respect himself. That's all he has to do, and there'll be no problem.
Okay, can we have it civil now? As you are talking, if you as you are delivering your own thought, if anybody try to interject you, you can tell them respectfully, let me land, and I will yield I will yield to you for your interjection. You don't
Yeah.
need to say, shut up, shut up. Yeah, that's
Okay.
not.
Yeah. Let me before I accept that. Let me try to remind him that it is not clear that he won those times because there was a moderator on his side. Right now, there's no moderator on his side, so he couldn't do anything. He couldn't stop me from talking. So, having said that, I accept what you said. If he wants to interject, he can politely, and that's it. And I'm gonna move on. My address here has nothing to do with him whatsoever, so you don't have to worry about it coming from me.
Okay,
So
that's
now,
cool.
yeah,
Go ahead.
going forward. So what I was saying to Prince Daddy, who's not here, hopefully he's listening, is that no matter what you say about Sanusi, he's still an educated man, and he's progressive, given the area that he comes from. Some people have said, and I believe Ajan Lekuku, you made an eloquent speech about that the good had triumphed over the bad. He thought that some wrongs were done to him and that this is the right outcome. I'm not one to judge that. I'm an Igbo man, I'm a Biafran, Republican in nature, fair, and that's what accounts to me. I believe that people should be elected, voted into office. I don't believe in the monarchical systems. It's a bunch of bull, especially the bloody ones. But having said that, is there a cup of tea over there? I'm just saying for the current occupant of Asarok, he has to watch it because it looks like he's accumulating quite a lot of enemies just by sitting on the fence or walking in the background. Those who helped him ascend the presidency seem to be getting the shorter end of the stick every time. And these are not choir boys. These are very, very dangerous people. And he's being isolated. He actually don't have any section that he could say, this is my section, for example, the Southwest. Not after what we've been through, not after what he's done in office in the last 1 year. So just let me leave it at that. I know that last year, Soyinka was accosted and asked what does he rate the president as of now, and he demurred and said that he's gonna wait. That is customary for him, or that if we've noticed one thing about him is that most heads of state, when they come into office, that he leaves them alone for about a year, and then that usually they don't start from ground zero. I'm quoting him loosely but extensively, that some of them come in lower than zero, basically. They have some grounds to make up. And then, he's very good with words, so I'm not doing him any good here. I'm not as eloquent as he is. He's a Nobel laureate. Aside from growing an afro, which prevented a lot of oxygen from getting to his medulla oblongata lately, where he's no longer the Konji that we know. He says after 1 year that he will give his appraisal of this administration. So I will take him at his word at that. Hopefully some journalists will remember that he made those statements about a year ago. So it's been a year. Anybody who sees him should find out, because you remember that Soyinka harassed Jonathan almost daily. Was quite harsh on Jonathan's administration. A civilian, a gentleman, a Democrat who got into office by accident. He was unprepared. But Soyinka was quite harsh. He didn't spare Jonathan the way he spared in this administration. Obviously, Soyinka has also said that Tinubu is his old friend, right? But he's not all bad. But now, Soyinka has made some statements. I'm trying to tie them together about Peter Obi, who has ignored him completely. Obi has respect for everybody. If you're a child, if you're a bum, if you're a motopack tout, if you're a king, if you're from another tribe, from another religion, Peter Obi has respect and has been consistent. It's a humble man. He's never insulted Soyinka's gate man. Never insulted Soyinka. Soyinka has always been pointing the finger very, very close to Peter Obi and advising not to run for office and all kinds of stuff. And Obi has ignored him. So those are kind of mistakes that he's making. But now, what do you expect? That sometimes we say somebody should try to be a Christian. He says he doesn't want to be a Christian. He doesn't want any religion. I don't know, some kind of devil worshiper. Do you see the result of that? This is one of our gems. A Nobel.
Pascal,
Yeah.
so is someone that does not that is not a Christian, doesn't want to follow your own religious line, you will describe that person as how do you call what do you call him now? Evil, or what do you say? Evil
No,
worshiper, or what do you call him? You call him evil?
I don't call him anything. I was alluded. He deserves all the respect that he should get as an elder man and all that. But what I'm saying is that if you're not into any kind of religion whatsoever, you're gonna believe anything, right? I'm speaking for myself as a Christian. If you're not a Christian, then you're gonna be at 65 or 70. You're gonna be growing an afro, maybe wear an earring. Do you understand what I'm saying? And those things.
Baba Janet, you see the reason why he thinks I'm objecting him. Because he's saying things that are just
what are you saying, man?
nonsensical.
Oh, he
Things that are not true.
I tell you, does he have a haircut? Did he go and get a brush haircut like any gentleman should do? He
No,
doesn't
I
have a
was
haircut.
listening. I respected Baba Janet and I was listening to the same lies you kept talking about. You see the reason why I was objecting about Janet because he won't
You
stop saying all these things that the very
This is how
man
it
has
starts now.
no facts, no basis, just keeps
No,
lying.
this is how it starts now. What do you have to say to him? I'm making my
No,
presentation.
no. I mean, Pansa,
Yeah.
let's have the fun of this.
That's what I'm having. That's just fun. Obviously, I'm not abusing the man. I'm just saying he doesn't have a haircut. But that's just funny. Adewale, that's what we're just laughing about that. There's no reason for
So,
you to start insulting me about that. I'll say I'm lying. If I'm lying, show me a picture of him with a haircut, and then you won. I'll show you a picture of him with that.
so it's wrong to keep. It's not a good thing to keep afro, right? Don't you know
That's what
afro?
I'm saying. Look, I know you are a son of the soil, right? You're the son of the
Yeah.
soil. And when you're growing up, I know I used to hate it when I was young. You be told to go to the barber, right? And you get a haircut. And in most cases, I go there trying to talk to the barber to just leave me a little bit on top, right? And it's unacceptable. But you don't see any of our statesmen with an afro. It's not done in our land, in Nigeria.
Must
You
it
have an
look like
afro.
other statement, eh?
It
Massage.
doesn't, right? Have you seen Obasanjo with an afro?
It must.
But you know,
It
all
must.
that's for fun, right? But practically, though, you need to cut your hair down so you could get some oxygen into your brain to refresh it. But anyway, on a more serious note,
But it does look clean every time now with the afro.
yeah,
I think it look nice. You trim it, it look cool
yeah,
every time. So
yeah,
I don't see
yeah.
anything wrong with this afro.
There's
Passage.
nothing wrong with that. On a serious note, nothing wrong with that. It's like
Yeah.
metaphor, so I'm using it metaphorically. But today, you do know that the president of Kenya, William Ruto, visited the White House in a state visit with over 500 guests in stunning, well manicured lawns and everything.
What did you say he did?
He visited Biden at the White House. They had a state dinner in his honor. William Ruto of
How
Kenya.
many people still do the state dinner with him? What did you say?
500 people.
From where? Who are those 500 people?
All the the pump and play from the United States. Everybody was there.
Okay.
Right? And then
Baba, he actually did. They gave him a state visit.
Yeah.
But I will talk more about that after he finishes.
Okay.
Let me let him have his scope.
But more importantly, they designated Kenya as a non-NATO ally in this visit. Wow. That's a slap to our country. The other day, somebody invested billions of dollars in another African country. Billions of dollars. So our actions is not without consequence in that country. We have to get it together. We're truly the giant of Africa, but we can't, because of misunderstanding, give away everything. Give away everything. Look at this entourage that this new administration, this 1-year-old administration, brought into that Asorok, Ganduje. You had Asare Dakubo carry some drums, AK-47s, go into that lawn and that Asorok and play drums and talked in support of Tinubu, and less than 2 or 3 months later, he's disavowed and he's gone back home. Nobody's getting anything. A lot of people from the Southwest, including the one that it's a cross-dresser, is in custody. A lot of Yorubas are being killed, as others being abused, losing their rights. There's never any time their tribe has saved them. A lot of people are starving. Inflation is over 30%. The occupant of Asa Rock has not addressed Nigerian people, no matter what they're going through. Never held a press conference. Now, who's going to support something like that? I could see if you were wrong before, you didn't know any better, or you were emotionally charged, sentimentally, or you were provoked by Southeasterners or Northerners, or Southerners, like they say, into defending your tough and say, you know what, I don't care if it's good or bad. I'm gonna just go with this man. After all, he was a governor, he built Lagos. How bad could he be? That's understandable. But now that governance is taking shape, we all have to rally together. Now, when I was driving, I was listening to even John Lekoko. Obviously, I have to tell you, like I always do. You know me, I don't hold back. When you're right, I praise you. And you're right quite a lot. But unfortunately, I don't like your methods, you know. You say you're a Showore supporter. Showore supporter. I have never seen Showore praise Tinubu for anything. Not one. None of his policies, past muster. None. Now, when you discussed the Ganduje 10, you were in the money. You were right. We're Nigerian. So I'm saying, some people say to me that I'm the last messenger that should be preaching unity, because in there, as far as they're concerned, I'm a tribalist or I'm a religious jingoist, and nothing could be further from the truth. Even this guy right here, Adewale here, I've been on many platforms with him, and he's always wrong. 100%. It's not even propaganda, because sometimes you do propaganda, you want to get away with it. He doesn't want to get away with his propaganda.
I didn't say much because I don't want to object, but ooh.
All right, but anyway,
what are you doing?
Okay, you know what? What I'm gonna do? The other issues. Let me then take it up after, because there's not that many of us. I'll let others talk, and then
Let's
come to me.
actually respond to everything that you have said. That
Yeah, go ahead.
you have the contrary view. Yeah, let him respond.
Okay, I yield.
Obadale Koko, this man kept jumping like a tortoise, kept jumping around. He doesn't actually stay on one topic. Look, Ruto came to the White House being hosted by the Biden. I would rather not let my country's head of state being hosted in the White House for a reason best known. The fact that nothing goes free in America. There's no free lunch or dinner. Something got to give. Not that Americans love Kenya so much.
Aja, please. What are you gonna say to him about that kind of comment now? I can't stay here for that kind of comment. I can't.
Adewale, can you repeat that, because it looked like maybe
you should have
been a little bit
for your sake. I will repeat what I said, but for Pastor's sake, I don't give a hoot about what you think. Now, what I said is that Ruto being invited to White House, being hosted to a state dinner, has a lot of things being exchanged. There's no free lunch or free dinner in America. You know that, Shubabajale Koko. I would rather not let my president being hosted in the White House for photo op, because nothing goes free. Now, for the Kenya to have been chosen as American ally in the eastern part of the continent, number one, it's either they are after certain interests that they feel that they have to polish the ego of their head of state. Remember, just nearly as soon as this republic was birthed, America hosted the then Prime Minister. He was granted the privilege to address the Congress in America, especially the House of Reps. And that privilege was given. To us, it
Are
was
you
more of
referring to our own Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa?
yes.
Okay.
To us, it was an opportunity for us to showcase that Nigeria is ready to embrace and also to build and to grow. But what people don't understand is that when you have such elaborate jamboree ceremony, number one, the American is trying to curry favor by publicly identify with the country that was invited. Number one, with the hope and belief that there could be some collaboration in some areas, but never with a time when America would allow them to be at the end of that stake. I'm talking about the totem part of the stake. They always hold the biggest one and they'll dangle the carrot. Now, you risk being labeled as an
So you
American.
know, he's saying that it's a bad thing. Are you saying it's
Yes,
a bad thing?
yes.
Okay.
Except for a country like China. Remember, not quite long ago,
Do that
Trump
then.
was, hold
Propaganda.
on,
Is
hold
that a
on.
bad thing?
No.
Hold on now, hold on. I'm going to the moderator. We'll have, let's elect Aja to determine. Is that something that somebody should be saying here? I mean, it's a waste of time to let him, and normally don't let him. Things that he could always talk to us anyhow.
You've had your time, you've had your moment.
But
Look,
Pasat, let him speak now. You have yielded.
I agree, but I'm saying
So
I'm
let him.
trying to
Let,
a point of order if I'm going to stay here or not. In essence, if he's saying that it's a bad thing to have somebody have a state dinner in the White House and trying to convince us that it's a bad thing, that's
that is his
time.
Don't go and eat the dinner that
expatiating.
will shock you
It's
and shock your
expatiating on it.
generation.
Let him land so we know we have to.
Thank you. You don't
Yes.
just go and eat dinner that will choke you and choke your generation. Because you end up eating and your generation will not be able to even, remove it from your throat. See, of all the countries in Africa, America found an ally in Kenya, which is weird and odd. When their own son was in the White House, none of such actually happened. But as soon as two administrations passed, suddenly, they found an ally. Now tell me what Kenya has that will interest America to the point of hosting it and making an alliance publicly with Kenya. What do you think? Number one,
But
American is looking.
Adewale, what's the alliance? What's the alliance that America is having with Kenya now? What kind of alliance, or what, military or what?
Oh, good question, Babandale Koko. Good question.
Yes.
You remember that not quite long ago, Kenya has been a target of some Islamic terrorist group that, what is the name they call them? You remember those ones that went to
Yeah, those one
to the
Al-Shabaab.
Al-Shabaab, yes, that went to the what do they call them?
Those one from Somalia, the Somalia
Exactly.
rebel.
So
Yeah.
they needed an alliance that will enable them to have perhaps some strategic station in that region that will be, helps American national security. One, two, they are also after their natural resources. Three, they are ready to choke down the throat of Kenya some policies that will be used to influence them to have some form of direction in which America will be able to use them, just like we have this European country is actually using Nigeria. So you look at this partnership, what does it tend to benefit Kenya? What does it tend to benefit America. Number one, on the western part of the continent, they are having trouble because it doesn't seem that they have an ally. But now, in the it doesn't seem that they have an ally in the western part of the continent. So, and the immediate presence in Africa, especially the one that is closer to the Arab world. These are eastern countries, eastern part of the country. So you will now begin to wonder, what's the reason America will now roll the carpet, bring the drum out to celebrate a president that up to this moment, his emergence as the president of that Kenya is still controversial. Don't believe what you read in the newspaper. In Kenya, not everybody's take his side, just like Tinubu is being despised in homeland. So that begs for question. But I've seen instances where American aligned, even with a brutal dictator in the likes of Sameto, uh, and other, even Seko, what is his name? The man is already the Congo man. What hindered them? At the point, America was also on the side of Gaddafi before the alliance no longer hold. So you begin to wonder what happened, how come it failed. It doesn't seem America and Nigeria actually in alliance at this moment. Even if they're in alliance, it's not as strong as it was during the time of what is it called? Uh, Why? Forget about what this guy was putting on the social media about Tinubu being a CIA officer. I haven't. If Tinubu is close to America, by now he would have been the one to be invited for a state dinner, and he has not even gone to America since he becomes the president. So, number one, you have to have certain things that will be so greater for you to lose, for you to have been brought into that being hosted to a state dinner. The last time America hosted China, they hosted Japan, they hosted Great Britain has always been their strong ally. That one has nothing to just tell them the timetable. The president will the state house will start making preparation. And it's always been a tradition for every president of America to go to UK anyway. But when it comes to Africa, what do any country in Africa got to offer? That is the question we should be asking. What has Ruto done? Number one, to strengthen democracy in that region. Number two, to change the economic dynamic of his subject for him to have merited to be invited to the White House. My brother, beg more questions than more than meet the eye. So what Pansat is saying here is looking at the photo of the what do you call it? The Nollywood portion of it, where the photo ops and people
Were
wear
were they able to reach some agreement, and were they able to release a communique in that regard? And if they did, what were the content of that? You know,
the summit is still ongoing. As a matter of fact, they both had a joint press conference not quite long ago, and a journalist who took a neutral position did ask both of them about the Gaza, uh, and also not Gaza, about Haiti, about the don't look attitude of America when it comes to the uh, Haiti's political problem that they were having. The two of them could not give answer, but which one is even more closer to America, Haiti or Kenya? So America left Haiti behind. It chose not to intervene, but went across the ocean to go grab Kenya as an ally. So doesn't that beg for more questions? It does. So having said that, to me, it's just what do I call that? Uh I don't know what I would use that in English. I would rather not see my president being hosted for a fake photo op, like the way that it was taken to the National Mall. Also, with the state dinners. And I know at the end of the day, they will be able to arrive so certain communication will be issued, but I just don't see the importance of Kenya when it comes to uh, America economic uh, impact. But it seems number one that it's not about economic, but more or less about national security. That is what I perceive. But they have not yet issued a communique because most of the headline generated from that press conference shows that it's more or less about national security. But we will see at the end of the week when it goes back to Kenya. I want to see what they're able to arrive. I know in some ways commerce will be discussed, but I wonder what Kenya is going to sell to America that will make them to remove their approach, laying down
What
on
happened,
the
Adewale?
national.
Am I the one that
Go ahead, Babajare. Go ahead.
I think he has an issue, but let me tell you for one important reason why they invited him for a state dinner. Number one, the White House recognizes that Kenya is choosing him as their first African country for one major reason. That East African powerhouse stepped up on the global stage, offering to staff the United Nations peacekeeping mission to Haiti with boots on the ground this week. That's big. They owned it. Those are the kind of things Nigeria used to do in those days, albeit within our own hemisphere over there, West Africa. So you have to understand, even without giving you a reason, do you think Americans are stupid? They do things according to their interests. That's true. But you actually have to be on the map to be included in them choosing you for whatever, even for exploitation. If you look at the countries that the United States has exploited either by war, that'd be like Japan, Germany, South Korea. They don't take land when they're done. They come there and they bring democracy and the light to you when they leave, and you run off to the races if you're smart. They did it for Iraq, but they couldn't do it, obviously. They come from a different tradition. So what you have to do, because I believe that you can do it if you want to, abandon unnecessary propaganda, because you're only doing that just to protect Nigeria because you have a head of state from your region. That shouldn't make you talk the way you do on every single issue. Things that you know. You're here in the United States. You know we're not doing good. Every time you talk, it's propaganda. And you think that it's making some people upset. For example, like me, I'm from the Southeast. If you are praising Tinubu, then it's going to upset me. No. It will upset me because it's not good for our country to be in the shape that it is. That's the only reason. Now, the obvious overarching reason is that it's a lie. I hate lies. That's it. Tell the truth. If you tell the truth, you're never going to see me quarrel with you one time. I'm not going to be against you because you have a different opinion if you don't know any better.
You
I've
mean
adopted.
supporting your evil, heinous plan of being IPOB and secessions? I should join you on now. Is that what you mean by telling the truth?
No, but you have to understand that all secessionists are not equal. I've made mine clear. I don't have all day to give to Nigeria to get it right. If they're not going to get it right, they're going to have to be forced to do it. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life doing so. The best thing is for Nigeria to get it right. That's why we're trying what we're doing here. I come on this platform where I'm not liked. I take insults only because of that. Started this election period. I go there. I go to virtually every platform. I have time now to do that. But what I'm saying is that do you think we should in perpetuity be ruled by imbeciles? Do you really? Look at the progress everybody else is making all over the world, even in our own continent. So, or because of a handful of people, maybe 200 to 1,000 people are benefiting from our resources, it's not like they're going to take the resources and then go and enjoy themselves. They want to hold us down. They want to retard us and make us look stupid. And then somebody's coming with orders and say, no, that's all. And then we say, in my case, my approach earlier last year is that it should be determined by war. A lot of people say, no, this is because I've already seen it. There's no other way to do it. It's the best way to do it. But I'm trying now to say, okay, let's do it. But let's do it soon. Let's do it right. We don't have to go to war if everybody. And I was encouraged by what I saw during that election period of 2023. All right. But I didn't know they could be so disrespectful as to turn off their beavers. Because now you cannot blame Nigerians. I know that they went and got their cards, voter cards, to register.
That's your trigger, right? It's still hurting you. It's still making you mad, right?
Yes, it is. Why wouldn't it? Because we spent 400 billion naira. A lot of smart Nigerians worked very hard to pass the Electoral Act of 2022. So all the stuff was there. You had people politicking based on a new Nigeria from all over the country, north, south, east, and west. And then they're going to go to the polling units and have it out. All we're asking is that let the process work. Now, if you want to rig, you can rig the election if you want, so that you're not caught. Fine. That happens even here. People rig elections, but it's supposed to be clandestine. But to go and turn off the beavers, not release the results, it's like waka shege. It's a provocation. That's different. It's like, what are you gonna do? That's different from rigging an election. We saw yesterday's show. One man played something where Doyin Okupe was saying elections be always rigged in the country. Yeah, but that's rigging. But provocation, disrespect for our country, throwing away $400 billion naira, not corrupting our institutions, co-opting them. The Supreme Court is no longer everybody's Supreme Court. INEC is not everybody's INEC.
Pansat.
Yes, sir.
Can you focus on this visit of this man? I think that one will be more interesting than going after Tinubu or Nigeria. I think it's so interesting, that the to let us know your own. I mean, what is your own position that's in opposite to what Adewale have said? I think you are continuing. You started with that, and then you go to Tinubu. So when you go into Tinubu, we have had several things. We know your position on Tinubu. Let's focus on the national affair. The visit of the
Just 1
president.
minute, Babajade Kuku. If one man is there or Thomas, press that is at the background. Please let him in. Go ahead.
I don't even know whether one man. It looked like one man had gone to bed. He looked like he slept off. So
Someone let him in earlier, so it must have been one man because he didn't even show up on the platform. He just let him in.
Yeah, somebody let him in earlier, and I hope somebody's listening. Or if Mike or Thomas is around, just come in and let some people in and stuff like that. You don't have to stay to moderate. I believe that Ajan Lekuku has talked some sense into Adewale, so we don't need moderation here. So now, what I was saying is that let me, for brevity and clarity, let me just give you like a 3 bulletin, just a dumb bread, a couple of things, and give it back to Adewale. I think he was speaking. The first one is a big one. They, like I said, they're on the global stage now, and they're offering UN a peacekeeping mission. But the NSC Director of African Affairs for this Biden administration, Mr. Francis Brown, he elucidated a second, a third, and maybe a fourth reason. But they're your normal stuff that we're both democracies, and our bond is very deep as democracies, right? So people-to-people ties. He mentioned something about their private sector to solve global challenges, right? I mean, that's where he talked to a country that's come up age. Those kind of reasons, and it's found there. So I'll just leave that at the peace mission to Haiti. They're going to supply, I think it's like 1,000 boots on the ground to go help a fellow African state that it's in anarchy right now. So U.S. giving them $300 million for this effort. Kenya is not going on alone. A lot of countries, including United States.
Did you say U.S. is giving Kenya $300 million?
Yeah, towards this effort, the effort, yeah, $300 million US dollars.
Which effort is that? Which effort? Towards which effort?
To go to, that Haiti's in turmoil, right? They have anarchy there.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they're giving them for that, for the security to do things, to walk over there. Yeah, they provided the dough. African countries still haven't gotten to where they could fund such a thing, but at least their democracy, that they know for a fact, that election was transparent. He wouldn't touch Tinubu with a 10-foot pole, but you say let's leave Tinubu out of it because it kind of makes our conversation monotonous. So obviously, I believe Adewale and you talked about what Kenya will get out of it, cooperation when it comes to terrorists from Somalia and other parts of East Africa. But the cooperation has been there for a long time, right? So, but if you have the backing of the United States for security, it's a big accomplishment to do. You just sacrifice 1,000 for a peacekeeping mission, and then you have the backing of the United States to secure your country. Now, if it's looked broadly like Adewale was trying to look at it, normally when you eat the devil, you have to use a long fork and all that. And all that is true. We cannot belittle it, but look, a beggar has no choice. We cannot be in a country where you have 300 girls picked up from secondary schools and they're gone forever. We're gonna have to need some kind of help, and if we could get it from the United States, it's our best bet. So that's where I differ. But anyway, let me pass it back to you. Let's make a conversation on Adewale to continue for what you were saying.
So, but Pansat, for what Adewale said, that when America is giving you financial support, they don't do it for free. And don't you think that this effort by United States and support given to Kenya, possibly America we use that to demand for something from Kenya, which might not be in the interest of Kenya people. which might, be detrimental to their development and their, future as a country. Don't you see some senses in what Adewale is, said in that regard?
No, I don't at all, because I know that in international relations, states are rational actors, right? That is true. They do things in relative gain, not absolute gain. That's true, and they pursue their interests, right? So, but that's just a general. There's nothing really Kenya has that America could not gain by mercantile means or by force. Nothing. America could take it. But America doesn't operate that way. They do a lot of evil clandestinely. But in this case, what America wants is visible. They want somebody to go to Haiti, where they're not going to have their American troops. That's an election year. So that's what America wants. They want that 1,000 men force, disciplined force, to be boots on the ground. Now, we already stated that U.S. is also providing $300 million there, but there's something that's called AGOA. AGOA is an acronym for African Growth and Opportunity Act that is due to be renewed next year by Congress, and that is a very big deal. It's a priority for African countries, and obviously now Kenya is going to be a huge beneficiary of that, right? Prospectively speaking, in that region now of Africa, they're going to be on the map. They're going to have their partners, their businesses are going to gain from that reauthorization. It's due next year, and it's a very important thing. Some of those things we don't know about. So you also have the emergency plan for aid relief. One is a O. It's going to be a moving thing for Kenya. It's just going to be juicing it up. I have said in the line of that concern, I did say there is something like that in international relations, but all countries are not the United States. You could do that with a lot of hostile countries. But the US, yes, if you fight with them on something and they even conquer you, that's the beginning of your renaissance. Look historically. For example, one of the brutal ones was in World War II, Japan, an imperialistic power with a monarchy that was imperialistic, including bombing our Pearl Harbor here in the United States. They have the kamikaze, the war machine. A crazy country. They were developed. Japan was a developed country then. And they juiced the Chinese and so many other Asian countries, including the Koreas of today. So when the United States first dealt with Japan, not only did they defeat them, humiliated them with atomic bombs, they could have wiped out that place, taken it over. But they didn't take land from them. They wrote them a constitution. As that boy comes from, used to come on this platform that come from Japan, World Peace or something like that. And I used to tell him, we're now on platforms. You look up somebody here in the United States, an American like us, Aja, and they don't have any respect, right? They don't. The U.S. went over there and wrote them a constitution, and then they run up to the races. Japan is one of the tops. You see that place, you go to the airport, you could lodge right there, push a button, computer will give you a lot of things, AI, all kinds of, their bridges, their infrastructure when you talk about infrastructure, those things Wike is building is nothing. So I would say you go to Germany, it's the same thing. The United States went over there and defeated Germans. They had that place divided. Soviet Union took the eastern part, and then the United States kept the western part. You could tell the difference between those two sides. James, I'm sure you're old enough to remember when that war, when Reagan said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall," and you see the difference. The West Germany was glistening. They were democracy, and the other one was communist, but they unified, and America made sure that they were united. And Germany's #1 in Europe right now. They're untouchable. So you go to Korea, US was on the side of South Korea, and the communists took the North. And not too long ago, maybe 10 years ago, you take a flight over there, you're going to see South Korea lit up like the Empire State Building. And the North Koreans are in darkness and starving to death. So I don't think much has changed since then. But the North Koreans, they have a system of economics that's called autarky. Not many people know about that. They're self-sufficient, so they've been under tremendous sanctions and all kinds of things. But they try. They produce a lot of things and they do their thing. But I'm saying that our association with the United States would do us a lot of good. I berate people who are here in the United States with us, Nigerians. All they do is meeting, the Igbo meeting here. Yoruba meeting.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Fansad.
Yeah.
Between Nigeria and Kenya, which one do you think or occupy a strategic relationship or strategic partnership with the United States, between Nigeria and Kenya?
Well, it's Kenya for a reason that's unrelated to what we're talking about. What's happened is that the United States deal with us by proxy. They're only about 54 million in population, right? By 113 billion GDP. That's at 2022. So they're smaller. But U.S. interest in Africa, what they did is they gave it to Britain so that Britain could then do anything else America wants them to do. So they all their stuff, they gave it over to Britain to administer Nigeria. So they're not really interested in direct competition with Britain. Else, any day we could have America come in 100%, probably get rid of Britain from Nigeria. We'll be on top of the world. But how do you do that? United States is like a what do you call it? A white racist country, basically. They're not going to come in and help us wholeheartedly. They see what Britain has been doing to us since our inception, 1960. They know they're neo-colonizing us, like they try to do here. You would think the United States would have been so upset with what Britain did during the colonial days that they would have had that empire destroyed, but they wouldn't do so because we're Africans. You see some of our people in Canada. Guess what? Who their king is? The King of England is their king in Canada here. That is, I was telling one man a couple of days ago, there's no difference between Iran and Britain because their head of state they're not elected by the people. Their head of state is head of the church. But in the case, except on one thing, the Ayatollah himself is elected. So I don't want to deviate a whole lot, but my answer to you is that Kenya, it's a tourist place, got a lot of animals, got a lot of history. They're rich in history, in education, and a lot of resources, a lot of coastline, in the Indian Ocean, savannas, lakelands. dramatic, rich valleys, mountain highs, wildlife, like I said earlier, like lions, elephants, the big McCoys, rhinos, with their capital, Nairobi. They have safaris, reserves. The thing that would interest American and others who go over there for tourism. There are national parks. They do everything to preserve nature. The Masai National Reserve, Masai Mara. So whatever United States want from Nigeria, all they have to do is just order Britain to get it, and they'll get it for them. If it's oil, if they're doing a battle with Iran and all that geopolitical, economic thing, all they have to tell Britain to do, and they do it before they hang up the phone. So that's in order for us to do in Yanga, we have to emancipate ourselves from Britain and let them compete.
So, Pansat, so
Yes.
why do you think that, if what you are saying is the truth,
Yes.
that they represent a more strategic partnership with United States than all, why is United States bringing the biggest embassy in the world to Nigeria? Why are they, trying to use that embassy, collaborate, to use it and collaborate with Nigeria in so many fronts, cultural, music, entertainment. Nigeria represent, we are the best in Africa. So they're trying to collaborate with us in entertainment, cultural, educational. We are the most educated in Africa, you know that. So why are they building so biggest embassy? Is it in Africa or going to be in the world? In Nigeria, if we are not a strategic partner to them, if not totally now, but towards the future, they are building that. And considering the enormous resources we have, natural resources we have, oil, abundant of oil and gas,
yes,
and other solid minerals, which give us that potential to be one of the greatest countries in the world. And not only that, we so let me just leave it there. So, considering all of that, don't you think that we are and on top of it all, the population, the biggest black race, the concentration of black people in the world. So, don't you think that we constitute a strategic a partnership to United States than any other country in Africa? Don't you think so?
Yes, I do think so. Population wise, I agree with you on things like that. And as a more important country, obviously. But we're already taken, right? That's one. We're already taken. We're taken by Britain. Britain, without us, they're done. They own those oil fields. They made us go to war when that thing was discovered because they were humiliated after the Second World War. During the First World War, they were a hegemon. They controlled major parts of the world, India, Africa, so many places, China. But after the war, they were dethroned by the United States. So a lot of places, including China, gave them a date certain to get the hell out. In Africa, a lot of African countries went for independence. In 1960 alone, they gave up 17, but as they were leaving, oil was discovered in southern Nigeria, and they were reluctant to go. But the beginning of your question is where I disagree with you, and that's where our problem begins. Measuring things by the biggest. It's not a virtue to have a big embassy because an embassy compound belongs to that country. So having a huge American embassy, do you know what these ambassadors do? Nothing but gossiping. That's it. I don't know if you looked at some declassified documents about some countries, including Nigeria. Or you go, you read WikiLeaks, and you see how they're talking about our leaders, their idiosyncrasies. You know what I'm saying? What they think, what they eat for dinner, or and that's what the ambassador does, returning back to his home country. So what are we going to do with a big embassy? We don't. You saw my speech yesterday. I already said that if I'm president, all the embassies go home. I'll deal with them over the phone. Some of them I deal over the Zoom, so we could see each other as we're talking. But most of it, we're going to talk over the phone. What do you, in this day and age, why would somebody have an embassy? But to retard our country and steal our resources, pick our leaders and set prices for us. That's what they do, nothing else. So to have a very, very big one is actually bad. It's a cultural thing with you, people in the Southwest. They like we're the first to do this, or we're the biggest in this and all that. But there's a place for that. But in the scheme of things, it doesn't mean anything. We have to leapfrog these people at some point. We have to leapfrog them at some point, and we'll have the opportunity to do so with the cusp of satellites, technology, artificial intelligence, solar. They would have noticed that they've done nothing. If I'm head of state, the sun produces enough energy in 15 minutes to power the whole world for so many years. In just 15 minutes. So but they're stuck because they have these electric wires running over their cities. You saw what China did. You go to China, look at the way they're building nice buildings going to the skies and this and that, but they have nothing to do though in those buildings. So I would say having a big embassy doesn't mean anything. Nothing at all. If you have a small embassy, but it gives your people service sufficient to handle Nigerians with respect, reciprocal, coming and going. We don't want too much immigration. We don't want too much immigration. We want respect. We don't want them picking our leaders. We don't want setting prices for our commodities because that should be unacceptable. And they're just lucky that somebody like me is not in office because I've been around, like I said yesterday, with a climate that is acceptable to me, and that is 1980. I pinned that naira to $1, $2. $1, $2. You don't like it, go and buy your oil from somebody else. The manufacturers in Nigeria don't want it, move. I want you to produce, but we have to have people taken care of, our elderly. That oil, it's what God blessed us with. Cannot have all these crooks take it over. We cannot be in a cartel where there are only 30 million Saudi Arabians. 50% of them are workers that come from other countries. There are just about 15 million indigenous Arabians, and they're going to be pumping 10 million barrels, and we're pumping 2 million. Now, how's that fair? And there's 200 and something a million of us, 218.5 million, 2022. So no, at John Local, building a large embassy means absolutely nothing. Us setting our prices is more important. We don't want too many of them, and those embassies, ambassador and a few attaches there, that's enough. Process visa now, especially when it comes to Britain now, the United States. It's not enough, of course, benign.
I think I disagree with you saying that building a big embassy is nothing.
Okay, go ahead and elucidate. Let me listen. Tell me why it's good.
Yeah, it's good. I haven't listened to the United States ambassador in Nigeria and why is going to be the biggest because it's going to bring a lot of opportunities to a lot of Nigeria in so many field of life. They, like I mentioned, collaboration and entertainment and cultural and education. Education, we have IT under that. And a lot of what do you call it? Corporation in United States, like Google. What's the one by Bill Gates? What's this organization? So
Microsoft.
Microsoft. So
Yeah.
Through the embassy, they be able to collaborate with Nigerians and train a lot of Nigerian youth, in the area of IT and some other educational venture that will be, uh, 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 that's going to be of great benefit to the country, Nigeria. So
By the way, Ayo is saying that's a breaking news that court stops Kano government from reinstating Sanusi, something like that. And there's a prime PM news, but we'll look and discuss that after you finish. Continue. Go ahead.
To me, maybe you want to listen to that ambassador. Maybe you may be convinced why that embassy is, like I said, going to be the biggest and is in preparation to cement that, solidify that relationship between Nigeria and United States, and make it more of, that's partnership more stronger and more strategic than any other countries in Africa. You know that it might look like nothing to you, but Nigerians, our population in the United States. You know what we occupy in the United States. And you know that our children, a lot of them are going to occupy a lot of top position in this country in the future. Already, we have a lot of Nigerians working with the federal government. A lot of Nigerians are holding political offices in many states. In Georgia, we have a lot of, people and Nigerians elected in the many cities, city representatives and state representatives. So we constitute a very strong base. What I mean by strong base, when you're talking of nationalities in United States, Nigeria among the black, Kenya. Have you ever met? Have you met any Kenyans? How many Kenyans have you met in the United States, Pastor? How many?
Not that many, but a few.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's to tell you. That's to tell you that, even if you want to talk of United States corporation working in Africa, the number one of it that you want to look at are the oil companies. Where are they mostly? Which country in Africa do you have them, operating and, and have been there for a long time? Nigeria is one of them. Where's Kenya? If you want to talk of ExxonMobil, they are one of our major oil companies in Nigeria. ExxonMobil, you want to talk of Chevron. ExxonMobil is United States. Chevron is United States. I know Total is French, and Shell is in Lebanon or what country else? So, but if you look at ExxonMobil and Chevron, major oil company in Nigeria, operating in Nigeria, the oil and the gas, our gas from Delta that they want to pass through Niger to Europe. I think ExxonMobil already committed like maybe $3 billion into that project. So we are, and what oil and gas, what it means to United States. Those companies, their influence in in the government of United States. So we 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 are we are stronger than Kenya. The way I see it now, and the way I'm looking at it, the future, the way it's going to be in the future, I think we represent more and stronger, strategic relationship with United States than that of Kenya. So
Okay, I share the spirit in which you're speaking, but a lot of the things that you're elucidating that we get from United States, we can get and still get or have been getting with smaller embassies. A big embassy doesn't do anything to enhance that. We do want technology, we do want all kinds of stuff, especially in the private sector. Opening up the market.
the embassy will facilitate that, though.
No, but what I'm saying, it has to be something a big embassy would do that a small embassy wouldn't do. That's what we're discussing. If a small embassy would do it, then what good is the embassy? So I understand what you're saying. The bigger when you mean a big embassy, are you talking about a building? Are you talking about because for right now, something like Starlink from Elon Musk, we're one of the countries that enjoy it, even though payment systems is being made hard by our government. But at least we're one of the first. Nigeria, Mozambique, Zambia, Kenya is in it, and Malawi, they enjoy availability of Starlink. But if the government is not making it easy, that's why people could go and build elsewhere. You understand what I'm saying? Twitter could go to Ghana because they see that even though that we get into this, some people want to retard our country. Big embassy doesn't do anything for us. If they put a big embassy there to control West Africa, for example, that's not good for us. We should be the ones of influence in that area. But we have to mature. We have to grow up. Stop all this tribal stuff. Stop having people pick our leaders. The Nigerians mobilize this time to go to the polls and pick a leader and have a new Nigeria. A lot of people, and you know that. You say you're Showore supporter. That's what Showore has been fighting for. Showore is not fighting for a big embassy and all those tools that incidentally, we have that in common with Kenya. Britain colonized Kenya as well. And they called it some kind of protectorate, the East Africa Protectorate. That's the name it used to be in 1920s. So they got the independence. That country is very scenic country, very beautiful, land of contrast and diversity, volcanic landscapes, wide open savanna plains, majestic mountain peaks, winding rivers and blue ocean, dense forests, white sand beaches. You know how travelers, Oyibo, they like white sand beaches. They have it. intriguing woodlands, lush wetlands, vast deserts. You can't think oil all the time. Oil is good, but even that has been stolen by greedy Nigerian politicians and military dictators. And the British mercantile companies. Nigerians, our elderly don't have proper health care. We don't have enough doctors for per square mile. We don't have laboratories in our secondary schools. By now, Nigeria should have been outfitted with awesome laboratories, because one thing about it, if we're given a chance, when we're in school, I used to tear up first, and you have a lot of smart Nigerians that used to compete. I remember one time I came in second. A guy that came in first came to visit us, and my father at that time called me up and he said, this guy, he scored first. Well, you got second. I had to point to him and say, look, you got first in his class of, 28 people or whatever, and my second is the entire. Then it's a bigger school, boys and girls. We're blessed to have that kind of school in high school. A lot of babes. He's in a boys school. So I'm saying that to say, you went to school too. You saw how smart Nigerians were, especially those who come from the villages. You can in the say 70s, 80s, if you bring a smart Nigerian kid from Midwest, from the Southeast, from the Southwest, from the North, or from any part of Nigeria, there's nowhere else. If you're Chinese, if you're American, if you're Brit, those people that I'm talking about that normally used to come first, they'll be marveling at them. It's not even a competition. So imagine where you go out there, you put up laboratories in all these, I'm talking about labs equipped with supercomputers, artificial intelligence, all kinds of stuff. For high school, we have to leapfrog these people. We will be untouchable. People like Ghana will be applying to join and become one of our states. So I'm saying that we don't have to think oil. There's nothing a big embassy is going to do for us. They should pay for that land or have a normal embassy. Better if they go home and call us on the phone when we need something. We have all kinds of embassies in that country right now. Beautiful landscapes and all that. Polished, staffed. But we have our girls kidnapped from secondary schools and nobody is looking for them. We have Showore abducted and put in a jail cell, harassed every day when it comes to court. Sometimes they will not obey court order, and it's limited to a city. They didn't help. That showed me who these people are. In the courtroom where they're supposed to obey habeas corpus, which is to bring the body, they may or may not do it. And you have to understand that Caroline Lang at the time, who heads the British Commission, all she has to do is to pick up a phone and say, stop it, and they will stop. Or Americans, Secretary of State, assistant, the secretary to the Secretary of the Secretary of State can call Buhari and say, you knock it off. Let that boy go. They didn't do it. Look, I'm not a stupid person, right? With what they did there, what they did during that Chibok girls, they didn't say we're gonna give you heat-seeking satellite. We're gonna find 300 girls that are kidnapped from a secondary. They didn't help us. But when Trump came in there, I don't know what happened.
Actually, they wanted to help. It was Jonathan that
No, don't believe that happened. That is
rejected their
no,
help.
those are propaganda. Those are lies. Because if America, United States, America, those secondary school girls are not just Nigerians as far as they're concerned. Secondary school girls are not just Nigerian. These are world children, world citizens. You can't say no to something like that. They're gonna, in those days, America would destroy you because of doing that. You recall when these Saudis, Osama bin Laden came and knocked down the Twin Towers in New York. It was George W. Bush's wife that saw what the Taliban were doing. That's how the action in Afghanistan took place over it, because what they were doing to girls. They don't want girls to go to school. That's no way you're going to kidnap 300 dogs, just dogs. The animal rights here, they're not going to say, that's your business, Jonathan does. These are human beings. These are secondary school girls, our daughters that went to school. So I'm not trying to emotionalize the thing. Okay? It's the quality of ambassadors we have in the country and the administration here. They're not upholding the doctrines that are there to the US, where an evil anywhere is an evil everywhere. There are presidents that we have here that you cannot say we cannot help you. I mean, don't come to help us. And why would Jonathan say that? It doesn't seem like that kind of a guy. He's not an enigma. Even though he's a horrible ex-president, he was a good president as far as comparison's sake, relatively speaking. Maybe corrupt, but he doesn't like bloodshed.
You know why they rejected? Because of the fear that might bring in American troops to our soil and possibly, establish a base. So they don't want them there. So that is why they rejected it. They believe that
it's not true. I can tell you categorically. First of all, why would America, if they have a base in Nigeria, is to operate in a much wider program, right? We don't have air defenses in Nigeria. You saw how when Iran was bombing Israel, they activated the air defense system, the dome, Iron Dome, and it shut down. We don't have anything like that. Or when Iraq was attacked, they would activate their stuff. Nigeria is an open wide target, especially for a country such as United States that has microwave weapons, laser weapons that could bomb every square inch, micros square inch, neutrino weapons, right? That they have a space force. Forget about the air force. If there's an action that America wants to take in Nigeria, they will be doing it from the Nevada desert here, or Wisconsin, or from California here, or Texas. They don't have to go over there. They have Tomahawk missiles parading all those seas around the Atlantic and all that stuff. Nigeria is not a threat to anybody. They don't have any air defenses. They don't have anything. You saw, like I was saying, when some corporates, terrorists, did something and crossed over to Nigeria, but I believe they're in Nigeria somewhere. But Trump sent military attaches to go over there, destroy those people, and recover their citizen without Nigeria's knowledge, and they didn't do anything about that. So they had a way to technologically do that. So why are you avoiding U.S. to have presence? They're over there in Chad right now, and the horn of of Nigeria, even though they're being evicted and all kinds of stuff, but they really don't need that. You cannot say you are avoiding Americans to have a base in Nigeria. That's just nonsense. We have 300 souls kidnapped, and more have been
believe that's a national security. because allowing them to have a base will, I mean, it's a threat to our national security. They can, you know, monitor through their reconnaissance, what do you call it, aircraft, you know, through their reconnaissance aircraft, they can collect intelligent, you know, they can collect intelligence concerning our, you know, military, our defense, about everything, and that's a big threat.
Look, Aja, not only do they have the capabilities, right? With Google Map, you could see everything in Nigeria, right? I mean, this is just commercial. The US have Nigeria mapped pretty good, infrared, any kind of ultra fidelity or whatever, they have it. But let's just say, when it comes to human intelligence, they have plenty of that. These politicians, even our presidents, they go to outside countries and they have intrusive surgeries. Like in the case of Buhari, he when they're laying down there for like 100 and something days. What kind of national security? You don't have any national security with something like that. With this Oyibo from far away, they know all these evil ways to manipulate it. You can't, once you have like Tinubu going to France for health, you can never have, say, the president of the United States go to, say, even a friendly like Israel to lay overnight and sleep or do surgery and all that. Forget it. We're compromised. So, or go to even Britain, especially Britain is the most wicked country in the world. They've been at it for centuries. So there's I mean, you have people who could take a bribe in government. If you can be blackmailed, you won't clear. You won't have access to top clearance here in the United States. That's where it has to be. We have all these crooks, criminals with their monies in outside the country in foreign bank accounts. First of all, if you have just one thing like that, right, you could get any state secret you want from some Americans. They could say, hey, look, we're going to expose you. You have to do what we tell you to do. So we don't have any national security. Maybe at some point, we're going to get to that level. That's why we're crying and shouting and saying, hey, look, guys, let's elect a new, fresh set of Nigerians that will include Peter Obi, Showere, Baba Ahmed, Dati. So many Nigerians, Aisha Yusufu, all kinds of Nigerians, you know, the ones that are not popular, we don't know their names. All throughout that country, we have a lot of good Nigerians.
What of Kenneth Okonkwo?
He's an actor, right? And it's a brilliant guy. He's an actor. He is eloquent. That's about it. That doesn't make. I'm not one of those people that look at or that people just like that. You know, when somebody comes on the scene and they could say something, then they're good. Or you build a road, right? A lot of these roads they build. Let's say Wike or the guy from what's his name, the former Ebonyi State governor. So you build a road. There are no exit signs, no lights in most cases, no late dividing road marks, right? There are nothing to tell you in 2.5 miles or 2 kilometers, exit so and so you could get off there. Or don't make a left here or make a right here. Respect for your citizens and their safety. These are roads that I saw the one that was showing us is broad and it's painted white in the middle, that kind of stuff. That's nonsense. But even if you could build roads like a city would do here, A city owns the tractors and all the employees that build roads and maintain it. Not a state. Cities, right? And even less. But building a road is nothing. You go to a government that allows for tractors to come in, you call John Deere and say, send me over, say Nigeria, say, send me 1,000 graders, 1,000 diggers, 1,000, whatever. What's building a road? You're giving money to build a road. Should that make you a hero? No, you do your job. It's nothing to be disturbing our peace every day. Having somebody who has no class whatsoever. I don't know the penchant for people like Wike, especially from the Southwest, your people. You like, why do you like Wike? Why? What is the virtue about this man? He's embroiled in trouble with his predecessors, successor. He was around when our girls were taken. He was in government as a state education minister, junior minister, or something like that. And he was warned by JAB, don't have an exam. There's a threat, high threat of kidnapping by terrorists. He signed off on it. With your vice president now, who was then the governor. Don't tell me that's not a conspiracy there. Don't tell me that. So why do you like Wike? Why? Or you like the guy who is former governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi? Why? He says a hands-on engineer. Baba was elucidating some of his qualities, and he was extolling his virtues. Why? So that's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to do the right thing in that country. It's not. We're all here in the United States. We should know better. I often forgive those who are back home who don't know what we know civically, because it's not the same thing. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Ajan Lekoko is probably gone, and Adewale, I don't know if you're there. We've hashed it out.
Here.
Okay, so you want to add something? You could go ahead.
Our Banyale Coco dropped.
Yeah, and we don't have a moderator to bring in those who wants to come in. I know Prince Daddy wants to come in. He says that Kenya, let me see, mission experience. Okay, peacekeeping mission experience in Africa or anywhere in the world. Does Kenya have? I don't know. I think they're just arriving on stage by now, Prince Daddy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I think by now we already know the reason why America is doing what they're doing. For Trump, for Biden to have said that Kenya is the non-NATO ally they could find in Africa. I wonder how many peacekeeping missions Kenya has gone to in their entire lifetime. I can't find any. But I think what they're trying to do is, you remember the last time when Russia invited some African head of states to Russia and termed it African Summit. You remember? I think what the American is trying to do now is to, if at all they're trying to retain their old allies like Nigeria, but they're trying to find among the head of states some that are vibrant and also that can renege on the old traditional, alliance formations and all that. And that is the reason why they chose, because I know it can be for economic reason, but perhaps for, for national security purposes. So, and they found one of them that is so dance enough to dance to the tune of America. So they found a place in Kenya. Don't forget that during the last summit that they had, Ruto vehemently condemned the invitation extended from Russia on how African head of state were packed like a sardine and sandwiched them to Russia for a summit that should have taken place on African soil. So that makes Kenya the best bride America could find on the international stage. Remember, Ramaphosa is an ally of Russia and in China, having been the chairman of AU. Also, you also have some other uh, African head of states that have nothing to offer other than to just be a follow. So that actually brings or speaks volume on the reason why America now decided to. Because if you look at it strategically, what does the Kenya got to offer? This is a small country, and I haven't heard that they've gone for peacekeeping before. If I thought they have, probably not significant. So we should not be fooled by the invitation extended to uh, Ruto. Um, what America is trying to do is to find an alliance that will spite in the face of Russia for them. Don't be surprised if America begins to commit financially and also militarily to Kenya because in the next couple of years, because they wouldn't want to lay down their ally in the East Africa in order for them to save face with Russia. So, having said that, I think what they are going to try to do now is to try to bolster Kenya's uh, Kenya's power, solidify it in that region of Africa. I will also not be surprised if America decided to do a proxy intervention by using Kenya military personnel to fight their dirty war in Haiti, because it will cost them less to fight the war in proxy by not invading a sovereign nation, by sending the Kenyan troop, because now that he has stamped Kenya as their non-NATO ally, definitely Kenya is going to do the bidding of America by being volunteers to go to places like Haiti for intervention. I would not be surprised if Ruto would consent to that. That's why I said earlier that there's no free lunch in America. So it depends on which part of the end of the stick you are holding. If you hold a chunk of it, you got some leverage. If not, you'll be tossed around like a ping pong.
Are you against the peace mission to Haiti on principle?
If that is what America is trying to do, Kenya should not be the one to be used for that. I think committing to that peacekeeping, America should have put American soldiers on ground instead of doing it in proxy. Kenya will have nothing to gain other than to lose personnel. They may not be committed financially to it, but I think if America really thinks that it's necessary for them to intervene, because they've sat on the fence for too long and let it fester. So by now they should have at least arrived at some point in some compromise. Don't forget, the current Prime Minister in Haiti is an American ally as well, but they chose to remain on the fence. So Kenya should not be used. Kenya should speak up against their their president that seems to like the jamboree, the limelight, more than committing to the best interests of Kenya. Don't be fooled.
Let me
Ruto
disagree with you on
is not popular at home.
let me disagree with you on that. Let's deal issue by issue. Number one, I'm surprised you're saying that, because that's one of the things I've been saying to you, that we're not competing with Kenya. Kenya should do well too. I'm a Pan-Africanist. These Haitians were colonized by the French. They're the first African diasporic country to get independence, and they fought the French, and since then they've been hated. So it is strategic for the United States not to have American white soldiers, for example, going over there and trying to bring order, and they may not be welcomed by the people themselves. This is a UN mission. Now, United States is a hegemon, and it's the tough, powerful country. It's probably going to fund it anyway. So it's a good thing for us Africans to have an African country. By the way, you shouldn't say that, because I know you are proud of when we did such things in Liberia and other ECOMOG and all kinds of other activity that Nigerians put ourselves on the map when the country was running well and doing the right thing. And we did similar missions. So now why would you be condemning and competing with Kenya based on the fact that they've been chosen before us because we don't have our house in order? You said psychologically, we know that our brothers in Kenya, they are not the giant of Africa. We are. We have 218.5 million people, like I said, and our gross domestic product is 472 billion. And theirs, it's I don't even know if it's half of that, ours. So we're a bigger country in that sense. But we have to do the right thing. See? We have to do the right thing. And then it's not either or thing. They also have to do well. Let them do well. Let us do well. Even when we do it locally too, let the Yorubas do well. Let the Igbos do well. Let the Hausas do well. And let Ghana do well. There's no need to talk him down and say that he's not popular and go into their local politics now. I know that Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from their country. I could hate them for that. And they're not coming out and speaking out where it's going to make a difference and be upset, show the outrage of somebody coming into their country and kidnapping somebody who came into their country. But we're not doing things based on that. Now we're talking on a single issue. That they're coming on the map is a good thing for us, Africans, that they're going to bring peace and order in Haiti. Hopefully Haiti will welcome them, if not with roses, at least open arms. Okay, say this is one of us. They've come to bring peace here. It's not a colonial thing. It's a United Nations mission. There's politics involved. That's true. But that's the way I will look at it. I would look at it with a proper, not just the lens, but the aperture, and cut down this competition when you can have both, right? It's not false choice here. We should do well tribally. All tribes should do well. Nationwide and then stateswide in Africa itself. Ghana should do well. South Africa should do well. You know, they don't have Starlink in South Africa, even though it's one of their sons that manufactures that. Then they don't have Starlink in the most developed African country, but we have it in Nigeria. So now, but make our people be able to pay it. The payment hurdles that they have, things like that is what retard innovation and progress coming into the country. But I think it's deliberate. We can't have these old people who they don't have the interest of our people at heart. You know, somebody like you should support a Showore, for example, even if it's not winning. But if you don't, then you should support Peter Obi. You should never, ever again participate in tribal stuff, because sometimes a lot of people who do that, they point at me and they say, hey, look, why should I do it when Pensat doesn't. It's for Peter Obi, it's for IPOB, it's for this, and nothing could be further from the truth because they're not listening. They didn't wax their ears. I'm not for anybody. I'm for everybody there. I'm for the country to do well, up to the entire Africa itself, up to the blacks. I don't want to. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I used to come on that show on Dr. Damages, and I used to be surprised at you because you're smart. You got a radio voice, and but you didn't go far all the way you are now. In those days, I used to try to discern from your comments. I could tell, now accuse you, but this time you went all the way, advocating for something that's not good for us at any level. It's not good for us locally. It's not good for us as we're here in diaspora. When our president come out, it's no good. It doesn't have the empathy. It doesn't have the experience. It doesn't have the care in the world or the qualification. And so our hopes are gonna be on the younger ones like Peter Obi and Showore, who have to force to work together so we could wrestle this thing out of their hands. So when there's a peace mission like this, we'll go over and take care of our people in Haiti. So thank you.
Answer.
Yes, sir.
I'm yet to establish what Kenya would gain by going to South America when their big brother in America could easily go there and nip this thing in the bud. They chose not to do it because number one, it's evidently clear that America is going to benefit in the unrest situation that beleaguered some of their neighboring countries, including the Caribbean. So, why must African countries that have a bigger fish to fry chose to commit themselves to a different world issue? I strongly believe if the Kenyan president had gone to White House to talk about trade and investment partnership, I would have said, you know what, Ranka did it. But he went there, most of the topics all danced around were more of politics and commitment to democracy and how Kenya can be a strategic partner. And I wonder, where have they been at this while? Haven't they seen them be useful enough to be considered an ally? But now that there's evidently reason or purpose of usefulness, they decided to pick them as an ally. You see what I'm talking about? Answer.
Yeah, I hear what you're talking about, but I don't see it. I said to you, I gave you the trade deals. I gave you what both sides have to gain. I also said I'm an interested party here. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I don't like what's happening in Haiti, but it's about time our people take care of our people. I don't want France going over there. It's not going to look right. Those people, Haitians are not like Nigerians. They don't take kindly to being occupied, right? So if the UN, they worked out a deal to where people from the motherland will come over there, try to police them, bring peace among warring gangs, right? Our people are not murderers like these Oyibos. It's very important for that the country you're going to do that kind of mission with to welcome you. That would reduce the casualty and all kinds of. They're going to be a police kind of force. So Kenya should do it for free if they can afford it. But in this case, they don't even have to pay. U.S. is paying for it. So Biden has never made a better decision, a good decision ever since he's been in office. This is going to be the first one. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Wars all over the place. The UN is useless because he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Now, in this case, I support it because just by appearance, it looks better. It doesn't humiliate us as Africans. For the same reason that we take pride in what our activities in the past. We have a sphere of influence, Liberia, all those, our smaller neighbors there. There's something that needs to be taken care of. We're going to take care of it. We don't want outsiders, like you said, that you don't want in Nigeria, even though I told you that's mute because technologically now they have, plus they have human access. All these politicians you see out there, useless politicians, but they could be threatening to doing whatever America wants them to do because they have their funds and their interests outside of the country, stolen funds that could easily be exposed. Even bankers could and do it to them. If you notice, all these military dictators from Saddam Hussein, Abacha, and the rest of them, when you put billions of dollars in a Yubo bank, they will find the opportunity to make sure you died violently. They could actually take the money, part of the money you have in there, hidden away in their account because you're trying to hide it from your country. And they're the only ones who know that key to that vault and all that. They'll use some of that money and finance you getting killed. They could even finance a war just with your own money, like they did with Saddam Hussein. It's those bankers that are doing it. So, but these people don't know. So let me say that I disagree with you in the sense that we do have interest. We do have interest in Haiti. We have interest in South Africa. When you had apartheid over there, Nigeria did a lot. A lot of our artists, Ozidism, our heads of state, before I forget, because I was elucidating the beauty of landscape of Kenya. Now, let's not forget, of course, Nigeria is the most populous black nation on earth, and it's home to the second largest film industry, which I'm sure they enjoy in Kenya a lot, because I know the Caribbeans, they do that. Now, that's a very important thing there. Second largest film industry on the globe. We have top fashion. We have technology, creative hubs in Africa. For our vibrant and friendly energy. They don't have that. We have that. I want them to have it. I'm not saying to brag, right? Our energy, friendly energy, comes through diverse creative expressions. And of course, our 218.5 million or more population. It's nothing to sneeze at. So in case the Kenyans are listening, I am praising them, but I'm not saying that they're better than we are by a stretch of the imagination. But I want them to do good, just as good as we're doing. So they're still our junior brothers over there. And I'm with them. I'm blessing them for this mission. I want them to do very well. Go over there, police in Haiti safely, come home safely, gain a lot globally. Have the United States fork over that $300 million. Let them try to get renewal of some of those trade deals that are about to expire next year. And try to work with them and do a good job. Let the soldiers be disciplined. Let them not do what they did in Ecomog and all that. So a lot of our soldiers were irresponsible, even though they're gonna try to make them look bad anyway. Like people like France, evil people. They're gonna try to pin things that they didn't do over there. Try to start something over there to make those people look bad, even though they're going to a noble mission here. So let those soldiers, if they're listening, go there as Africans. You go into another African state, people who are very proud and they deserve to be so. They fought valiantly to free themselves from the yokes of the most evil, wicked people, European colonialists. Up to today, they won't let go. If there's something that I think that needs to be avenged, that's what it is right there. They won't let go up to now. That's why that hate is in the way it is, because they're gossiping in the back and trying to have a white network of all these European and American countries not help them out. So I want Kenya go there with the blessing and brotherhood to rescue this country, and amen. I'll let you finish. Yeah.
In as much as we want to play this role of intervention, I think it is important to actually think carefully before any African nation formed an alliance. As it is right now, the entire 50 countries in Africa are not speaking in unison. There's division, and it seems the big brothers are ready to exploit that crack, that divisions in Africa. If at all we want to contribute to global peace by committing our troops, talking about any African state, committing its troop for such exercise, I think any of that African country should think deeper. If one of us, I'm talking about any country in Africa now, choose to back the wrong tree, the rest of the Africa, remember that we do not speak in one voice, in one accord. So we will be exploited. We do not manufacture weapons. We relied on the foreign government to supply us ammunition and weapons, even for our own protection of our own country. So what that means is that we're at the mercy of these people. Remember, their motto or their interest is about exploitation. Now, you mentioned certain amount of money. I don't know how true is that. You said 300 million. Is that what you call it? I think Prince Daddy mentioned that.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
300 million. Yeah.
I don't think financial inducement is the best way to commit to exercise like this, because it's bound to boomerang. Why do I say this?
Say that again. You don't think that the 300? Oh, say that again. It's financial. We don't know how that.
It may go a long way in the economy of Kenya, but you also have to look beyond the financial gain that you're having now. What about your own sovereignty being infringed upon or infringed upon? What about your own economic being sabotaged in the future deliberately by these same people? Any African countries has to be strategic in dealing with some of these countries. Now, earlier, Obadale Koko mentioned about American decided to build a humongous, huge edifice in Lagos as an embassy. Number one, they could, but it shows the commitment that if at all we are going to take you as one of our allies in Africa, we are going to commit in your growth and economic growth. And don't forget, the likes of China and Russia will look at us based or judge us based on our proximity to America. So, in other words, I don't think going by the economic hardship that Africa is facing, because I don't think it's a whole yet in Kenya. They have their moment as well. I don't think being committed into a peace mission exercise is the thing that Kenya should be lobbying or committing to. They should be talking about bilateral commerce, trade, um, alliance. The likes of China is not coming to America to be talking about community troop. I know that Japan depend on American troop anyway to protect their own sovereignty. But China president will not come to America to be talking about them sacrificing their life of Chinese to protect the integrity of the country. So that is why I believe that we must be strategic. Like I said earlier, not every invitation has to be honored. And if you are going to honor the invitation, do not show or portray to the entire world as if this is the only way or this is the you are committed to this country. However, um, if Africa could be in unison, in one form, in agreement, whoever is going to make an incursion into Africa, whether for security reason or economic reason, I would have loved that they would deal with the entire continent instead of just single country. What I'm able to deduce from this is that America would not hesitate to exploit any weak country in Africa. Remember, they are not some part of Africa. They are not popular. They are being seen as an usurper. So
let me agree with you on that. By the way, that's a good idea, but it does contradict what you said earlier that they should be there pursuing bilateral deals with the United States. But I believe that the suggestion you make is a good one. They should be dealing with Africa. But how are you going to deal when Nigeria is not pulling its weight? Right? You have over 30%. What do you call it? Inflation in the country, right? You have religious divide. You have ethnic problems. You have so many problems in the country, right? You have illegitimacy issues. So smart people such as this Frances Brown, she's a woman, the newly appointed director for African Affairs and National Security Council, they're not going to go for training with people like that. This President William Ruto seems to have been democratically elected. Clean hands. So they have, look, this is not a small thing. Adewale, this is what I was saying. I happen to know you to be a smart guy. If Nigeria was chosen for this thing, you'll be for it. I know you'll be. There's no way if we had an opportunity to go do a noble mission. Prince Daddy and Mr. Itu, we'll see you here. So I'll just wrap up in a minute so you guys could get some word in there. But I'm saying, now this is very important. I don't know how to approach you. Perhaps if I approached you courteously, I guess without orders, I will get to you because something you know is good. You know it's good. But you want to knock it based on maybe competition or slighting maybe our president here. You think it's good if they involve the others. We could crawl before we walk. If Kenya goes there, we cheer them on and have them help out. So we're not humiliated by seeing white soldiers shooting at black gangs. Doesn't look good. But in this case, this Frances Brown, a woman, is opening up a bilateral discussion with African country, Kenya, having a partnership here, moving away from regional focus and pulling them up to global. So our people could see Kenya and they're going to say, you know what? We're 240 million people after all. We're not gonna take this line down. We're gonna try to do better and go global as well. Look at what they achieved by doing things the proper way. So I'll leave it at that, since you and I have been going at it. Let the president there. Thank you.
Yeah, but before when that comes in, my comment on the Kenya's relationship with America is not born out of jealousy. I was just concerned, uh, purely concerned, for the fact that if any country in Africa is going to make commitment to any of these Western countries, they must take that decision from a strategic point of view. Like I said, I do not see what the continent or the country called Kenya tend to gain by being used indirectly by America to foster peace on a country that is not even on African soil. Number one, remember, Kenya is not a NATO member. So they are exposed to international law as well. As a matter of fact, they are in the greatest risk if that is what they got to take up. And secondly, no matter how amount of financial investment is being dangled to Kenya, I believe the relative peace the country has recorded up to this moment should have been the yardstick of which they will use as a leverage to discuss more on other topics, other things that could help the country other than just peacekeeping. Kenya has never been known as a peacekeeping country. They've had their own issues, even civil unrest as well, but they've always found a way to come together. So, from that point of view, is where I came to condemn the recent romance with America. Not necessarily being jealous, but if Nigeria was called upon, number one, I would still condemn them for honoring, for choosing to be on a national security alliance other than just economic base. Because what we need now, thank God that we've enjoyed some level of peacefulness in our country in recent time. But I think what the continent needs is economic empowerment. I think the likes of Ruto should have gone to Washington and discuss how Boeing can have an assembly plant in Kenya, or maybe Microsoft opening up assembly line in Kenya, or some manufacturing or certain part of computer in Kenya. That is what I expect the head of state to have done. And even if Tinubu had been the one being invited in place of Ruto, I will still make this comment because I believe that everything should be done from the economic point of view other than just being for temporary gain. Thank you. Any other person can come in? Prince Daddy. And it's Ola. Who is Elewetu? Who's this? Ola, it's Ola. Ola, are you there?
I'm here. Oh, waiting. I want.
Yeah.
Waiting. I want.
Contribute now.
Now, waiting. I
Huh?
want. When I don't young finish, waiting when they talk to themselves.
We ended up branching out to Ruto being hosted by American government, hosted to the state dinner.
Oh, sorry. Who?
Ruto, Kenya president.
Okay. What about that?
I was one that brought it up by saying that Biden calls Kenya as being an ally that is not a NATO member. And I said that for America to have opened its door and rolled out red carpet to welcome Kenya president. Number one, it must be for some sinister motive because I don't know what Kenya have that could interest America so much by decided to designate them as an ally in Africa that is not an NATO member. So, and NATO is for the defense of their sovereign and sovereign integrity. So that is my concern. That even though that happens to Nigeria, if Nigeria were the one being called in place of Kenya, I will still condemn them by going to Washington and discussing about securities and it seems that America is probably going to be using Kenya for the dirty jobs in Haiti. So that is the bone of contention.
Well, I don't know much, but is that not where they have this group called Al Shabaab?
Yes. Yes.
So anywhere you have such kind of activities, America will definitely take interest. They have their own policy against terrorism across the world. So, well, it's unfortunate since Africa, we've not been able. Do you know how we exist in Africa? We exist without defense. If the Western world now, if they decide and say, okay, you African people, we don't like your face, so we want pie all of you. It is very easy. So this role that America is trying to play within our region naturally, if we really think of our existence, if we really think of our existential, if we really think of the situation around us as existential threats, we should have been able to put things in place to defend ourselves. So I think now we are defenseless and we are at the mercy of the other countries. And why they will still be at peace with us now is just because we are still part of the tools that balances their economic ecosystem. So to me, well, it's not something that it's not a surprise. So even looking at the role that Nigeria was playing for ECO within the ECOMOG system there, those were the kind of things that America was just envious about. So, and well, I don't know much about that things around that place, but the thing is, what's to give America to be the world superpower today? Yeah, we may have some countries that are like China that may be saying, okay, we have capacity. Now, there is one thing is your capacity to be able to develop your defense system and your weapon. And another thing is for you to have some kind of collaboration with other nations. So for you to be able to move around. So to me, well, I hope the U.S. Military occupation in or the collaboration with the Kenya will be to their benefit. I don't have much to say about that. So mine is some kind of equity politics and economy. So and policy. So that's what I like discussing. So
Excellent. So speak about the Samusi Ladundo Sanusi statement.
I've not really read about that. That was why I was even asking if Pansa can just talk about it. What exactly is happening, I don't know. Okay, this guy, Ganduje, removed that guy. So when he removed the guy, he now went ahead now through the state assembly to enact a law that broke the emirate down into different sizes or different territory. So when they made that law, did anyone go to the court to challenge the law and set the law aside? So if they don't set the law aside, I don't know, because this is where the likes of Ogbeni now can just come and enlighten us. So when you do that, and you already put a law in place to now eliminate the old system. So on what basis? Because I don't know on what basis the court. I don't even know whether it was federal high court that rested Sanusi or state high court.
No, it's not court. It's not court. According to the report,
Okay.
the state legislature enacted the law that nullified the previous administration's what do you call it, directive, and revert back to the old emirate structure. Remember, Ganduje created some emirates from Kano, broke into I think almost three emirates, and appointed some emirs in those other emirates. So it was more or less like weakening the influence and the kingdom of Emir of Kano. So within the city, we now have like three Emir. Not just that, he promoted some people to that emirship too. So, but this time around, the state assembly now decided to enact a law that will reverse it and also to prohibit such thing happening in the future. So, and then it was reinstated. So every other, and he ascended it into law. So that is just the backdrop of it. It wasn't a court. It was the government of the day that chose to reinstate him back. Uh, and the question of legitimacy itself does not arise because his own grandfather was an emir. Remember, the person that was sacked there now is his cousin. So these are the people that grew up in an atmosphere that is more you can call an affluence environment, but chose to be different, to identify with commoner and live a lifestyle of commoner. Otherwise, in other climes, you would have been referred and courtesy and, all sort of things. But enjoyed a simple life. It was a banker, so uh, that's just the backdrop of it. And people are actually happy that it's going to be reinstated. What is the point?
So the confusion there now is this: you've already tampered with the former system, and you now make a law to reinstate. The question now is this: can you make a law at the same time interpret your law? That's the point. So for
No,
removing you,
it was the state assembly that passed it, that made the law, and it signed it to it to make it law.
Okay. Now I know. Even if the state assembly, because there are two situations now. You understand? We have some serious legal issues now. Now the former governor removed this emir. The question is, if he had power to remove the former emir, I would think yes. Now you banish that one, right? So you now created a law that puts some people there. Now for you to implement something again, you abolished the former act to get another one and restructure. Okay, fine. But the question now is this: when the emir was removed the first time, Was there any lawsuit against it? Did they challenge the state of assembly, the state assembly, if to challenge them that okay, the law they passed was illegal? So if all those things were there, that's one thing entirely. But you don't change the law again now. To I think there should be a lot of things that need to be done about our legal processes, because it simply means that you can do something today and anybody can just come tomorrow, put in another law in place just for them to implement whatever they want to implement. So, like I said, I'm not a lawyer. To me, it's like you are doing something now and you are applying that law retrospectively. That's what it looks like to me. I may be wrong. Just for you to compared to how the other guy, you first of all remove the emir the other time, you now make a new law to implement new things, right? But so because the law to break the emirate down, first of all existed, right? And again, you want to restructure. So the legal acadabra or acadab, whatever bulaba there, I can't understand. So I think I want to really avoid this one. Let me not expose my ignorance too much. So maybe we go to other topic.
All right. Speak on Woloso Yinka's interview about Obi, where he said that he hoped that Obi doesn't contest in for the sake of the country in 2027.
You see, I listening. I think this topic we started since yesterday, right? And people naturally may want to look at Wole Soyinka and try to talk him down and to abuse him and to say a lot of words that normal human beings should not be uttering against one another. You see, one thing is this: if you're a leader, then you are carrying some kind of power, reverend power, because whatever you say is like a God talking. You understand? A God means a small God talking. So because people believe that okay, you are representing them. So whatever you do, they want to believe you know more than them and they want to follow you. That is why that when this 2023 election saga occurred, and when you try to be reckless as a leader, you try to tow the way that is not peaceful or that can create some kind of chaos, chaotic way. You are not helping the country. You are just trying to mislead some people against what should be the normal thing within that country. So how do I mean? You see something, you knew quite well that you didn't win an election. If from everything you were doing, you understand, you were not asking the court to reinstate you. You were, yeah, so many of your people, they were just too busy on, okay, this guy is not qualified. You are not proving that you win. What were all you were busy doing is, this guy has some case in America. That's not it. Prove to the people that you won that election. Instead of you trying to prove a way of disqualifying a particular candidate, when you know clearly that the window for that type of lawsuit was over. So it simply means that intentionally you were just whipping up sentiment. You were creating some kind of a toxic environment. Now, the environment of Nigeria has been so charged right from the time of Jonathan. The thing even escalated when it got to the time of Buhari, because you are finding situation of insecurity, economic hardship, some kind of instability for the future for people, and people already they are at the edge. And that is not the right time for a leader to be irresponsible with his conduct. So you now have someone now that you know you were not saying the truth, but you were now using your position now to now re-engineer people mentally just for your personal political gain. So now, if such kind of person with such kind of mind and such kind of attitude will go and contest again in 2027, given the current situation we are now, you understand, except we improve, which I believe we should, because if we improve economically, if things goes goes towards the north, I know whatever whether Obi comes out in 2027 will not matter. Someone that is jobless now, provide job. People that are insecure now, give them security. People that do not have house now, give them house. I'm not saying give them house directly, or just create some kind of economic environment that will help them achieve that. Then it may not matter much. But if things continues this way, and you now have some kind of toxicity like this in 2027, nobody knows what can happen. People might just lose it. So we need to keep improving behaviorally instead of being misled to do wrong things. So I want to share the same sentiment with Wale Soyinka from that perspective. If you know,
okay, then
that
let me push back. Then you continue, because I don't disagree with your other inputs when you said when you gave your opinion on the ones that you even said that you were fully qualified. I agreed with you on those, but on this one, since you say that you share the same sentiments as Wole Soyinka, you know, in our shambolic constitution, chapter 6, part 1, section 131, qualification for election as president is that person shall be qualified for election to that office, presidency, if A, he is a citizen of Nigeria by birth, B, he has attained the age of 40 years, he's a member of a political party and is sponsored by that political party, and D, he has been educated up to at least school certificate level or its equivalent. Now, somebody as intelligent as Wole Soyinka will know this, and you know this. And Obi has not said anything himself to disrespect even Soyinka's gate man. Obi is a humble man. He ran for office and he got quite a substantial number of votes if he didn't win it. Now, how can somebody such as yourself align with somebody such as Wole Soyinka to make such a reckless statement that is factually wrong, some fair, some constitutional? You could say he's an old man, you know, and it's made some mistakes here. He's above that. Like you said, you talked about cooling down the polity. But how can you as rational as you are on this platform, and you're one of those. I don't even think I've had a disagreement with you or exchanged any words in anger. How could you say that you align with somebody who made an unconstitutional statement, an unfair statement, a careless statement, somebody that everybody in the country have respect for? Both sides, people respect Shoyinka and people respect Peter Obi. Could you tell me what goes in the head of somebody who's seen what the Constitution says? Like I quoted you, if you want to look it up, it's chapter 6. So as the executive, part 1, executive, president of the Federation, section 131, qualification. Thank you.
You see, this is not even a legal matter. It's purely about opinion, and it's purely on advice based on attitude. If Wole Soyinka was the president or was a military president that could use a decree to stop Obi, then I'd be worried. But this one saying, I hope, based on the premises that the way Obi and Obedient conducted themselves, and that way was copious of sending the country into a position of abeyance, causing some kind of to shake the political environment, and could easily degenerate to a serious level of insecurity. You understand? So
No, I don't understand. Could you give me an example? What did they do to be in that category that you're talking about? Because I'm not aware of them doing anything that can fall under that. Could you tell me what Obi did? But you said Obi and then obedience. So you start off with Obi. Give me an example of what he did or he's doing that fall under that category.
Okay, look at it this way. When you start mobilizing the common people, the citizen, against the established institution that have held the country in the past, when you start doing some kind of campaign of calumny and you're trying to discredit those institutions, that's one of those things. Look at it this way. Even before the judgment, we've seen some people that said, okay, Fashola is the one has written the judgment. You keep seeing people that say, oh, we don't trust the judiciary, and yet you are in court. And the only judgment that will be accepted will be to say, okay, Obi is the president. So when people from your camp are doing all those things and you kept quiet and you were not coming out categorically just to tell these people, say, look, I'm here for peace. Don't let us discredit our judiciary. They've been there for us in the past, even when the military men were there, harassing them up and down. And they were still able to say the truth. So when you start discrediting all those institutions, it simply means that everything that you take to them now, you people will start getting suspicious. So who is going to be the arbitrators when you already, because of political reason, you now want to destabilize, you want to discredit, no matter how credible they are, you just want to. So those are the little things that you will think do not really matter, and they matter a lot. And all these have a very long-term significant impact. So that's an example. And, example of not having your facts. and you know that people, they are the boiling point already, and you are saying the rig, okay, the rigging, where are they? Because the thing is, people believe you, and those that believe you, they were very aggressive. They were ready to do and undo, and they were ready to pound on whosoever that would just say anything contrary. Those are the things. So, you know, when you want to create instability, when you want to cause riots, it starts with the word of mouth. When you want to, when you want to set a country on fire, you start with the word of mouth, with misleading information, or you know, a properly structured agenda to work on people mentally and to mislead them. Those are the kind of examples.
Okay, but with all due respect, Ola, we have laws in that country, right? And we as citizens will have certain rights. So do the candidates who contested an election. So those candidates have to pursue their rights constitutionally, legally. They're not supposed to carry guns and do a self-help. We as citizens, those who are obedient, those who are Badorians, and those, I don't know what they call the ones with Atiku. Chapter 4, section 39 of our shambolic constitution give us a right to freedom of expression and the press. Every person shall be entitled to freedom of expression, including freedom to hold opinions and receive and impart ideas and information without interference. And the candidates himself, such as Peter Obi, they are given 21 days. So it's in a nutshell, a petitioner challenging a presidential election will be bound to gather facts from tens of thousands of polling units, scrutinize those facts and evidence obtained, and all these findings must be chronicled in that petition. And it must be filed within 21 days. All these candidates did that legally. None of them went outside the law. None. You can't gag Nigerians. No matter how.
It's not about gagging. The question is this now. When they went to the tribunal, they were asked to provide the evidence. Instead of providing evidence, they were asking that they would like to inspect INEC materials, INEC machine. You said you have evidence. Why will you need to start asking for evidence from those people you were taken to the court? So you claim to be prepared to have known the thing, you should have your own evidence, and what those things that you want from the INEC should just be for cross-examination and for just for consistency. But you were unable to do all those stuff. So most of the things these guys went to do in the court was all about whataboutism. That's the point. Agenda.
No, but in the context that we're discussing in one of the initial points you made was just the challenge itself, just the freedom, the freedom of speech that these obedience had. They have the right to express themselves. The candidate themselves have a right to challenge, and they have to go to the proper court. There are conundrums in that 21-day rule. There were rulings for INEC. Let me just land on this. I was going to say, they sought to inspect. That's legal. And they were granted the right to inspect. But INEC was obfuscating And it's actually the one that you should be admonishing. Like I was telling they were earlier, is that there isn't much that divides us. We don't want a chaotic situation. We want people to follow the law. The only one that should be admonished, if there should be anyone admonished here, would be people who go outside the Constitution, not those who follow the law, even if they're wrong on the law. And then it should be INEC. Those are the people making it difficult because we have good laws on the books. We have a Electoral Act that were provided with 400 billion naira. That's nobody's INEC, but Nigerians. It doesn't belong to PDP or Labour Party or the winner or the APC. INEC should make available the materials. They were ordered to let these people inspect. Not only is it the law already, but they were also ordered to make it happen, and they didn't, and they played games. And that's where somebody like Showinka, who should know better, especially a humble man such as Peter Obi. If it's me, I wouldn't handle it the way Peter Obi handled it, because these guys were employing extrajudicial ways to take away the people's vote. I would have declared and picked my cabinet, even if I do it in exile. That's what called for there. But to then look at a humble man who have not abused anybody, is exemplary character. And then for him to 2 or 3 times now, he coined the Bajue thing. He's in South Africa with Okendibe, and he's berating the youth. He himself was an activist, carried a gun, and kidnapped a newsman. Shoyinka did. It's a young man. He was violent. He was acting extrajudicially. He may have had good reason to do it, but he's not a Peter Obi, for example, who doesn't do anything outside the law and the Constitution. But he could make that mistake. But why would you support somebody like that, Ola? Why? Why?
You say that's what that because what Wole Soyinka did in the mid-60s, that went to the courts, and the court just set him free. We can't use because of that over years that okay, because of that he has no enough experience to talk to what is happening today. That's why you're still learning the past. I don't even want to prove over what he did in the 60s. But the question now is this: we had mass action situation at hand in these elections just passed. Let's say almost a year now. So the question is this: the way obedience were charging the polity was dangerous. Like I said, the fact that Wole Soyinka said, I hope Obi will not contest, that's just an opinion, nothing more than an opinion. He was just digging at Obi just because of the behavior of obedience. Don't forget that this Wole Soyinka was actually supporting Obi. It was just because of the obedient behaviors that pissed him off, nothing more. You see, obedient behavior is a such that if Obi himself decide to say, okay, you guys, I don't want to do again today, I just do something, himself will collect from those obedience. That's the problem we are talking about. So if you can't control your followers, just for them to work within the framework of the law and trying to prove that you got what you never had to start with. That's the problem we are talking about. There, for example, there's no way Obi could have won that election in 2023, in my humble opinion, because we know how our country is configured. We know how biased we are. Given that Obi won Lagos, for example, could he have won Kano? Could he have won Kaduna or Sokoto? That's the problem. So when you look at the configuration of your supporters, you did not have that. So now I'm trying to turn lies around and present lies as the truth. That's where the danger is. And the fact that people started believing those lies, that's where the word Bajue came in. Because what would Bajue people then? What would they do? They made you believe lies and will dupe you of your properties or of your valuables. That's the history.
Okay, Ola, sorry to bother in again. You continue. I have, let me give you an information. You see, when Adewale presented the topic of the day, he's not just talking about the Bajue comments. I'm the one who said that. And that's not what I was responding to. I'm responding to his latest comments today. When he was asked about Obi and his candidacy in the last election, Shoyinka said, now quote, "I hope for the sake of the nation that he doesn't express interest in the next election, because for me as a leader, if there was any proof that he was unfit to lead the country, it's in the conduct which he encouraged among his followers." That was today. So that's why I first asked you why you would align. By the way, do you align yourself with that comment, or are you talking about the Bajue comment? You say
That's
you
what I'm
align.
saying. Going by the premises,
Yeah.
I align.
Okay.
Because,
So now,
because in coming out,
yeah,
those people that would have loved to destabilize the country, they will hide under his candidacy just to perpetrate their own personal agenda. But if you can put them under control, let me tell you one thing. Obi was not the only person that is not the only person that will have tried that. And that coup plotter that just destroyed the country in the past 8 years. I remember the time he was talking of his own babu and dog that will soak in whatever they will be soaking there. Jonathan was wise enough just to let it be. If Jonathan, as the Ekuben then, if he had wanted to go by do or die like Buhari, all those people, you understand? It would have been another thing entirely. The Buharists would have made the country ungovernable. Those are the kind of things we're talking about. Now, if someone had said it earlier that time that Buhari will not contest, in fact, the same thing I'm talking in now is what I will say, because Buhari and some section of Buharists were seen a vow, I don't know, let me just mind my word because of YouTube algorithm. You know what I want to say? Maybe they could have created some kind of a chaotic situation in the country, because that's who they are. And you see how they use lies to promote Buhari. And the problem is this: if you told 1 million lies yesterday, it won't become it won't become the truth today. We all saw we are all live witness of that lies now, of those lies they use for Buhari for Buhari PR. Those are the kind of consequences we are saying that whatever you are not, don't try to prove you are. All those things will have consequences.
Okay, please. I know that it's kind of minutia, but we need to hash it out because I'm trying to find out, trying to appraise you up here, right? You say you are lying, even after I read what Adewale was referring to, trying to tell Obi not to run. I'm asking you again, if you need a quote for you, what he said. He said, I hope for the sake of the nation that he doesn't express interest in the next election. I did read to you what it takes for somebody to run for president in our country, and Obi has those things. Now, I also said to you that in 1965, Wole Soyinka took a gun into a radio station and forced the presenters to broadcast a protest note he wrote, then single-handedly started a protest, right? After taking over that radio station at gunpoint and broadcasting a message denouncing electoral fraud in Western Nigeria. His detention sparked international protests, but the following year, he was acquitted on a technicality. Now, you do know that statute of limitation does not run on a conduct, on a behavior, but especially hypocrisy. This is an election that he felt was unfair. He took a gun in 1965, took over a station, gave them a note to read, started a protest. It was chaotic. So some people were killed in that activity, but he was acquitted on a technicality. How can he then? Because in the courts, somebody could be acquitted on a technicality, and I accept that. I believe in the rule of law. The standard to convict somebody of a criminal offense is much higher in a courtroom, where you have to prove